Two victories with the white color and two draws. That is the outcome of the third round of the GMT tournament here in the 56th International Biel Chess Festival. So let's have a look what happened in this very interesting round. We are going to start with a game of David Navarra against Jules Mossar. So after knight f3, knight f6, c4, here the Czechman found a very interesting way to avoid some lines in the Catalan. D takes on c4, the Frenchman accepted white's pawn. Then after c6, he based his strategy on positioning the light-square bishop on b7 as quickly as possible. After queen c4, b5, queen c2, bishop b7, Black's idea is pretty obvious. He wants to play a6, knight e7, perhaps queen b6 and play c5. Here, obviously, white has a number of choices how to continue. White continue with rook d1, knight e7, bishop g5, clearly hinting at some point to take on f6 and losing Black's control of the c5 square. Mossar was accurate. He played queen b6. Knight e2 perhaps is not really the strongest move in this position, but it definitely looked very interesting because once again, if Black plays here c5, there's a very powerful move, knight e5, and after the game, Jules would say that this is the reason why he didn't want to go here, because all the variations are basically in favor of white. So that's why after rook d8, a4, Navarra tried to slow down Black's progress at a queen side, but still c5 works really well. A takes, queen b5, queen b3 was the final attempt of white to gain any advantage, but after the very precise queen trade and bishop d5, the position simply equalized. So Navarra entered an endgame which he thought he has some chances to push. In the game interview, his opponent disagreed. He said if somebody can play this position for Black, it was if somebody could play this position for the victory, it can only be Black, because he wants to play rook b5 and attack the pawn on b2. And after the game, Navarra also confessed that he simply missed this opportunity for Black to play e5, e4, and he already had to requalify as a defender and seek some tactical chances. The game continued. Nothing really dramatic was happening here. You see the pawn on b4 cannot be taken because there's a fork on d5. So although Black won this pawn on b4, his kingside pawns are pretty weak. And after a couple of maneuvers, David was able to capture some of them and have at least some chances to fight for the victory because the pawn on e4 is difficult to defend. The critical moment arose here when the Czech grandmaster found some very nice tricky order with the moves to push the Black king back. And after king g3, he already was seriously threatened to play knight c3, knight takes on e4, win this pawn, maybe rook h4. So that's why the Frenchman decided to force things and sacrifice the bishop for the two pawns and claim a theoretical draw, even if white wins the remaining two pawns. The game could have finished right here, although Navarra was pressing for 50 moves. In the end, a draw was a logical outcome. Yu Yanyi again had a very long day, probably the longest day so far. Again, it was basically deja vu what he had played against Arjun Erigaisi. He missed the victory a couple of times. This time it was against Daniel Bogdan Diak. They chose Nimzo, which transposed the Rogozin, very popular line. Here there was a theoretical struggle. Queen d3 is the main move in this position. a6, d takes on c5, which appeared to be slightly surprising for his opponent, although all of this already had been played before. Queen trade, bishop takes, bishop c3 is necessary, otherwise white simply plays b4. Knight a5 was a very good move, threatening to play bishop d7, maybe rook c8, try to capitalize on these weaknesses. Knight e2, and here Black perhaps made an accuracy. Bishop d7 was looking just fine. Instead, here the remaining grandmaster decided to grab the pawn immediately. Here, white found a very nice resource, c6, sacrificing the pawn back, but winning some critical tempi. After knight c6, a4, white was just in time to bring the bishop in the game and claim some advantage. All of this happened. knight c4, and here black made a rather strange choice. He decided to play knight a5, which we didn't really like, and during the commentary we felt that there was no reason to do that. a5, bishop a6 was just looking fine. Eventually, white managed to activate his bishops. Although black won the pawn on a4, you could definitely feel that the bishop power is pretty significant. The Chinese grandmaster continued to increase the pressure, and eventually it resulted for him winning the pawn on a4, basically for no compensation. So he has an extra pawn and two bishops. However, during this time, Diak managed to build up a considerable fortress. From here, things started to go wrong for the Chinese grandmaster because he was seeking to create a second weakness at the king side, but he missed this one moment when Diak was forcing a bishop trade. And if white wanted to have a serious progress, he should have avoided that. And for example, here, try to keep the both bishops on the board and play bishop d3. He played king d2, and after bishop d3, the defense became much simpler for black. After bishop c1, rook b5, here the Chinese grandmaster decided to sacrifice the pawn. Perhaps this was not the best choice. What he could have done after bishop c1, here there was a very nice trick to play e4, takes, rook takes e4, rook c5, and rook g4, attacking this pawn from unexpected g4 square. Instead, he played rook a8 and rook g8, thinking he is winning the pawn on g7. However, after a very precise defense, rook d7, knight e8, if bishop f8, there's knight e6. In the end, white's advantage slipped away, and he did not manage to win back the pawn. The game continued for a while. The Chinese grandmaster was pressing. He was trying to find cracks in black's defenses. And a critical moment arose when Diak was in time trouble. He put the knight on d1, and one couldn't help but feel that this is the final chance for the Chinese grandmaster to win the game. Now, after e takes on f3 was a gift for white, a rook b7, and here f4, here Yu Yanyi finally let his final chance slip away. What he had to do is to play king g2, knight b2, king g3, activating the king. And after bishop a1, black would have to lead very difficult defense. Rook c3 check is very unpleasant. Also king f4, king f5 is a threat. Also rook a8, rook g8 is something that black cannot miss. Instead, all of this was unfortunately missed by white. And here in the end, this position reached a position where black is still slightly passive, holding on, but white simply cannot make a progress, and the draw was agreed shortly. Then we kept two more decisive games, and Vincent Keimer was facing the last year's triathlon winner, like Wang Liyem, who just scored 2 victories in a row. The game transposed to symmetrical Grunfeld. Here c4, a4. Vincent once again showed his excellent preparation in opening. Knight e4 is the main move here, inviting white to play queen c2, knight e6, e4, and then something like knight a6, having some dynamic counter chances. But for this particular game, Keimer had prepared to play knight c3. And in the previous games, most of the games would continue with knight e6. White still keeps some advantage, but black manages to keep the pawn on c4. Black opted for a more rare continuation knight c3, which is still fine. B takes, shoot castle, a5 was a nice move by the young German, claiming space advantage, thinking about queen a4. c5, queen a4, knight c6, black played in the spirit of the Grunfeld. Rook d1, c takes. Yeah, knight e4 first, of course, opening the bishop. Knight e4, c takes. So far, this was the perfect chess. Here, black already had some choices. Bishop g4 is perfectly normal, opening the bishop, bringing it in the game, and threatening to win the pawn on e2. Rook a2, a quiet move to defend it. Rook c8, black sacrificed the pawn on b7. Rook c7, a6, and here arose the critical moment. It was pretty difficult for black to navigate in these complex positions, so perhaps the simplest choice he could have done is to play bishop d7 and try to play bishop c6. For example, queen b4, bishop c6 with a threat to take on b7, queen b8, and eliminate this very dangerous pawn. Because if he does not do that, the black pawn on a7 now is in serious danger. Another very interesting option that black had was to play bishop takes on d4, but this would lead to very complex position because here you see you always need to watch out for e3, although this immediately is not possible because the white rook on d1 is under attack. And after bishop h6, black could have sacrificed an exchange with queen d6, again, leading to a very, very sharp game. It did not happen. Here the Vietnamese grandmaster played c3, which probably is a dubious move. And after bishop f4, it already was pretty difficult for him to pick up the right move, which was, again, something else, but not rook d7. Bishop d7 still was a possibility here, but it does not look very human. Now here, he played rook d7, and after d5, suddenly it's very difficult to stop bishop e3, attacking for the white queen the bishop on g4, and also threatening with bishop takes on a7. Bishop f5 was a mistake in a difficult position. Bishop e3, now white is also threatening to play g4 to trap the bishop. The pawn on a7 is under attack. And after c2, white simply sacrificed exchange, having a technically winning position. However, after queen a5, suddenly Winston didn't pick up the strongest move here, which was queen c5, forcing a queen trade, trading the queens and winning the pawn on a7, which would simply give him a winning position. Instead, he played queen b3, perhaps slightly underestimating black's possible idea to sacrifice the exchange. Rook d6, threatening to take on a6. White stopped that, black insisted, and in the end, white did win the exchange, leaving the position to a rather unbalanced situation where white has opposite color bishops and an extra pawn. But in the end, the position was too strong for white in order not to win this game. Queen d4, I guess, was the final mistake. White slowly advanced forward and very confidently won the game. There was a bit curious moment when at some moment Keimer missed a mate in two. He could have played rook b8, king e7, rook e8 checkmate, but it didn't change the outcome, and his opponent resigned 6 moves later. And the final game of the round is of Amin Bassem against Arjun Rigaisi, where Amin remained true to his kings in an attack, one of his most favorite weapons. After the classical setup here, knight e2, c5, e4, knight c6, rook e1. Obviously, black has a number of choices. Here, Arjun decided to follow his game against Eric Blomqvist earlier this year. D takes, e5. Engines support this idea. However, it does weaken d5 square for reasons unknown. After c3, h3 was a very smart waiting move, as Amin in the interview would say he was waiting for black to define his setup. For example, h6, which would happen in the game, allows him to play knight h4, and then after knight f5, it's difficult for black to get rid of this knight. Bishop e6, knight c4, and apparently b5 was not a good move. If black wanted to play bishop f8, it had to be done right now, because then after bishop f8, white has no access to queen f3 because the knight on c4 is hanging. Now instead here, the young Indian played the very tempting b5, knight e3. Apparently he cannot really play c4, a4, a6 because he has some issues with the d5 square. After this trade, knight e5 is very unpleasant. And that's why he played rook b8. But now, after knight f5 and another logical response, bishop f8, queen f3 suddenly is very strong because knight takes on h6 is quite difficult to parry. The knight on f6 for black remains under attack. So bishop takes on f5 was another inaccuracy in a already unpleasant position. And after knight takes on f5, nobody could question that white has an advantage. So he wants to play h4, g4, g5, start the kingside attack. Black played rook b6, trying to solve his problems in a tactical way that white cannot win the knight on f6. After a4, yet another inaccuracy by Rigaisi. a6 was still necessary here with a quite unpleasant position, but holdable. Knight e7, again, a mistake in a difficult position. And after the simple a takes on b5, e takes on e5, white got 2 very powerful bishops. Rook b5, queen c6, queen b8. Here, Bassem showed his great tactical skills. He found a beautiful resource. Rook a7, black takes on a7, then white captures the rook on b5, rook b2, and beautiful rook f7, because king f7 would be a mate on the board. Rook b6, another nice move, rook b7, forcing trades. And from here, this was just a technique for the strong Egyptian grandmaster. The game continued for a while. His bishops were too strong. He activated his rooks. Then managed to create a pass pawn, and eventually all of black's pawns fall like dominoes, and black did not hold for long. Results of round 3. Vincent Kammer beat Kwang Liem. Also, Amin Bassem managed to score very important 4 points against Arjun Rigaisi, who's been having a rather disappointment tournament so far. Yu Yanyi let again the victory slip away, drawing against Daniel Bogdandiak, and David Navarre against Jules Massar was a balanced draw. These are the rankings after the 3rd round of the classical tournament. Vincent Kammer and David Navarre, they have identical results both in the rapid tournament and the classical. This means they're leading the tournament with 17 points each. Yu Yanyi now is behind slightly with 3.5 points. Kwang Liem has dropped to the 4th place with 13 points. However, Amin Bassem is not very far behind. The action will resume today with the round 4 of the classical portion. It starts at 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time. Again, we are going to see a lot of exciting action. The last round before the Blitz tournament. Come back here, watch it live, and enjoy it. Welcome back, chess fans from the 56th International Biel Chess Festival here in Biel, Switzerland. Today is the day when the GMT players of the Grandmaster Triathlon Tournament will play out round 4 of the classical portion. Your hosts, as usual, are Angelika Volkova. I'm Grandmaster Triathlon, and the action is about to start in 3 minutes.
Absolutely, and we have, in a way, a quarter, the middle of the event, because we had already Accentus Chess 960 behind us, rapid, and 3 rounds of classical portion. 4th round is just the middle. Tomorrow we are going to have Blitz and 3 more rounds to go. So we are on middle way with some leaders.
That's right. So once again, I think it doesn't really hurt to have some refreshment and remind ourselves why exactly are we here, what the Biel Chess Festival is all about. So here we go. Here are a lot of tournaments to be held. It's not only the GMT tournament. As you can see, it's a closed tournament with 8 invited grandmasters. It's a triathlon, technically quadriathlon, but the Chess 960 tournament doesn't really count towards the overall rankings. It's merely for fun. But on a serious note, it serves as a tiebreaker in case there's an equal amount of points. Then we have 3 Swiss championships played in parallel, and of course, a lot of open tournaments. The main tournament probably is the Master Tournament, or MTO, one of the strongest open tournaments in Europe.
And here we have the winners of the GMT and MTO tournaments in the previous years. We can see so many familiar names over there. Magnus Carlsen won 2011. We see Fabiano Caruana. We see Van Hau. We see that MVL actually won 4 times with a record between the years 2013 and 16. We see our previous year winner, Le Quang Liam from Vietnam, who is playing here this year, starting with 2 wins in the classical portion, yesterday losing to Vincent Keimer.
That's right. And this is our schedule. As you can see, today is already Friday, round 4 of the GMT. Our chat is a bit confused. No, it's not round 5, it's round 4. We do know what's the round today. Tomorrow we have a Blitz tournament to be held. Also, it starts at 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time. Then we have a rest day on Sunday. And then again, action comes back on Monday.
Exactly, and here you can see the Grandmaster Triathlon players. Top seed Grandmaster from China, Yu Yangyi, with a current rating of 27.35. He won the Chess 960 tournament, even though last year he didn't do that well when he participated in Chess 960 instead of Andrei Sipenko. And he had a big chances in winning the Rapid. We have Le Quang Liam, the winner of the previous...
Yeah,
you have
sure
we have the winner of the previous Grandmaster Triathlon 2022, Vietnamese Grandmaster Le Quang Liam. He actually hadn't played a single classical game this year, and he's back. He's back with some action.
Yesterday he lost probably his first game in a long time, because obviously if you don't play the entire year, and last year the champion played without any losses in the classical portion. Of course, this makes his losses very rare. Arjun Erigaisi, the young Indian superstar, making it the 3rd year in a row when one of the greatest and biggest countries in the world, India, sends their superstars here to Biel. 2021, Michal Sarin was playing here. 2022, Domaraju Gukesh made his performance great here before entering the World Chess Olympiad and his historic performance. And now it's time for Erigaisi.
Exactly, and we have Romanian Grandmaster, former #1 of Romania, Bogdan Daniel Diac. He has been having not such a great tournament, currently on the last spot, but anything can change if he's continuing to playing better, if he will start winning. Previously, he had a great performance in Prague Open when he was almost had a chance to win the tournament, but in the tie breaks, he lost to Ray Robson.
Vincent Keimer marking his 5th return to Biel, the youngest participant of the GMT tournament. He really likes this tournament, and he is leading in the overall rankings. We're about to show you in a moment. Great tournament so far for Vincent. He is definitely enjoying his time here in Biel and looks to be one of the favorites to win this year's edition.
And here we have the Egyptian Grandmaster, Bassem Amin, the African champion, the doctor of chess with current rating of 26.94. Bassem Amin had not such a great start in the Chess 960. In the Rapid, he managed to recover. He was doing pretty well. In the classical portion, he lost 2 games in a row. But yesterday, he had amazing game in King's Indian attack and won it very nicely.
Of course, there's no secret that the King's Indian attack for the Egyptian Grandmaster is his secret main weapon. Okay, maybe not really so secret, but the main weapon, he knows it really well, and that's why it allowed him to score this victory. David Navara, the gentleman from Prague, he's widely known as a tactical genius. He already has produced here in Biel a couple of very memorable games. In the Chess 960 portion, he played this legendary game against Amin Bassem. Also in the Rapid tournament, he had very exciting moments. The classical portion is going also well for David. And again, I would count him as one of the favorites to win the tournament.
Absolutely, and here we have the French master from France, Jules Mussard. He has been participating in MTO tournament previously in 2018 and 19. He's the last seed of the tournament, but currently he's doing very well with 3 draws in the classical portion. He was doing also relatively well in the Rapid tournament, and in the beginning of the Grandmaster Triathlon, he even hosted a simul for the Swiss chess fans.
Indeed. So, what is the Grandmaster Triathlon all about? 28 games to be played in total between all 8 invited players. The Rapid tournament is over. It was won by Vincent Keimer and David Navarra. The classical portion, this is today round 4 out of 7. Tomorrow, actually this is pretty interesting, Angelika. Tomorrow, they're not going to continue with the classical tournament. They are going to have the Blitz tournament, 14 games of basically round-robin tournament, and then after a rest day, they're going to come back to continue the classical tournament.
And here we have the special, indeed special in the one in whole world scoring system of Grandmaster Triathlon. We already had Rapid behind us. Currently we have classical portion with 4 points for a victory and only 1.5 points for a draw, which brings our players to action, brings our players to play more adventurous chess and risk more. Tomorrow we're going to have Blitz. We're going to talk about it later. And Chess 960, which was played at the beginning, is basically as a final ranking for the tiebreaker in case there is a tie in the points of the players.
That's the time control. As you're seeing, it's a long one. So 2 hours for the first 40 moves, 60 minutes for the next 20 moves. Then, if they don't have enough of this, extra 50 minutes after that, with addition of plus 30 seconds per each made move. Well, sometimes this can lead to time trouble after 4 hours, making things a little bit more exciting.
Exactly, and here we have the prize fund totally 28,500 Swiss francs. We see the prize for first place is 10,000 Swiss francs, and reminding what David Navarro was saying, that there is no prize for 7th and 8th place, what makes the players fight even more. And he said that he was ranked number 7, so he wanted to break that curse and get to the top 6 to get the prize.
Let's hope indeed, Angelika, that David is going to get his prize. But I think it's time for us to jump into the action because the games have already been started. I see something already familiar happening. So my proposition, Angelika, is that we would start with the leader, Vincent Keimer, playing against Yu Yanyi.
Absolutely. We have currently 2 leaders who are sharing the same amount of points, David Navarra and Vincent Keimer. Yesterday, with a great play, with an amazing game victory against Le Quangliam, Vincent Keimer must feel himself very well because, you know, if I recall his previous year performance, I think, if I'm not mistaken, he was almost the last place at the end, and now we see how he's doing. He's doing so much better than last year.
All right, let's go through every move in the game. Vincent remains true to his d4. That's his main weapon. Sometimes he starts with knight f3, c4, or c4, d4, but d4 is the main move of the young German. e6, knight f3, d5, g3, Catalan, there you go. Super popular continuation nowadays. I mean, basically, ever since it was invented. Bishop e7, castles, and knight c3. Look at this. Now, this is the move, Angelika, which I really, really like, because it is, dare I say, very often a testing move. Because, I mean, so that we have a comparison, the classical continuation here is shoot castle. And after shoot castle, d takes on c4, knight e5 at the professional level often is considered to be, you know, testing move if the opponent knows very well the theory. And after knight e5, white is trying to, you know, underline, I have a very good Lasco bishop on g2, and you, dear sir, you're going to suffer because of this bishop on c8. So that's why something like c5, even if there's a symmetrical position, white is usually quite a happy person here. So that's why knight c6, I mean, it's been around for a long time. Now, naturally, there's about knight c6 and bishop c6, but one of the biggest questions here is what happens after knight c6, knight e7, and let's say queen a4, which eventually leads to something like this, right? So white plays either c5 or e5. Sometimes white grabs the pawn on c4, and because of the weakened light squares at the king side, black has a decent counterplay. So this is the backstory. And now the question is, what does exactly knight c3 do? So what is the big difference? There is a difference, because now after d takes on c4, which was played in the game, after knight e5, black can play knight c6, but this gives white an extra option, because after bishop c6, knight c6, queen e8, knight e7, queen e7, queen a4, we haven't yet castled short with white. So if black plays c5, takes queen c5, a very poisonous line is bishop e3, long castle, f3, and white has a very nice pressure. And that's essentially the difference between humans, Angelica, and engines, because engines treat this position like nothing special. However, I already have seen at a very good grandmaster level that white quite often wins this position.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very different approach to chess from human perspective and objectively by the engine. And we see that this was indeed what happened, and c5 was moved to play. So,
Yeah, so
no knight f6.
Yeah,
knight
I think
c6.
he simply chose another continuation. c5, of course, is perfectly playable. D takes, queen disappears from the board, bishop c5. What makes it really interesting is that white is not rushing with knight takes on c4, because Winston says this pawn on c4 is going nowhere. Of course, he could take it, but this allows black to continue development with either knight e5. I think knight e5 looks perfectly normal. Knight c6, bishop d7, and okay, I mean, this bishop here on g2 looks pretty powerful, but might be not enough. So that's why here, first, white starts with a short castle, because it slows down black's abilities to play knight c6.
Yeah, indeed. But the question is, could have king stayed in the center?
I mean, probably.
You know,
Yeah, but
since it's an endgame already.
probably could have, but the question is how to continue. I mean, ideally, what I would like to do, I would like to play bishop e3. So let's say somehow manage to persuade my opponent to trade the bishops, knight e3, knight c4, perhaps even a long castle, hide the king on b1, and have the open d file for my rook. But I don't think it's really so simple because, you know, black can be pretty annoying. He can play bishop b4 check. If you go back with the bishop here, now your king is walking. Maybe this is not really so good. It's quite difficult to tell.
Yeah, of course. So that's why Vincent Keimer, I mean, he's still, of course, in preparation. All these lines have been prepared. We know how good he is in the openings. You know, we know his coach very well. And yeah, so castle was played. And here, currently, black is having this extra pawn, but sooner or later it's going to be taken by white.
Knight e5 is a very common move in these positions. It looks a bit strange because black is not continuing his development. But with knight e5 move, what black essentially does, he closes this long diagonal of white's very powerful Catalan bishop on g2, and then he's thinking about some scenarios where to bring this bishop on c8 in the game. He could have, of course, continued something like knight bd7. Right? After knight bd7, knight takes on c4. The pressure here is immense. Bishop e3 probably will follow. And you see, black has some practical problems to complete development, because if you play rook b8 here, there's bishop f4. A typical problem. So let's say if you play something like knight b6, I play knight a5, attacking this pawn. You play rook b8, again, I play bishop f4.
It's not such an easy position for black to develop, but yeah, that's why knight e5 is so strong, blocking that bishop. And here the question is, should white take the pawn? Because...
It's a good question. You mean immediately on c4?
Yes, and then to play something like knight e3, or no, not bishop e3, knight e3.
It makes sense. I probably, it's safe to assume that Vincent is still in the prep, right? Because he played it very quickly. I personally don't know particularly well this line, but again, the biggest problem for black is develop the bishop on c8 somehow to withstand this pressure. Maybe there's something wrong with this line. Let's say black plays immediately b6, bishop b7 and solves the problems. Either way, Keimer played knight e3.
Wow.
And, yeah, he's willing to double the pawns. Look at that, right? So knight e3, bishop e3, f takes on e3. So black has an extra pawn, white has a shattered pawn structure, but the young German says, I'm perfectly happy with this, because ultimately, how do you continue your development of the queen side?
Yeah, that's indeed a good question, because even though white doubled those pawns, it has a big, big price. And actually, currently, not only there is double pawns, I mean, officially, technically, white is down a pawn, because there is still an extra pawn there on c4. But of course, how will black develop? That's a big, big question.
I'm not even sure if black has to take all of this, but I mean, we could, of course, shuffle the pieces. Knight c6 or knight e7?
Knight d7, I guess you want to.
Knight e7, you don't want to allow me to take on c6, right?
But then you can take on b7. So if you trade, then you can take on
but there's always
b7.
rook b8, right?
Yes, yes, that's what I want.
Right. Now, I think Black would be facing some big decisions, but I'm pretty sure that in none of those scenarios, Vincent is going to take on c6. Let's say knight c6, I'm pretty sure he's going to play knight c4. So you still have problems with development. Bishop d7, you have problems with knight e6. Or probably something like, not sure which rook. Rook d1 perhaps, rook d8, knight e6. Again, how do you protect this? Rook b8, rook c1. I definitely see some immediate threats, right? Knight takes on b7, bishop c6, and this is a double pawn, but it's a pawn, right? It's not a lost pawn, it's not a lost cause for white. So if Eugenie plays something else, if he plays, let's say, knight e7, I think it's going to be exactly the same. So once again, white just takes on c4. He wants to play knight e6. And look at this. I mean, this rook at f1 is not only standing and doing nothing. It's attacking the pawn on f7. So think about knight e6, rook c1, rook c7. I like white's chances.
Absolutely, me too. I mean, that's the plan. That's why Black has to be careful, and Eugenie is taking his time to take or not to take, and most likely after what he sees in these lines, he's not going to take. He's not going to want to take that knight and double the pawns. But yeah, well, the question what to do, because currently there is a threat to take on d5, there is a threat to take on c4. Of course, the most obvious is take on d5. So how to protect that knight, or what to do?
This line, Angelica, looks quite familiar to me. I won't be really surprised if all of this already has been played before. So what Eugenie possibly is doing right now, he's trying to recall what was played before. He's trying to recall what was in his analysis. And then maybe, sometimes it goes like this. You have several continuations in this line. You have 1, 2, 3 continuations. And based on how this game is proceeding, you are evaluating how you stand, and then you just choose what to play. But bishop e3 is played.
So he decided to go for a take, and he's not taking with a knight, he's taking with a bishop. So he wants to keep the knight on d5, blocking that bishop from g2. So now the question is, how are you taking?
That's a very good question, because instead of bishop e3, if Black had continued knight e3, I'm pretty positive Vincent, of course, would have taken the bishop. Why? Because, f takes on e3 makes no sense. Your bishop on c1 is just a very bad bishop. But bishop e3 still only gives white some extra options. Of course, bishop e3 most likely is going to continue. But now that I look at this position, f takes on e3 perhaps is not so bad, right? Because you can always play something like e4, push away the knight, and somehow, try to utilize the power of those two bishops.
And exactly, we are still having the pressure on the f file, on that f7 pawn there. So that's why I think it's interesting to open the file. Of course, this is what Vincent will consider, obviously, if he wants to open the file. But of course, it has a price that bishop for now is going to be closed. And the question is, how are you going to develop it? Because if you push the e4 pawn, of course, it could be a great move to kick the knight, but where is your bishop from g2 looking at the pawn? So that's why it's a really big dilemma, I think.
I'm pretty sure he's going to take with the bishop. So this should be still in a prep, within a prep of Vincent, so bishop e3. The only maybe question here is what kind of other choices does Black have? And perhaps he's indeed going to keep his knight on d5, as you suggested, and instead of knight takes on e3, he might look for something else. And one of the things I see immediately is c3.
c3 is a very nice move, yeah.
This could lead to potentially very interesting and unbalanced situations, because after bishop takes on d5, Black has this very nice intermezzo move c takes on b2. So after rook b1, take on d5 and continue development and probably have a good game. So let's say after bishop e3, c3, I'm not sure, I guess white has to take. Now Black could of course take on c3 or now take on e3 and completely ruin white's pawn structure. For example, something like knight e3, f takes, knight e7. I could easily imagine this happening. So Black would sacrifice the pawn on b7, which is quite a common theme sometimes in some ground file ideas, and then have a very nice pressure here to c file, getting to this pawn on c3. Or if white says no and plays knight c4, then this knight on c5 is a very nice outpost.
Yeah, indeed, it's not so easy. I mean, even though it feels like that white's position might be easier to play because of all those pieces stand there on the queen side, but just a couple of moves is needed for black to develop. That's why Vincent has to be careful. And we see he arrived at the board. Earlier he was not there. I think we are most likely going to see the move very, very quickly. Yeah, he's just going to try to recollect a little bit his thoughts, his preparation, but it feels like he's still there. We see that the Chinese Grandmaster left the preparation because he's spending more time, I would say. He knows the position, he knows the ideas, but not exactly maybe what he prepared for today.
Maybe, yeah, perhaps. You know, you never know really for sure why they're thinking for so long. There might be a couple of reasons. They don't know. They're trying to remember. They're trying to trick the opponent. Brain lag. I mean, there's all kinds of reasons, but yeah, either way, I mean, bishop takes on e3 is played, but can we once again look at this position a bit more closely? So, bishop e3, I like the c3 idea. I'm fairly sure it's going to happen. So, if indeed Vincent recaptures with a bishop on e3, so c3, b takes, and also I wanted to have a look at knight takes on c3. Is this so bad? I mean, white is, after all, down a pawn and cannot really play rook c1 because knight e2 is a fork.
Is there any intermediate bishop c5 after c3?
You mean here? With what idea?
I'm attacking the rook and...
No, I mean, if I include it, what's the idea?
I mean that you cannot take on e3.
Ah, you mean to play c3, then take on e3. You mean this idea? Yeah, but then again, if you want to be really precise, I mean, black can start with knight e3 and then c3. Probably.
Okay, indeed, yeah.
Probably. I mean, but again, there's room for, you know, some interesting ideas. For example, again, I can easily toy with this. Let's say rook c1, probably a ridiculous idea. C takes on b2 and something like rook c7. You know, and I see some. Oh, wait. Is this working?
Rook c8, yeah, I was
Yeah,
also
takes,
looking
takes.
on it.
I
But
don't think it works.
yeah, unfortunately because of the pawn.
Yeah, it would be interesting though. But okay, I mean, initially I saw rook c7, and of course the pawn on b2 is a monster, so you don't do this easily, but there might be some ideas, right? I mean, black is completely underdeveloped, but yeah, I guess with such a pawn on b2, I don't really believe it.
But I think also it's an issue for Yu Yang-yi himself. I mean, he has to look at all these positions where his pieces are staying very passively, and he has to find the right way, how to improve them, what to do to improve them. And c3 indeed is one of those moves which tries to, you know, even though if you're not going to keep that pawn, you're just trying to break the structure of the opponent. So there are more weaknesses, there are more double pawns, more isolated pawns. Yeah, and this is what he's thinking about.
My best guess, it might be wrong though, he's thinking about this order of the moves, c3, knight e3, or knight e3, c3. And he's trying to figure it out. Of course, he could be playing something else as well, like knight c6 or knight e7, but then again, I mean, white always takes on c4. I briefly looked at b5, Angelica, but b5, I think white's response is too obvious. You play a4. Maybe something is here. For example, let's say b4, I guess you just take it, although there's possibilities. b4, knight c4, bishop a6 has to be considered.
But I want bishop a6 immediately.
That's very interesting. That's very interesting. Yeah, take on b5, bishop b5, and let's say something like rook a7. White keeps the two bishops, and I guess with that, also some advantage. So it's not like really only one choice for Yu Yang-yi. He has some ideas here. Now the question is, how deep goes his prep? I guess we'll see. And probably this is a good moment for us also to observe other boards, because this is a moment when you probably want to take something.
Exactly, and the next, maybe we could look at David Navarra, because he's the other leader we are having currently in the tournament. They both, if I'm not mistaken, 17 points, and yeah. Actually, yesterday was, not yesterday, the day before yesterday was a very interesting game for David Navarra. It was losing. I mean, he managed to save. It's incredible. I think it's one of the traits of the true champion, you know, potentially.
Against Erigaisi, right?
Yes, against Erigaisi. I mean, this was amazing how he managed to survive that. Of course, not without the help of Erigaisi.
Yeah, I guess you need some help from the opponent sometimes if you can't do it yourself. I mean, hope for your opponent.
Yes.
Again, E3, look at this. Diak is repeating the same line he played against Winston Keimer. This means he likes this idea. So it just was not one game wonder. He is ready to repeat that. So just to refresh your memory, what happened in that game, I think it was, again, let me try to remember the order of the moves because it was really tricky. I think it was Bishop B4, Knight E2. What did Winston play? Short castle, A3, Bishop E7, Queen B3, and B6. So this is what Winston played in round two, I think.
Yeah.
It makes sense 2 rounds ago. And White was, White continued with E4 and got a pretty pleasant game and a lot of interesting options here for White. However, here after Queen B3, now Daniel Bogdan Diak decided slightly to divert from this game. Perhaps his idea was that, he's going to slightly surprise his opponent because these guys, they prepare very seriously. And obviously their freshest example are the games that the players already have played here. And that's why if Diak already played once Knight G2, you can be sure that the Chinese Grandmaster is ready for that.
Yeah, indeed. And of course, he's ready to face also other moves. Obviously, he was looking at these lines. We know that preparation of Navarro is going very, very deep. And Queen B3 was played.
Did I say Chinese Grandmaster? I just realized it's not the Chinese Grandmaster, it's David Navarro. I thought, where's the Chinese Grandmaster, right? No, it's David Navarro.
No, just the previous game we had.
Everything is so blurry. Sorry about that. Right. So Queen B3. White is forcing matters, attacking the bishop here on B4. Okay. Bishop C3, Queen C3, Queen E7. This is really interesting because it looks incredibly familiar. Could I show it to you?
Of course.
Because I know quite a bit about this line. After Knight F3, Knight C6. This is the main line. Being contested very, very at the highest level. So here White has G3, E3, a very weird move E4 apparently works nicely for White, sometimes even D3. So here White plays E3. And now after Bishop B4, White normally responds with Queen C2, thinking about Knight E5. For example, short castle, Knight E5, and you can't really take it because your knight is on C6, right? That's the main idea. So Black very often recaptures on C3. He plays Queen E7. And now the trick is that after A3, White is thinking about B4, Bishop B2, utilize the power of this Dagstrup bishop. Black has to play D5, right? D5, C takes, Knight E5, when you have some sort of reversed Sicilian Scheveningen, right? Where Black is utilizing all the same ideas. But what makes it very, very curious here, how this position compares without Knight F3, Knight C6 included. This I cannot tell you immediately because let's say here, Queen E7, if we would play Knight F3, Knight C6, we would reach this theoretical position. Now here, A3, this is something else.
This is something else, and here D5. Okay, so it's similar to that line, basically A3, D5, we've seen, but without the knights.
Without the knights developed, Knight E5, Queen C2, short castle. I mean, okay, I guess Black has a number of choices. He could have played C5. Wait. So C5, Black can run into trouble with B4. C takes on B4 is Queen C8. You cannot do that. Okay, so Black gonna play the Marazzi bind, short castle. Now C5 is a thing. For example, you would play Knight F3. I think I will play C5, Knight C6, F6. A very popular system, the Marazzi bind, has a great reputation. So that's why Diak plays B4. And this is essentially a struggle of two ideas. And that's what I love about chess the most, because both of these players, they're happy with this, and one of them in the end will be wrong. Because Black is ahead in development. I mean, he has castle, he has flex of development, and he's thinking about, somehow to open the position to get to the White king, because White essentially what he has developed, it's just the sole queen. And at the same time, White is happy, because White is thinking, okay, you can't do nothing to me anymore, anything immediately. I'm going to play Bishop B2, somehow finish development, and then in the long term, my two bishop power will be decisive.
Exactly, the battle of ideas, the battle of advantages from one side to advantages from the other side. This is indeed the most exciting. The pawn structure is different, anything can happen. We have so many, basically, imbalances in the position. The white's king side didn't develop yet. Black already castled. Black's queen side is not developed yet. The question is what is going to happen, where to develop.
That's right. I think that this potentially could be a game that could explode at some point because Navarra is a genius. There's no denying of this. Daniel Bogdandiak is one of the most creative players here, right? He's playing very interesting chess, very close like Richard Rappert, the current #1 of Romanian chess. He switched from Hungary to Romania recently. Maybe this somehow contributed to his way of thinking and opening preparation. A very interesting player to follow. Actually, I hope that we are going to have Daniel Bogdan here with interview with us at some point because he still hasn't made it. I think he's the only player who has been here still. But yeah, perhaps after this game.
Yeah, maybe for sure, because last games, I mean, he played, it was very, very long game yesterday. The days before, the games were not so happy for Romanian Grandmaster, and he was simply too tired, and he wanted to recover his thought process. If you remember in the first round how like basically tilted he was when he was playing against Lech Wangliam, it was really, really sad to observe. But let's hope that he's going to recover, and in this game we're going to see him here for the interview.
Absolutely. I think it's a good idea now to switch to another game because for David here, I see a lot of possibilities. So he could play f5, f4. He could play knight e7, f5, knight f6. He could still resort to knight c6, although knight c6 doesn't really look so great. He could include a5, b5, knight e7, knight c5. I have no way of telling what is in David's mind because it's unique. It's amazing, right? So let's just switch to a game and come back to this game later.
Exactly. The cards have not been shown. Okay, maybe we could go to the game Jules Moussart against Bassem Amin. Let's see what they have here on the board. Okay. So we have the same, what he played against...
This is the Chigorin line of the Rai Lopez, no?
Yes.
All right, how did I get here? So Bassem changes his strategy because in the game against Lech Wangliam, round 2 or 1 or 2, okay. It's very blurry. I already don't forget. I think it was round 2.
Round 2, yes, round 2.
He was playing against last year's triathlon champion, Lech Wangliam, and he played the Breyer. The Breyer, a variation of the Rai Lopez, one of the oldest openings in chess, super popular, rook e1, b5 here. Maybe let's not go into very basic details why people play Rai Lopez. I mean, it's been around basically since the invention of chess, at least the modern rules. The big idea of the c3, h3 is that white is toying with ideas to play d4. So h3 is necessary to stop bishop g4. So knight b8. Still Breyer, by the way. d4, knight e7. No, nothing has changed. a4. David Navarra against Amin. These couple of rounds ago, he played, what was it? I'm not sure what was the order of the moves. I think it was knight e2 first. What was it? Knight e2, bishop b7, bishop c2.
Knight b8. No. It was knight b8 already was played.
c5, a4, rook e8, knight f1, bishop f8, knight g3, g6. Maybe it was like this, but at some point there was this amazing idea, just to go back.
Yes.
Wait, he didn't include c5. Yeah, he included c5 a bit later. It was like this. So it was like this. He first started rook e8, knight f1, bishop f8, here, a4. Maybe my order of the moves is not very accurate. And here, Bassem after h6, bishop c1 is clearly a shock. That's the story. Lech Wangliam won a very nice game. No, what Lech Wangliam?
David
It's
Navarra.
not Lech Wangliam, it's David Navarra. I just keep mixing up things. Unbelievable. It's David Navarra.
It's okay.
Because he lost against Lech Wangliam another game with black.
Yes, exactly.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
I think it also doesn't matter because all of the players are going to the World Cup afterwards. That's why.
Yeah, because they played back-to-back 2 games.
Yes.
Bassem was playing with black, right? So I just mixed up. Anyway, sorry about that. So c5, bishop c2, they're getting to a similar position. Queen c7, knight f1, and now something changes. Because here, Bassem no longer goes for the idea of rook e8, bishop f8. And you know, Angelica, I can't really help but feel that the post-game interview of Navarra, it was Navarra, had an impact on this decision. Because, you know, the line we just showed you, so it was obviously not Liam, but David Navarra. The line we just showed you, in the post-game interview, Navarra said that this entire idea of rook e8, bishop f8, g6, bishop g7, not always is very good, right? Because then white plays d5 and the bishop on f8 is not really so good. And perhaps this gave some thoughts to Amin Bassem, and he decided to revise his strategy, and that's why here he's keeping the bishop on e7, and he found a different setup. So here, c takes on d4, sort of in the Chigorin variation style. He opens the c file for his bishops, for his rooks, rook fc8, bishop b1, and took an a4.
Exactly. That's why the players are watching the other games as well, and they're trying to learn on others' mistakes. And we got some comment in the chat that today is not festival. Today is not festival, fixable.
I mean,
mixable.
I mean, both of us, me and Angelica, were yesterday participating in chessables, festival, mixable, whatever. It was so late that, yeah, right. But it was really great. So anyway, I hope they're gonna release the video.
Yeah.
Somewhere later. Anyway, jump back to the game. What do we have here?
So b takes e4. So of course, white doesn't want to grab the pawn, right?
I don't know. Why not?
Queen a4.
Queen a4, rook a4 looks normal to me. This bishop on c1 is protected, but bishop d2 was played. Okay, some very deep prep. What can I say, right? But if we go back here, why Black is including this b takes on a4? Because one of the biggest ideas also in the Chigorin is to play d4, d5. After d4, d5, let's say, okay, let me make a couple of not very good moves. So let's say Black plays h6, I play d5, I want to kill this bishop on b7, imprison the bishop on e7, Black plays bishop f8, and then at some point I want to play, I'm not sure, again, what's the order of the moves, maybe this is not necessary, but the big point is I want to play somewhere b4. And this pawn on b4 fixes the pawn on b5. So think about some future ideas that one of the knights might be heading to c3 or even a3. Sometimes the knight goes to b3, a5, c6, sort of exactly in the same style as Jules Mussar against Yu Yanyi.
Yeah,
right?
just wanted to tell that it recalls very much this style of position. I mean, pawn structure is the same. The only thing I think that the bishop, light squared bishop, was traded.
Right. And Black sometimes plays knight b6, knight c4. White ignores it and, you know, focuses on this kingside attack. Again, these are the ideas. And as usual, the devil is in the details. So that's why I'm, again, not so sure what's happening here. But Bassem played b takes on a4, and this means we have a fresh position. But I would not be really surprised if at some point White is going to push d4, d5. But here, d4, d5 probably is not so good, because let's say b takes on a4, if at some point, obviously not here, if at some point you play d5, this gives the c5 square for the knight, and you cannot play b4. So I could easily imagine Jules playing rook takes on a4 at some point, Black plays something, and then he plays d5 and claims some space advantage.
Absolutely, and you know what I'm seeing here, look at the time of Jules Mussart. He almost didn't spend time, so he was playing all the moves pretty fast. He has only he has spent around 5 to 10 minutes, and we have Bassem Amin, who is having already spent more than half an hour of his time. So, of course, it can mean that he's still in the preparation, but he's just recalling the other lines. But as fast as Jules Mussart is playing, it feels like he's still up to date to his files.
Yeah, the Frenchman's preparation is really good. I mean, he's shown some very good prep so far. He has recently had very good success. I mean, his live rating climbed to 2685, something like that. He's the reigning French champion. He's working very hard. His prep is very good. Now, he has dropped some points, and I'm pretty sure that he is the player to watch out also in this tournament. And obviously, there's no underdogs. What makes this tournament so exciting, because we have 8 invited grandmasters, all of them are playing about 2700 level. Okay, it doesn't really matter, 2680, 2720. They're the same, more or less. And what makes it really interesting is that it's difficult to predict who's going to win the tournament, and it really depends who has a good shape at this moment, right? So, and I think we can already make our first assessments that probably Vincent Kammer is in a good shape. David Navarra is sharp. Amin Bassem is recovering. Jules Massard is showing some good chess. And if somebody is a bit, not really doing so well, it's probably, I would say, 3 players. Obviously, it's Daniel Bogdan-Diak, who is a bit suffering, but he's fighting like a lion, right? Then we have Arjun Rigaisi. He's out of shape. I mean, you just can feel that, right? It's just not working for him, and he tries to compensate it with a very fast play, but it just does not work. Yu Yanyi, actually, a bit surprising, right? Perhaps it's not the shape, but it's some luck factor or something, because he was already unable to convert to winning positions in the classical tournament from the Wise perspective.
Yeah, even though he was playing great in the positions where he had chances, for some reason he just couldn't make it. We don't know. Maybe there are some psychological factors, but he won chess 960. That's a big factor. He almost won. He was in the top leaders. I think he was 3rd place of rapid section. But in classical, somehow he has quite some issues. So we will see what's happening in the next round. And maybe he shows us something more in the Blitz tomorrow. Who knows?
But isn't it amazing, right, how psychology plays a big part? Because I can definitely say this from my own experience. Imagine, I'm playing in the tournament, I'm winning some games, and then I start to miss some moments. Like I miss one victory, I miss another victory, and you just start to get this feeling things are going wrong. I'm just not getting lucky here in this tournament, and it affects how you play. Unfortunately, this is what probably has been happening to everybody. I hope this is not the case for Yu Yanyi, but you could see that he is not happy, of course, with his performance in the classical tournament, right? He's here to win. He's here to show that last year's disastrous result in the Chess 960 tournament, when he was substituting Andrei Yasipenko, was an accident, right? He finished 1 out of 7 and then played in MTO. This year he was invited to GMT as the highest seeded player. He wants to show that he's in good shape, and then this happens, right? So it's going to be really interesting to follow. How is he going to continue?
Yeah, exactly. So many changes. If we compare to the first rounds, we see that Bassem is climbing up there. You can see that this is just amazing. Like, basically anything can happen. Even if the person was out of shape at the beginning, he can just continue winning, scoring the points, and get to the top.
Okay, Bishop d2 is on the board. What's the idea? I guess at some point put the bishop on c3. I don't know. Maybe wait for knight b6 so that there's some bishop a5 idea. Sometimes this bishop a5 is pretty annoying. Perhaps that's the whole idea of this bishop d2, right? And then black has some difficulties to dodge this pin. It's a bit too deep for me, but looks like a very good prep.
What about bishop c6 if protecting the pawn with bishop c6?
That's a fair question. I'm not sure if white wants to play this d5 anymore now that the bishop gets to b5. What about something like knight g3? Since the knight, I think, belongs here, let's say you play g6 to stop knight f5, and now I play, something along the lines of bishop c2 perhaps, attack the pawn, you play, I don't know, what do you play? Rook b8 perhaps, I play bishop c3, I protect the pawn, I make some pressure here, I want to take on a4, and then after the bishop trade, play d5 or not play d5 at all. I'm not really sure, perhaps white needs to keep this pressure in the center.
Yeah, it's not so clear, and it's good actually, that white has always the opportunity to push d5, but not pushing yet.
It definitely looks interesting. The Frenchman is ahead on the clock half an hour. So Bassem is too experienced to rush here. He knows this is prep because there's no accident. His opponent has spent only 3.5 minutes. I don't know what he's looking at. Perhaps he's looking for some breakthroughs in the center, because this d6, d5 idea in Ra Lopez very often is a thematic theme, right? And if you manage to get it work, then you just have no problems. Is this d6, d5 working here? You know, this is essentially the same, Angelica, what happened with Amin Bassem against David Navarra, where it was this bishop g5 and bishop c1, because also there he had the possibility to play d6, d5. But again, do you do that if your opponent is still within the prep? Or you try to resort to something more safe? That's the devil here.
Exactly, and normally the players would like to play some move. Maybe it's not the best choice of an engine, but something what opponent doesn't expect, but he didn't analyze it that well. As we had the interview with David Navarra, he said, "Of course, I was ready for d5. Of course, this is the best move." But obviously,
he did say that, right?
Yes,
Yes.
This is the most principled. He said this is the most principled move, and of course, he was ready for it. But the point was from Bassam Amin that he didn't want to go in deeper into preparation, because the deeper you go into someone else prep, I mean, you might not get out.
That's smart. That was so smart choice by David, because I think we discussed this during the broadcast, right? That maybe this is the part of the plan where his opponent has to pick up the gauntlet and go for the principled move. And we discussed this, is Amin Bassem going to do this, right? And again, this is very close to that situation. Maybe here d5 works, maybe it does not work. How do you know? You try to calculate.
According to our chat, actually, this bishop d2 is novelty according to the Leech's database or something. So there were no games played here.
At least not on Leech's.
You know, there are these master games, so.
Right. Unless one of the players was playing anonymously.
Yes.
It's like this has never happened before, right? I mean, none of the players would go to Leech's and anonymously play some sparring games, right?
No, but there is this database of master games, so like not who played on the specific website, but just generally, you know. So.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's select another game.
Okay, so we have not looked yet at the game of Lekwan Gliem against Arjun Erigaisi.
Let's do that.
Okay. Both players lost yesterday.
Okay, the camera feed is not there yet, but don't worry, it's coming back.
Yeah, exactly. Both players lost yesterday. Both players are not in a great mood, but
Nimzo, yeah?
yeah, here we are. Nimzo, okay.
Okay, d4, d5, that's the same. Okay, now there's a diversion. Ragozin bishop b4 has been quite popular in this tournament. Why I'm not getting the camera? Queen c2, and you know, tries to play a simple chess. So here, after knight c3, c takes, white did play something else. He played bishop b4, a3, getting two bishops, and b takes on c3. Okay, not queen takes on c3, but b takes on c3. I guess he's thinking about some ideas to play in the future, c4, maybe, I don't know, bishop g5, e3, and have the two bishop advantage.
Indeed, it looks like.
Bishop b2, very careful move. a4, makes sense. Okay, now he wants to bring the bishop to a3. Here, knight d2 early. White often is thinking about ideas like f3, e4, and if he managed to take the center with two bishops, usually that's a very good combination. Here.
Yeah, especially after c4 is played, so there is no pressure on d4 pawn.
Okay, it's a bit strange order the moves. I guess white was threatening to play a5 at some point. That's why black includes b6. Otherwise, I don't understand this order the moves. Rook e1, bishop b7, and knight f1. And again, a clash of styles, a clash of ideas. Because here, what white wants, really simple. F3, e4, normally, right? I mean, knight g3, f3, e4, this is what he wants. And if the pawn is untouched, play e5, f4, f5, and, you know, let me just show you maybe. So I'll make a lot of useless moves for black so that I get to show you this idea. e4, e5, f4, f5. Okay, here the knight is trapped, but you get the point, right? This is what white wants. At the same time, what black wants, he wants to organize a pass pawn at the queen side. So if white now makes a lot of useless moves, black plays b5, trade the rooks, play b4, and organize this pass pawn. At the same time, keeping a close eye on white's f3, e4.
I can tell you honestly, I don't like black's position. I would love to play this position with white because I like when black is pushing c4. Because I don't think, why black should have done it, because there would have been more pressure on the d pawn, and then e4 would not be an idea. And since the c4 was played, it basically said to white, okay, you are free to go for the e4 plan. And there is no more pressure on the d4 pawn, unless if it was when pawn was standing on c5. Yeah, now this f3, e4 plan looks like, how can you exactly stop it? So normally how you stop it, you're trying to put pressure on the d pawn. But since the pawn moved to c4, there is no more pressure over there.
Sometimes black does weird things here. He plays h5, h4 to counter this knight g3. But then again, this h5, h4 might become a target itself. For example, here, let's say black plays h5. I'm not so sure this is so good. It definitely deserves some attention. So let's say we play knight g3, h4, knight f5, h3. Let's say I could just take on h3, play king h1, rook g1, use the open file, or maybe even play g4, f3, knight g3, grab the pawn on h3. There's a lot of possibilities here.
Indeed, there are many opportunities there, and black should find something right now at this moment, because there are basically white is 3 moves ahead, 3 moves before playing e4. So they need to play just f3, knight g3, or knight g3, f3, and then e4.
Actually, a bit more. This is not yet a threat.
Ah, yes. Then bishop f1
yeah,
also.
4. Technically 4.
Technically 4 moves.
1, 2, 3, 4. All right. But, if somebody, Angelika, can play h5, it's Arjun.
Indeed.
He's not afraid. He's not afraid to look for battle. And he knows this. Of course, he can always just double the rooks at the e file. Maybe something like, g6 to take away f5 square. Let's say knight g3. Now maybe h5. Maybe start with rook e7. Rook e7 is bishop a3. Okay, let's say rook e6. You do your thing. f3, I put the rook on e8, bishop f1, and now I play something like h5, h4, h3, etc., combined with these ideas. And white could potentially sacrifice the pawn, perhaps, at some point, right? Still play e4, bring the bishop to g5. The game is incredibly complex.
Yeah, absolutely. That's really likely to happen.
All right. What else can Arjun do? a6, b5?
It feels like it. Isn't it like a little bit slow, or?
Do you see a faster way?
No, first I think you should to stop this e4 idea, and then you might go for a6, b5.
Okay, maybe g6.
Yeah, maybe start with.
Maybe g6 is like very nice preparation move. I'm not really sure. Or h5. h5, knight g3, and g6. Maybe this is the way to play. Because now you take away the f5 square for the knight. And let's say white plays f3, you play h4, knight h1. I could actually go to f2 and still play e4. And then play bishop g5 and punish you for the pawn on h4.
Yeah, that's for sure is opportunity. So that's why black has to be indeed very careful. Maybe doubling of the rooks was indeed a good idea, to stop that pawn push. Like rook e6, rook e8,
rook e6, rook e8.
Instead of this h5, h4 pawn push. That's the position we were looking at before.
It's difficult to tell, right? Because, Angelika, I see all of these ideas. I definitely know that with the knight on g3, there's this idea h5, h4. I know this idea of g6. I know the idea of doubling the rooks. But how do you connect the dots, right? That's the big question. How do you combine them together? With what move do you start? Do you start with rook e6? Do you start with g6? Do you start with h5? And after every single move, you want to have a clear picture how it feels together with the response of your opponent. And perhaps Arjun has learned his lesson. You can see he's spending time, finally.
Finally, he's spending time, we can see. He doesn't want to play any bullet, any blitz.
So in the previous games, he was very, very fast. Actually, yesterday, Erigaisi resigned with 1.5 hours on the clock. Against Navarra, he made these very big decisions instantly. I mean, he went from winning position to losing position in a time span of something like 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And then saved the game, right? It was absolutely insane. Although he once again was going through the loss to save the game.
This was absolutely incredible, yeah. So, yeah, maybe while Arjun is thinking, we might want to check Vincent. How's he
We can
doing?
do that.
Our leader, one of the leaders.
Let's go to Vincent's game.
Okay, so he finally took that pawn. That's what I can see. And I can see that he didn't take on e3. So he didn't take the bishop.
So he played
Take. That's
a
what
knight
is it?
c6. Okay. And after knight c4, what's your idea? I don't think he should be very happy about this, because if I'm Vincent, I'm playing with white, I'm very happy. Because, again, look at the black's choices here. So let's say you play knight e3. I have the choice of knight e3 or f takes on e3. This is the simple choice. I'm definitely better here with white, right? I mean, I see rook d1, rook c1, knight goes back. Maybe sometimes even snatch on c6 to ruin your pawn structure with an easy game, no risk at all. Of course, I keep also the possibility to play f takes on e3, open the f file. The knight is jumping to d6. This is something we already briefly discussed. Then again, if black doesn't take it, he plays. What do you play? I mean, let's say b6. b6, bishop b7, right? Counter the bishop, the knight, maybe bishop a6 ideas. I guess I just play rook c1, rook d1, preserve the bishop, retreat, e4, bishop c3. Very pleasant.
Exactly, and there could be always the ideas of knight d6 to jump in. Maybe rook d8 could be an opportunity, or I mean b5 probably it's too much.
Here? Because
Yeah.
b5 comes with no threat, because after knight e3, this bishop is too strong.
Yes.
I mean, knight e6
Knight
looks very
e6,
good.
yeah.
Yeah, so these are problem childs. So, yeah, I see there's a mention in the chat that there was some other moves for black played in this position. Knight e3 was tested, b5 was tested, c3 was tested. I was looking at c3. This felt like the critical choice to me. Also, b5, a4, and seeking something here. I think even simple b takes on a4 could be a move, right? So you take this pawn, and then somehow you try to activate your pieces.
But if you take the pawn, then rook takes on a4, a7 is weak, c4 is weak. It looks.
There's also f6. Push the knight back. Yeah, so you have no jumps here. Knight, wherever it goes, f3. Now you play b takes or b4. It seems very critical, actually. So this line definitely felt very critical, and the same idea of c3. So perhaps what I would have played probably f6 and b4, because I have more clarity. I would be a bit afraid to play against an opponent who is deeply prepared. I would be a bit afraid to enter this, because this feels like something that my opponent should definitely know. I mean, takes, you know. And if I wouldn't have a real plan how I'm going to continue, then I would probably not go here. But I still think that knight e7 is fine. I mean, sacrifice this pawn.
Yeah.
You know, maybe it's not. I don't know. Let's say takes here, rook b1. But I know these lines very often where black willingly sacrifices the pawn, although I see Bar is laughing. Okay, fine.
No, I think, that Yuyangi also understood that Vincent is still in his preparation, the position where he cannot develop the pieces were a little bit too much for him. So he decided to play this knight c6 with the idea to basically force white to take on c4. And now black has some time to develop. Rook d8 was played. Very logical move, developing. So now we want to develop the bishop as black. And I mean, I don't think black wants to ever take on e3. Black wants white to take on d5. That's of course, most likely will never happen, but that's what black wants.
I mean, he can want it, but it's never going to happen because Vincent is never going to give up his precious bishop on g2. So I assume that the Chinese grandmaster's idea is to play bishop d7 and bishop e8. Sometimes this bishop on e8 looks rather weird. But then again, I mean, you can always bring it in the game. So you play bishop d7, bishop e8, rook c8, you complete your development. Okay, I think he knows he's worse. He should know that, right? But perhaps he feels this is the lesser evil, right? So is he a lot worse? Probably not, just worse. Is the position holdable? Probably. Is the opponent out of the trap? Most likely. So perhaps this is what contributed to his choice, right? Because sometimes players deliberately choose slightly worse combinations, but they are kicking the opponent out of the trap.
Exactly, and I'm looking at ideas of playing b5 and bishop b7 in this position, trying to develop the bishop. Why not? Bishop b5. There is no knight d6 anymore.
Where bishop b5?
Not bishop b5, b5.
You mean here?
No, b5. No, to play b5. Idea from black.
Ah, you want to play b5?
Yeah,
to
b5,
stop
bishop
knight d6.
b7.
Yeah, it's a move. So, yeah, maybe you're right. Actually, b5 could be a move. So I would be thinking perhaps I can start with rook c1. So that I'm discouraging you to play b5, right? So b5.
Knight a3.
I don't want to put it on a3, but maybe I have to. Knight e2 is probably impossible, yeah?
Mission impossible.
Mission impossible. Oh, wait, I'm just winning something here. Am I? Knight b4. Take. Looks dangerous for black. Okay, I'm ridiculous. This is not working, but it looks dangerous because black is still underdeveloped. But again, chess is very concrete.
There could be also some knight f3 take. We should always look.
Yeah, knight
at
e3,
some
rook b8. You're right. Yeah, b5 definitely deserves attention. Although I do believe he's going to play here, but we're going to see. Actually, let's not completely also rule out e5, bishop e6.
Yeah, actually, yes. e5 with the idea of developing bishop and e6 is also very much possible.
Oh, by the way, but that's a good question, Angelika. How do you meet this? Because black might have two ideas here. So he might want to play e5, bishop e6. Let's say you continue your rook c1. Now I play e5. And then I want to play bishop e6, f6 with the sole position. Still better for white, because I love my bishops. And if white stops this and plays rook d1, now b5 could be a move. Although now we can retreat to the knight on d2 because the knight on d2 is protected. So knight e3, f takes on e3, bishop b7. White is still seriously pressing.
White is pressing, but maybe actually the other rook on d1. I mean, because then if we...
Here? Why?
Okay, but then he's not going to take on e3 yeah? if we are going to
No,
place.
I think you want to position the rooks here,
Yeah.
right? One rook goes here, the second rook goes here. I mean, sometimes there's exceptions, but this rook here in f1 doesn't do much.
Yeah, just in that line where there was a trade on e3, we would love rook on
on f1.
Yeah, but yeah.
Perhaps. So, rook d8 is played. My guess would be that he's going to continue with rook d1. And then I'm not totally sure what's going to happen. b5 looks like a very responsible move. Can I sacrifice a pawn, bishop d7? The point is, if you take it, rook d5, bishop e6, we have obstacle bishops, and I'm very active. Wherever takes. Could be some serious chances to save this, you know. Although a pawn is a pawn, I think Vincent is going to take his both hands here. But let's say after after bishop d7, there's knight d6 to consider, attacking the pawn. And maybe now you can take on e3 because you don't have the rook on f1, by the way. So f takes on e3, but then again, how do you deal with this?
And then there could be rook df1 and
You go back.
potentially.
Rook b8 doesn't work. There's knight b7. Okay, maybe black cannot really take on e3. Knight d6 looks very unpleasant. You know, I would be definitely thinking for black to sacrifice this pawn, but knight d6, if I don't see anything concrete how to defend this pawn, maybe rook b8. And I still insist to sacrifice this pawn. But is this the same? That's just down a pawn for nothing, basically. Yeah, now this knight is on d6, beautiful, and no, he's never going to go here.
No, it doesn't look like this, so that's why the e5 is one of the ideas, but after rook fd1, I mean, maybe indeed something like b5 might happen. So as we just discussed, there are two ideas for black, how to develop the bishop, and so far white doesn't know which of them will go for, and rook fd1 is stopping one idea, but maybe the other could help black develop that bishop.
Okay, maybe after rook d1, black doesn't play bishop d7, he's going to play b6.
Or b5? We were looking at...
I said that's a very responsible move. I mean,
yeah.
I want to believe that Eugenie is a very responsible man, so I'm not really sure he's going to be willing to play b5, which is, of course, with the tempo. But what about a more solid approach, like, you know, b6, bishop b7, rook c8, you know, wait or something? I guess white can always play just rook c1, bishop b7, and bishop d2. Keep the bishop, and then play maybe bishop e1, e3, and start to press the opponent in earnest. I would choose white 10 times out of 10, definitely. There's no denying.
Yeah, for sure. The bishops are very active. The center is open. There's enormous pressure on black. How do you continue this?
You know, it's quite interesting, Angelika, because yesterday it was the Chinese grandmaster who had two bishops against his opponent, Daniel Bogdan-Diak. He misplayed it. He lost his extra pawn. He lost the two bishop advantage, and he was held to a draw. So today he is in reverse roles against Vincent Keimer.
Exactly.
This is going to be a very positional, nice game, so I don't expect a lot of fast moves here. So my proposition, Angelika, is let's, again, move on. And, again, let's go back to David Navarra.
Okay. So quite some new moves. I think we left at the moment, I mean, we left pretty early on.
Not much has changed, really. So
We left
b4.
here before, yes.
Okay, there you go, bishop g4. Like I said, it's difficult to predict what black is going to play. So David's idea is sometimes to put the bishop on g6 so that it has a better control of the center. Bishop b2, easy move, knight e7. Yeah, this is the thing, by the way. If I could only show one of the ideas of the Sicilian card, if I may, just to explain the idea. So Sicilian Khan is something where I know quite a bit. Why am I showing you this from the black's perspective? Maybe I can switch it. So a6, let's say white plays something like bishop e2, and black needs to understand that this knight on c3 is only when you play b5. Because here, white plays knight c3, one of the main moves, you'll play b5, you'll play bishop b7, you want to play knight f6, b4, and attack this pawn. So that's the big idea in a nutshell. So sometimes white is tricky, and he doesn't do that. He plays bishop e2 immediately, and you think it's the same, right? I mean, I'm going to play b5, bishop b7, knight f6, attack this pawn, but the knight is not on c3. So this gives white some extra options, something like a4, b4, and at some point, I'm not saying right now, at some point, knight e2. You see, white has gained some time to find a better square for the knight. So knight c4, a5, knight b6 suddenly become serious threats. So we go to the current position of what they have here. Now let's switch it back. Do you see the resemblance?
Yeah,
There's definitely some resemblance, right? Because again, it's important to study these structures, recognize the ideas from different openings. The black knight is not on c6, and Navarra recognizes this, right? He knows the knight on c6 is not good, and he treats this b4 like a
b5.
early move.
Yeah.
It's early move. So he is never going to play knight c6 now. So he started with bishop g4. I'm not so sure about that. But he's thinking, he's definitely thinking about the same idea. A5, B5, knight C5, and take care of the B3 square.
Yeah, indeed. So b4 would have been better played if the knight was standing on c6, and we were talking with you at the very, very beginning at the same position with knight on f3 and knight on c6. So here we see already so many differences why this position is in a way in favor for black. I mean, not position, but the move order is slightly in favor for black.
And this is where very often come some of the best innovations in chess, because chess very often is the same situation with colors reversed. So really good players, sometimes they take ideas from this reverse variation. So they look at the ideas, for example, at the Sicilian Rossolino, and then they take it to the English opening. People look at the English opening, and then they take the ideas to the Sicilian, right? So very often it's colors reversed. And sometimes, this was once my discussion with my friend Igor Kolenko, right? With whom I wrote together the Sicilian concourse for Chessable. And sometimes once we had this discussion, and he said, it's actually laughable, you know, that he had read some article where was praised a certain combination, a new idea from the black's perspective. But he said, everybody plays this from white, right? From the white's perspective, this is a known idea. So it just took somebody to realize that you can apply the same idea to black. It's not a new idea. It's just we have reversed the colors, given an extra tempo, and there you go. It's exactly the same. It's not new.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why so many openings are being played, you know, also with white pieces, you know, trying to get the same structures as with black, but with extra tempo, and in that way having the better position.
All right, so quite a bit improvising moves were played out here. Bishop d3, a typical Khan move. I would easily imagine myself playing this from the black's perspective. A great Khan for white. Knight f6 goes back, h3, bishop h5, and now knight d2. Very interesting game from Diak's perspective. He's the one who is improvising, thinking about knight g3, knight f5, perhaps g4, h4, h5. I like this.
What a clash we have here, Diak against Navarro. I mean, this is going to be for sure an exciting game. Different ideas, the clash of ideas in the position, and yeah, both players, even though Diak right now is in the last place and we know that David Navarro is leading, it doesn't change anything, of course. Both are very, very strong players. Let's see how Bogdan Daniel Diak is thinking here. He's considering, he's in deep thoughts.
I think it also makes sense to zoom into Daniel Bogdan Diak, because we see a very rare occasion when, not at his move, he's sitting at a board.
Yes.
So, I mean, very often he's standing up and walking, and he's, I guess, trying to change something, or he just finds this position to be so attractive that he just can't get up, and he wants to use all of this time to calculate things, right? So there you see Daniel Bogdan is in the action, and
maybe he just only stands up when he's low on time, when he has 20 seconds.
I think I'm going to jinx it. He's going to get up right now.
No, it's his move, right?
His move.
It's his move. And
A5 was played.
Navarro has just played a E5, exactly, and that's why Bogdan Daniel Diak is thinking. No, I think he likes the position. He likes how many ideas there are, how diverse it is. It's really...
I don't know what's going to happen here. B5, the problem of B5 is knight C5. I don't like this from the white's perspective, because black gets to, you know, create some problems against my bishops, and if I have to spend some tempi to save them, this is what I don't like, because there's bishop g6 incoming. So pretty sure that B5 is not going to happen. Sometimes in the Sicilian Khan, obviously with colors reversed, white or black, from that perspective, plays b takes on a5. But then again, we have knight c5, right? So this pawn on a5, it doesn't really play any role, and it's far more important to eliminate these bishops. So what else? Maybe sacrifice this pawn. What about this one? So I could play something like a short castle. By the way, the pawn on c7 is under attack. Minor little thing.
Yeah, but it cannot be taken, right?
I have no idea.
Yeah, because...
oh, wait, it's trapping the queen. But,
yes.
But looks so dangerous.
It looks, yeah.
Maybe it
It's
works.
very
I don't know,
dangerous.
but I don't like it.
Yeah, of course.
I don't like it, definitely.
You
So,
don't want to take.
yeah, I guess a short castle, takes. Queen b4 could be a move. And now, white could somehow try to activate his bishop with f4. Wow, look at that, f4 somehow. How do we do that, Angelica? I mean, I'm not sure.
F4 somehow.
Like here. What about f4 here? E4. E4 is a problem. Okay, what if we start with knight g3? Knight g3, bishop g6.
There is a threat now. Bishop d3 is a threat.
And now f4.
But
Oh,
now bishop d3 is a threat,
I mean,
I'm
you're
saying.
right. You're right. Okay, if I protect from this, it's slow, yeah? And then play f4. Now, this is slow. I mean, I don't even see any threats even if I open this diagonal.
What about bishop f5 if you play?
You mean here?
So queen b4. Yeah, here bishop f5 is. Oh my god.
Yeah, the knight.
The knight, yeah.
Wait, maybe knight g3 here, and now bishop f5. F4.
Combine ideas.
I'm not very sure I would do this myself. I think I would play this again in the Blitz game. When you need this very fast initiative in a classical tournament, I would probably think twice before doing this. But the big question is, how else do you meet this move? Do you want to play something as slow as queen b3? Doesn't feel right. Bishop c3 just drops the pawn. Rook a1, queen b4. I mean, why do you need to do that? Castle. Castle is the way to go. And maybe he has second thoughts. Maybe he doesn't want to give up the pawn because he feels this is too much of a responsible decision.
b5 is too much, yeah?
b5 again, knight c5. b5, b takes, and a5, it's the same. There's
Yeah,
knight
knight
c5.
c5. We don't.
Maybe this is slightly better. Yeah, takes here, and now he gives away this bishop. Something like knight g3, show castle, and still the same f4, by the way.
It looks like white is somehow overloaded, There is a5, this break, pawn on b4 is hanging, king is still not castled. Some problems in the position.
Actually, I like this. Like he sacrificed the pawn, yeah. No, he played knight g3, my apologies. He didn't sacrifice nothing. So,
Okay.
knight h5, bishop h7 is a threat, so you could expect bishop g6, play it out very quickly. Or does it change? Maybe now. Maybe now you take it. Knight c5, bishop g6, h takes on g6. You play a castle, some sort of a rook a5, and a4. Can I do that? Because if the f-file opens, I have the beautiful bishop. And after e4, there's a room for hostilities like f5, f5, g5. Although knight e3 is a big problem, I don't understand how to meet this.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, somehow it feels like black doesn't have much of a problem at all in the position.
Right. And he finally gives up.
Play the move? Knight g3 was a move? Okay,
No,
I thought
knight
that.
g3. He played it.
I thought
he
bishop
finally gives up.
g6 was a move. So David Navarro is not yet playing, but we expect bishop g6. It's very logical.
Is he really calculating a takes on b4? That would be like accepting a thrown gauntlet. So knight h5, takes, here. I mean, there's no way David is going to go here.
No.
Of course.
Of
This
course,
looks so
bishop.
risky. I don't like this, of course. Bishop g6 was played. Immediately play bishop takes on g6 by the remaining grandmaster. Sometimes black plays f takes on g6 to bring the rook in the game.
In the game, he took with the h pawn. And b5 was played now.
All right,
Interesting.
now. Wait, but this actually changes something because now
There is
knight
no,
c5 makes no sense.
no bishop.
No bishop. White also might have an option to play h4, h5 to open the h-file.
How tricky these players are, it's incredible.
That's right.
Like they're just trying to choose the best move order in order to
Can I do this? It just looks so logical. Ah, wait, but then white is better. Takes, you're gonna take on e5, that's a fork, but I just play king e2. White is definitely better here. Something like rook c1, okay, that's no blunder, a fork. Rook c1, rook c4, double the rooks. The pawn on c7 is a target, black has no targets.
Yes, and e5 is a target, yeah.
Also, yeah, of course.
Okay, so that's why queen c5 maybe is a bit too much, but the question is, what is threat right now from white? Is there any threat?
I mean, maybe a4. Fix this as a weakness. a4 with the ideas, knight c5, knight b3.
I think we have always checked some ideas of taking on c7.
But probably before castling, queen c7 is very dangerous, no? Let's say a4, queen takes, rook here.
The only move is to take.
Take. Although queen is retreating here on f3, let's say I go here.
Even queen a6 is possible.
I think it just repeats the
Queen
position.
a6 is...
Queen f3, take. I simply wouldn't go here for white, right? It just feels I'm never going to win this at all, right? Maybe I make a draw. I'm up a pawn, but I'm behind the development. No, I'll never take this. So a4 makes sense. Short castle most likely because you need a castle at some point. And now maybe this is where David is thinking about something like knight c5, try to land the knight on b3, perhaps trade the pawn on c7 for b5. Really difficult to tell at this point.
Yeah, indeed, very, very difficult. But David Navarro has obviously something in mind. I mean, he was, I guess, looking at these lines. I mean, they are looking at many moves. They are looking at many continuations. In the game against Arjun Erigaisi, he actually confessed that he blundered that knight d5 move, which it was very funny as he was telling to us. He was calculating this to some other continuations, but exactly at that moment, he played the bishop c5 and he exactly blundered it. But normally, Czech Grandmaster is not blundering such things, so that's why this is something for sure he was looking at.
So Navarra is a human being confirmed, just like everybody else. They're not robots. They're
not
making
a machine.
The same mistakes, right? They just understand this game so much better, perhaps, than everybody else. But of course, very often, and this is what I really like, that comes in a super grandmaster with you to analyze the game, and I really like this humble approach. He says, I think, I'm not sure, probably, right? He also assumes a lot of things because you can't really know for sure a lot of things, right? So he thinks, yeah, probably, it's not very clear. And also I was going through this game, I mean, when they were going through the game of David Navarro against Jules Mussar in the game analysis yesterday, they had this crazy endgame where the a-pawn is running, and none of them could immediately tell what's going on, right? Because you can't immediately look at the position and tell what's happening there. So we just say, okay, this is unclear, right? I mean, I don't know what's happening there.
Yeah, you have to absolutely calculate move by move, and there are many, many continuations. And just recalling from yesterday, a game of Vincent Keimer against Lech Van Gliem, where both players blundered mate in two. I mean, for sure, Lech Van Gliem would not go for it. So it means not only Vincent didn't see that he could give him mate in two, but also Lech Van Gliem, I mean, blundered it most likely, or okay, maybe there was no way, but he had to. He could have given a checks, but
That's right.
So,
I mean, that's what makes chess so exciting. That's why we love this game. That's why you're watching this game right now, because chess is mastering the game of chess is the impossible dream, right? Even the best players in the world, including Magnus Carlsen, they know the best, but they're still so far away from mastering it, right? It's like just impossible to achieve scenario. That's what really attracts people, this mystery of chess, right? This unique abilities to these billions and billions of possibilities. And even if you think you know everything, you still know nothing, right? So, all right.
absolutely. So,
Let's select another game.
yeah, exactly. Let's go to maybe Jules Mussart against Bassam Amin.
All right. Here we go.
Also, not much has changed, yeah?
Only a couple of moves, actually.
But one decision was made, so actually Black decided to take.
Right. So bishop d2, sorry, beta
this
x 4
was-
bishop d2.
Yeah, this we had.
It makes sense. You want to get the knight on c5, although this comes at the expense of giving up the center and f5 square for the knight. But Bassam says, listen, you land the knight on f5, I'm going to play always bishop f8, so no big deal. I'm not really sure, because, wait, after knight f5, there's always knight b3. And the pawn on e4 is under attack. If white plays knight g3, very often the typical response for black is to play d5. d5, e5, knight e4. And then white could play knight f5, queen g4. Let's not blunder the bishop on d2, but this also has a potential to become a very interesting game.
Indeed, it has quite some potential, and this take was very, very responsible decision. But of course, in exchange for that, black got the c5 square. White is going for f5. So what to play for white now?
And there's a lot of moves. I mean, knight g3 is the first move, obviously, which jumps to my mind. f3, I don't think it's ever going to happen.
No.
Because it weakens the king, it closes the queen. So I would say something like knight g3, maybe knight f5. Perhaps there's a room for a very creative rook a3 at some point. At some point, okay, maybe not right now because it drops the pawn on e4, but I do see this rook lift.
Yeah.
And then maybe after rook g3, f3 could be a possibility because suddenly this queenside rook is exactly where it belongs, and the pawn on a4, well, I feel it doesn't really do anything in this position. That's why I wouldn't be really concerned about it.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe also, I mean, the other move which could protect is queen e2. I don't know if we want to play something like this.
But it doesn't protect anything.
Oh, that doesn't protect, of course, because
Maybe queen f3.
queen f3, yeah.
But then again, you put the queen on the same diagonal as the bishop. I think just knight g3 here. So most likely,
Yeah.
Jules, what he's doing right now, he most likely is looking at knight g3, and he's trying to calculate what happens after the next move, which is most likely d5.
Yeah.
Or maybe g6. Actually, g6 makes sense to position the bishop on g7 to limit these knights. But this is more forcing, basically asking you to play d5, e5, knight e4. And and then you want to have a good understanding what happens here. Maybe bishop f4, or maybe he's about somewhere here. Just trying to get a good feeling. Because sometimes when you can't even calculate these lines until then, everything is so unclear. You just try to, to get this feeling what exactly is happening here. And that would be my guess.
Yeah, absolutely. And we expect knight g3 from the French Grandmaster. He actually is VC, have 1 hour and 50 minutes on the clock, while Basamin has more than 1 hour less. So he has 43 minutes right now. It means that just recently Jules Moussard was basically start thinking on his own. Okay, of course, he maybe still has something from preparation he remembers, but as we remember, actually, he was explaining yesterday that he was trying to memorize where was his pawn, and he memorized, okay, some position, and I had the pawn on b4, and that's why he tried to play this b4 move to have some similar positions, but it was not quite similar, and every position is unique with unique opportunities, so he's going to think here for some time.
I really like this one particular quote, which jumps to my mind, of Fabiano Caruana. He once said something about opening preparation. Now, I could talk from Basam's perspective. So you suspect your opponent has made a prep, a very deep prep, and then you make a move, and he doesn't know it. There are conflicted feelings for you, because from one hand, you're very happy that you have managed to lure your opponent away from the preparation.
Look what Jules is doing, something there on the board.
Right. From the other hand, maybe the move that you have played is just a bad move, right? And that's why he's thinking that, and that's why you have these conflicted feelings. Yeah, you managed to surprise my opponent, but perhaps I'm already borderline losing. So what did he play?
He didn't play here. That's what I'm saying, that he was just trying to do something on the board. Maybe something was there, and he was just trying to remove it a couple of times.
Like a fly?
I don't think the fly, but maybe something, I don't know. Maybe that's why Basamin came, because he saw that Jules Moussard made the move, but he was actually just removing some, I don't know, dust, or I have no idea.
All right.
Remember, like yesterday, we saw that he offered a draw, but he just said Jadub, and then David Navarra just was basically just saying, okay, like no problem. And we saw that there was a draw offer.
Right. All right, let's continue to observe the games. So we are gonna very soon make another break, first break of the day actually. So let's jump to the game of Argentina guys against Kwang Liem, see what happens there. And since nothing is dramatic happening right now, I think we could simply take the first break and show you one of the interviews we had, right? But first, let's jump to this game.
Of course, let's look, because this is the last game we haven't checked in our second round of checking the games. Okay. So actually, Black went for b5, and then e5. Wait. This is... So b5 was played, yeah? And
Yeah.
after take...
He decided to push it. He didn't take it actually.
he didn't take,
Bishop a3. You can take the pawn on a4, queen a4, bishop c6, queen went back, a5. I mean, Black automatically has achieved something. He has the outside pass pawn at the queen side. However, it's not going anywhere really.
I think that Kwang Liem was considering what to do, to give Black this a pawn, or to trade and give opportunity for Black in the future to push for b4 to create this c4 strong protected pass pawn. And he decided, okay, I'm just going to block this a pawn in some way, and it's not going to move forward.
I like this choice because,
Yeah.
you know, after a takes, also rooks could potentially disappear at a file, and then this entire idea of e4 perhaps doesn't look so strong because you want to have as many pieces on the board as you can to start a kingside attack. So bishop a3 looks very human to me. B takes. I'm not really sure you have to recapture this pawn because it's not doing much. Okay, queen a4 was played. Here, queen goes back, a5. Rook e to b1.
That's interesting.
That is definitely interesting because he basically abandons his idea to play e4. And maybe here, the Vietnamese grandmaster, he realized that e4 is actually very difficult to achieve because, again, knight g3, g6, h5, h4 is always an idea. And Black is perfectly ready to anticipate e4. And that's why here Liem changes the game. He switches to the queen side. And this is actually, Angelica, something that I really like to do myself. I mean, you have a clear plan that you want to execute. Your opponent naturally is seeking for his counterplay. Then, based on what he is doing, you adjust your plan and make the moves which are possible only because, thanks to your opponent. And it's like you underline this move. Listen, pal, this is only possible because of you. Right? And sometimes, you know, these psychological tricks, they're unpleasant to the opponent because he starts to question, did I make the right choice, right? I mean, maybe I shouldn't have played b takes on a4 because now suddenly my opponent has this possibility he didn't have before.
And look at that bishop on a3. I mean, Black doesn't have dark squared bishop, and I don't think knight ever goes for the b5 square. I mean, maybe that could be a plan, maybe in some way, but I don't see right now how Black's knight could get to the b5, I mean, like in the next couple of moves, so it's really a long way there. And that's why bishop on a3 is indeed very annoying piece for Black, I would say. It's blocking the a pawn. It's in the future could go to even c5 if needed. It helps the rooks, it helps to block the pawn. I mean, this is just such a great piece. Even though the position is closed for now in the center, of course, e4 is anytime possible to go for this plan. But this bishop on a3, I like it so much.
Arjun has played knight b6 in the meantime. He's thinking about bishop a4, bishop b3 ideas, I guess. Not really sure what the bishop would do there. So,
but there is even something like bishop d1, and if bishop a4, then we remove the queen.
yeah, but my point, Angelica, is that even if I put a bishop on b3, what's it doing there? I mean, it stands nice at play a4, but then what? Okay, maybe his idea is a bit deeper, you know, put the bishop on b3, and then land one of the knights on b5.
Yes, so knight c8, knight a7, knight b5. If possible, to trade the bishop, of course.
I'm not sure about all of this, but okay, I mean, what else to do for black? Okay, it's at least an idea. There's this belief, better a bad plan than no plan at all. Not sure, but otherwise I can't really explain knight b6. Why would you want to do that? The only idea I see is taking care of this a4 square. Not the knight, because the knight is doing nothing there, probably the bishop. And if the bishop, then you want to play bishop b3 next.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, here we see Arjun thinking about his choices. He's basically always he's sitting at the board. Today he spends more time. Actually, one of the rare occasions when the young Indian grandmaster is below on the clock. So he would always have this like extra hour on the clock. And he's trying, he's definitely trying to change something. Because if the game is not going for you, if the results are not good, you're trying to change something. You're trying to change the openings, you're trying to change the way you prepare, you're trying to change the way you play out the game. You need to change something apparently because what you're doing, it's simply not working.
Absolutely, and that's what he's considering. I don't know why rook e to b1. Why not rook a to b1? I mean, it feels like rook on a file, besides potentially supporting the pawn, doing nothing, but the bishop is standing there.
It's a great question. Yeah,
Yeah,
actually,
like
you know, now that I look at this, indeed, rook b1 also looks perfectly logical. And then after knight b6, you sometimes can dream about these ideas to play e4. Maybe black wouldn't play knight b6 then, and he would do something else. Who knows, yeah?
Yeah, for sure.
I think that what we could do now, Angelika, we could make our very first break, because you see action has clearly slowed down. The players have played out their openings. There is a battle for an advantage. Things are not yet clear who is taking the upper hand. I see the engine really liked like Wang Liem's position, at least the bar, before a couple of moves, then it dropped. Winston Keimer has the better position. What else is happening here?
Jules Mussart.
Jules Mussart has
Interesting,
complicated
unclear.
position against, indeed,
Bassem Amin.
Bassem. And finally,
David Navarro.
yeah, that's going to be a very interesting game. David Navarro against Daniel Bogdanyak potentially could become the most interesting game of the round. I so look forward to this. So we are going to make a short break, and what we could do so that your break is more interesting, we have prepared for you a couple of interviews to follow, because Angelika, she's responsible for the Beauty Awards, awarding some of the most beautiful games.
People.
No, not people, games. People who play the most beautiful games of the round. And she's coming here in the mornings interviewing the players. So we are going to play you one of the interviews. Hope you enjoy it, but don't go anywhere. Short break. We'll be back with action.
Exactly. See you very, very soon.
See you soon.
Welcome back to 56 Biel Chess Festival, and we have again Beauty Awards, and the winner of the Beauty Awards of the MTO tournament is here with me, Leonardo Vincenti. Congratulations on your game. It was quite a nice win.
Yeah.
Really, really nice converted. So let's see how it went.
So I prepared against my opponent, and I saw that after e4, c5, he played this move a3. That I didn't know, because the idea of a3 is to go b4, like in a knight c6, that is a very logical move, before sacrificing the pawn, and after knight takes c3, white has a very good center. So I saw that the g6 was a very nice move. Like this is b4, I can play bishop g7 and attack the rook. He played knight c3, I play bishop g7. I saw that he had 5 games here with all bishop c4, so I prepare against bishop c4. And I saw knight c6 to develop my knight, and then to go in to go to the square d4. He played d3, and here I don't know if first d6 or first d6.
But you were still in preparation?
Yeah.
Or? So you expected this a3, yes?
Yeah. And after d6, here he always played bishop a2. So I was expecting bishop a2 and then e6, and then to go on. But he played f4.
He surprised you, yeah?
Yeah, a little bit, but it's like
Normal, yeah.
yeah, close Sicilian with knight c3 and a3. That is not very good. I tried to re-enter with e6. I thought here he would play bishop a2, but he played knight f3. I played knight e7, and here he played the bishop a2. And here I thought that he gonna castle, then bishop e3, and I will play knight d4 and then start my attack on the queen side. But he played I played so castle, and he played this move h4 that is very surprised me, because f4 and h4 I thought a little bit strange, so I immediately played h5.
Yeah, he weakens too many squares. Say
Yeah,
g4,
yeah,
h3,
g4.
f4, it's getting
And
weaker.
after knight g5, I thought his idea is to play g4, but I thought d5 to react in the center, and if g4, I thought f6. And when I played d5, I thought that the knight has to go here on f3, and then I can take. He has to move and have a good position. And I saw even the sacrifice that he made. But after f6, I recognized that he has knight h3. I will take knight h3. I take, queen takes, and
Here, new variation.
queen g4, and here I was want to play knight d4, queen g2, and then maybe I don't know, maybe b5.
Yeah, and just pushing on the
Yeah.
king-queen side. And the question is where king wants to castle, because here is everything
Yeah.
opened, and also the queen side there are also problems.
And he can't because
Develop also.
yeah. So I was and this sacrifice surprise. Yeah, after f6, g takes h5 surprised me, because I saw it, but I don't think that is good. And after f takes g5, h takes g5, queen e8. Maybe he missed queen e8. That is a very resource, because here he wants to take knight takes and queen h5 threatening it. So after queen e8, he played bishop d2. Strange, but he won the castle. But after g takes h5, I thought, yeah, rook h5 was a logical move. And here I play knight d4 with the idea that if the queen, with the idea of threatening c2, and if after rook h1, rook h2, rook h2, I thought that it wasn't a good move, because I thought knight g6, and on f5 that is a very logical move. Knight e5, I'm threatening knight f3. Instead, if here he played rook h1, I can play knight g6, f5, knight e5. I'm threatening, but I'm not threatening.
So maybe rook could go on h1 or h3, yeah? Not
Yeah.
on h2?
On h3, but is very
No, on h3 dangerous, yeah.
yeah. So on knight d4, he played rook h2, I played knight g6, and here I saw queen h5. And first, after queen h5, I saw knight takes c2, king d1, knight takes a1, queen h7, king f7, and here I thought f5. That it was a logical move, because I'm threatening rook h8. And here it was not very clear, only that
Maybe knight e5 here.
yeah, but f6
Yes.
maybe.
Yeah, that's a...
I am maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But I saw instead of f5, maybe this, and I'm not very secured. Maybe this and this, but it's very tricky. And and the engine is saying that knight c2 is wrong. But I find this nice idea. Queen takes knight f3, and a triple.
Royal fork.
Yeah. and I expected after
Knight
knight
h4.
h4, I expected this.
This and
Yeah, knight c2, king d1, knight a1, and I'm a rook up, but he can try to get my knight, and at least I have a quality up, so I thought that it was okay. But he played queen e8, that I saw it, but it's I have a piece up for only 2 pawns with no attack for him, so I played the knight. 3, he played the rook d1, I take the queen, he played the rook f2, and I was thinking of b5, but I don't like for this. And,
a little bit too early, yeah, maybe.
so I thought knight takes d2, like this after king takes b5. Oh, I first takes because on b5 there's the same problem. So d takes c4, I thought the knight takes to attack him, and I would play b6, then bishop b7, and rook a d8, and I have he takes with the pawn, and here b5, it's okay because there's not
The pawn, yeah.
yeah. And he played f5 that I calculated, and I calculated before, but I didn't see f6 because I thought bc3 check and I'm winning a piece, but after bc3, he is attacking my knight and my bishop. Knight b5 I can play, but he gonna take maybe. No, there's f7, so yeah. So I thought rook d8 was the only move, and if he takes knight b3 and I win the rook. So he played king e3, and here I thought to take, and after bc3, knight b5, I thought that I was nearly winning, because after f takes g7, knight c3, rook h2, king takes g7, I thought that I was nearly winning, because bishop b3, and I did.
Yeah, you're up a piece, and also
maybe bishop b7. Only that I didn't see this move, that I thought I was low on time. I had 9 minutes, and I thought this. Initially, I thought like this, and he has no more checks. This and king e5. But after this, he can play this, and there's a perpetual, because if this, he continues to give check, and I can't escape. If I go here, he continues to give checks.
so that's why you played rook
I
g8.
played
Rook g8. This.
yeah. To like this, to rook h7 escape, like in the, oh, he played the first bishop c4, I play rook b8. Here I was a little bit panic, because I had only 30 seconds, and he was very active. Rook h7, king f8, rook f1, and then entering with the 2 rooks. Here I played the knight f4 with the idea to get the knight knight b6 and then bishop d7. So, but here I'm like nearly losing, because yeah, he played this move c4, but I think that he had to waste more time, because he had 30 minutes, I have 30 seconds. So
What would be a good move?
I think g6, and I can
G7 and rook
Yeah.
h8, yeah?
I'm losing, and he plays c4 with the idea to defend.
Did he also have was low on time?
No, he had 30 minutes.
So he rushed a little bit, maybe, yeah?
Yeah. I played rook a8, and here I thought that I was equal, or maybe better. Only that after he played rook af7, I take with check, king f4, and here I thought that in the game that I made rook c3, that is a mistake, because I thought after g6 he's losing g7. So, but here I have a very interesting resource, that is knight takes c4, bishop takes, rook takes, g7, And here I have e5. I don't know clearly what's the idea, but I didn't know if in the game I would find, but we reached 40 moves, so maybe I can't. I could fought and maybe I could.
Maybe you could find
Yeah.
ideas, okay? So rook
He played
d3.
rook h1 that for me has no sense because after rook d3 you can't do rook d1, and after g6 that maybe he was the idea I can liberate myself. And here I reached 40 moves, so I was 50 minutes. I had 50 minutes. He played rook g1 to defend the pawn. That I think was the only move. And I think a lot, and then takes, and rook d7. Here I thought that the best try was king e5, but there's this brilliant move. If he takes, I takes with
Yeah.
f7.
And if he takes the rook, he'd have a check.
Yeah, and if he play this, king e7, I thought that this, if he, here take with the king is good, because if he takes with the rook,
Then you're just trading, yeah? Or
yeah, rook e7 and king, and I'm winning. So yeah, he played the king rook f6. That maybe is the best try to fight. And yeah, I played rook e7 to defend the pawn. He played the rook d1 check. That I think after king c7 I'm blocking the d5 square, d6 square, and he maybe he was wanted to play e5 with the idea that after this king e4 knight takes, he has the strong pawns, but he didn't play. He played rook a1, king b7, and after rook d1 I play c4 with the idea that if rook d6 c3, rook c6, rook c8, and he has problem to stop my pawn. So after king e5, I wanted to, like, it was very funny because after this is still in game and he is winning. Maybe I can try this, but I don't know. Maybe it's complicated. You can play
but
rook c1
yeah.
and maybe it's draw. So it was very funny. But after rook g7, I'm threatening knight d7 and he has to go back. And after knight d7, e5 was the only move. I understood the idea of e5. And here I thought knight b6 to have the square d5, and then when I want I can take the rook. And after king d4, knight d5, rook f1 to threaten, I think, rook f7. I played c3, like this. If rook f7 I can play maybe c2. And, or maybe instead I can take.
Yeah, maybe just safe take, yeah.
And if takes and rook f7, I have c2, takes, and I can't stop. So he played rook c1. I played king b6 to enter my king in the game and to win the b5 pawn. He tried the last trick, or the last save, that he sacrificed the rook for the knight and trying to save the game. But at first I didn't find the correct solution to win this. First I went, I first check like this. The king has to go back and then take. And first I go with the king here. That was not the right idea.
Yeah, maybe you could skip some moves, yeah. You can.
Yeah.
When you're.
I tried
Yeah.
here.
And then did it work?
Yeah, so I need to go all the round here. I want. So yeah,
So you're coming with the king?
yeah. I need to be attention to the 50 move roll, but
Yes.
it's okay.
So you had to take at some moment?
Yeah, like g6, rook g1, he continues to check. And here I play, but he continued to play very well to try to defend because my idea it was to get away the rook and then play king e6, maybe first check. But I found this idea to here. First, my idea was to play rook a6 and then to
Check.
check and then to play king e6, but he played rook g5, and here after this I'm not threatening nothing. He can play check and he can go back, so I played rook e6 with the idea to get the king. I wanted the king reach d5, like king c6, rook d5, king c5, rook d4.
Or you can play rook h6 and then or rook g6 or rook h6 and king e6. Yeah.
Yeah, but like he has to only to go up and down, and I put the king here, and then I play check like this. If you go back king d5 and king d5, you can't defend the pawn, and I'm winning.
And how many moves were actually there made with this position, with pawn? Do you know? Or
Well,
how many moves were made like with that position, not changing? When did it start? Because it's interesting how many.
60, 50, yeah. After this was the last.
56 and then 85. Okay. So not so many moves. No, not yet reaching 50 moves.
But okay, maybe if I didn't find the right.
Quite an incredible game. First, some attacks, some sacrifices from him which didn't work. And then, okay, sometimes in time trouble, losing control. But this endgame was really, really nice. And I'm happy you found this idea to get that pawn. How are you going now in the tournament? What is your score?
1.5 out of 3, and the first game I drew. I were very solid game with black. And the second game it was draw and made a very
Blunder,
yeah,
yeah.
I blundered my king too.
Oh, no.
He had the queen on f2, queen h2, and queen g3.
And now you win in the round 3. Now you're happy.
Yeah, and I need to play with a women's grandmaster from China.
Oh, wow. And have you been before in Biel?
No.
It's the first time.
Yeah.
How do you like Biel?
It's very nice, and I have an apartment. It's very good, and the playing hall with the grandmaster is very cool.
You come from Italy? Or?
Yeah, from Italy.
Okay. Very nice.
I come from La Palagna because I made a tournament there, and then I go to Biel.
Very nice. We wish you good luck in the next rounds. Congratulations, this is your prize, Pro Chess Training membership for 1 month. Wish you good luck in the next rounds. Maybe you play another beautiful game and we will see you again.
Thanks.
Thank you.
We are back. We have had our very first break of the day. The 4th round of the GMT tournament of the 56th International Biel Chess Festival is well underway. The openings have been played out. We have a very interesting strategical battle in all 4 games. Your hosts, as usual, are Angelika Volkova. I'm Grandmaster Artur Neikshands. We are here to serve you.
Exactly. Round number 4 of classical portions. So many exciting positions. We see already there's going to be a huge battle today. There are so many clashes. It's going to be incredible.
So we are going to head back to the games. I'm not really sure with which game to start. So once again, I think what we could do, we could make a roundup, see what's happening in every game. It makes sense, once again, to start with Vincent Keimer, as he is leading the tournament. So there we go. Let me select the camera.
Okay, so actually b5 was played, but not immediately.
This is something we were looking at, Angelica, right?
Yeah.
Rook d1. All right.
And b5 was played.
b5. Bishop g5
Intermediate.
intermezzo.
Because if takes on c4, takes on d8 and e4.
Here, here, knight e8, e4. Indeed. So black gonna do that. Instead of bishop g5, we were looking at knight e2 because Vincent was pretty happy to allow this double pawn structure earlier. But apparently here, I mean, probably it's just fine for white, right? You can still play knight b3, knight c5, and black is having some issues to protect the pieces here. But bishop g5 looks very strong because now after f6 he has a very nice intermezzo move, knight e3, and then look at this. Now the point is f takes on g5 is knight takes on d5. After e takes on d5, I think most likely it's, wait, is it bishop d5? Because I think it's bishop d5 because after rook takes on d5, rook takes on d5, although black keeps the two minor pieces for the rook, he's losing one of those pawns. And in such an endgame, when we have fewer pieces left on the board, I think the rook and two pawns, they're going to be stronger than the two minor pieces.
For sure, and we see that the lines are open for the rooks. That's exactly what rooks need. Rooks need open files, open ranks, and that's why it's not possible to take the bishop.
You know, very briefly, I also looked at rook takes on d5. Maybe
Yes.
rook takes on d5 is a possibility here, meaning if black takes it, we simply win an extra pawn. However, here probably simply bishop b7. Rook takes on b5 and something like rook b8. So black keeps the extra piece, rook b7, bishop c6, rook b2. This is simply not good enough for white.
Exactly, so that's why the idea is to take with the bishop on d5. And now, what to play for black, because there are quite some threats.
Quite some threats indeed. So knight takes on d5 is a very senior threat. Either you enter this position, once again, this was position number 1, takes, knight e5. I think you have to take because knight c7 or knight e7 threats look pretty serious to me. And also black has a ruined pawn structure here. Okay, maybe not the pawn on b5, but the pawn on e6 and g5, definitely. Maybe black has to play knight e7 to protect the knight here. But then again, after, let's say, knight x on d5, knight x on d5, wait a second. I mean, white can force matters here. e4 could be a move. Or maybe bishop f6 could be a move. Take it and now play e4. Look at this.
This is very interesting.
Here, I take it. I guess you have to take with the bishop, otherwise it's a sad bishop. Take. Wow, this is actually very unpleasant for black. I mean, look at this. Because rook d5, e takes on d5. I'm going to play rook c1, rook c5, rook c7. These are big weaknesses. And if black takes with the pawn, with the pawn
immediately.
Right. Not with the rook, with the pawn immediately. He takes on d5, I play rook c1 anyway. I guess you have to sacrifice the pawn. Like takes, and black is simply not in time to organize this counterplay. So this means he would be simply entering position down a pawn.
Yeah, absolutely. A very, very complicated position, which can actually very quickly get into such very unpleasant endgame for black. So that's why Yuan Yi is taking his time. He's a bit down on time. He's having around 20 or 30 more less minutes than Vincent, but it's okay. He has enough time for it. They're still on the 16th move. I mean, there is actually 24 moves more to play, so he's still having time. He has to decide what to do in this position.
This is a big game because look at the rankings right now. This is the top 3 players playing right now against each other. Vincent Keimer is sharing the lead together with David Navarra, and Yuan Yi is his direct competitor, and they're facing right now each other. So if Vincent Keimer manages to win the game against Yuan Yi, For Union Yi, for the Chinese grandmaster, this could be essentially goodbye to the chances to win the tournament.
Yeah, indeed, and that's why he has to take time. He has to be sure about his continuation here, and this is really special. So if you are not taking on g5, can you play something like bishop b7?
But it's the same, no? I mean, bishop b7, I take on d5, takes on bishop d5. I mean, nothing really changes. Takes,
yeah.
you take the here, I grab on b5, g5. I think that the Chinese grandmaster has to go for this position. Unless he has something else, because again, this position looks pretty bleak. I mean, this endgame down a pawn, let's say 97, 95. Okay, maybe not 95, because again, 95, bishop f6 looks incredibly good. G takes on f6, e4, the knight gonna retreat, it's spin, you play bishop b7, I take it. Maybe you go here and suffer, but again, I mean, rook c1 is a move, you play rook c8, I capture, I play bishop d5, nothing really changes. I mean, black is down a pawn in the rook endgame.
Yeah, and very, very unpleasant because there are so many weak pawns, so many isolated pawns. There are 3 pawn islands, while white is having 3 pawns on the king side, 2 pawns on the queen side, everything is protected. It looks like very huge chances for a victory for white.
Indeed. Maybe here black has to make this choice and take with a pawn. And then after bishop e3, that's the position you simply don't want to go. I mean, bishop c5, double the rooks, very easy plan for white. Most likely black is losing this pawn no matter what. So what choice does he even have? Maybe he has to go here. Again, f takes on g5, 95, I guess, take, or perhaps again research some other possibilities here. But what are they? Because knight c7 is a big threat, bishop b7 perhaps, knight c7 attacking the rook, taking the pawn on e6, which looks just worse. So I guess you have to take it, bishop d5, rook d5, rook d5, and somehow try to hold on. Let's say h6, not to give up the 2 pawns for white at the king side. But then again, I mean, white can always play something like rook c1, you know, going for dynamics. So if you play bishop b7, you need to watch out for rook b5. You need to watch out for rook d7. How do you even play here? I don't have an easy answer.
And he played a move?
Knight c7.
I mean, we were looking at it. We were looking at bishop f6 here, and after trade on no, first take on d5 and then take on f6 and then e4.
Right. I mean, I can only come to the conclusion that the Chinese grandmaster made a mistake. b5 is a mistake. Remember, Angelica, we had this discussion, right? You're proposing b5. What did I say?
Too dangerous.
Not very responsible move,
Yes.
right? Because you create some weaknesses. And indeed, this bishop g5, knight e3 creates some problems. But actually, I'm going to improve my thought process here, because also b6 is the same idea, bishop g5. Nothing really changes. So knight e3 is the same idea. No matter your opponent is on b6 or b5, it's the same problem. So he already had difficulties right here. I'm not sure what he should have done. Maybe go for this bishop d7, or maybe already rook d8 was inaccurate, or maybe already here he made a mistake. I mean, remember this critical moment for Yu Yanyi. He had a choice to take on e3, play c3, or play b5. All of this had been played before. And we had a discussion about this. And I proposed perhaps b5 was the right way to continue, because then after a4, you can get rid of the knight, push it back, and research some opportunities here.
Yeah,
It just feels a bit safer.
Yeah, b4 with the c3 ideas is for sure something what we were thinking about exactly. And yeah, somehow for Yu Yangyi it's not going very well. Yesterday he had opportunities to push for a win. He didn't do it. In the first round he had opportunities to push against Eric Gaisi. He didn't do it. Something is going wrong.
I have a feeling this has something to do with psychology again. We had a discussion about this already, right? So Yu Yanyi twice missed a victory in the previous rounds with the white color. Yesterday was the same story. In round 1, he missed a victory against ordinary guys. He played a brilliant game and spoiled it twice. Yesterday, he was playing again a great game against Daniel Bogdantiak. He spoiled it again and again twice. Very close to the end, he missed a second opportunity. Suddenly, when he had unexpected winning chances, and all of this remains in the head, right? I mean, you just can't get rid of these thoughts that you are missing these victories, right? You are feeling a bit unfortunate. And unfortunately, sometimes this can play tricks with you, right? So here, I guess this is somehow connected together. Now you get this, you're playing the next round. I'm talking from the Chinese Grandmaster's perspective. You're playing the next round with black against tournament leader who is well prepared, who is motivated, and then this happens,
Yeah, absolutely. And here indeed, Vincent Keimer went for the knight d5, very typical idea. So now the question is, how should you take? Because we were looking at this knight d5 line, and it looked not promising at all. After bishop g6, after bishop takes f6 and e4, the rook endgame looks very, very
just bad.
Suspicious. Yeah.
Bishop f6 is a brilliant move. E4 maybe is the hope that white is going to notice this. Takes, and but even this position looks bad.
Yeah, I think like you can move, like you can whatever, take first play e4, take on f6. But what if black takes with a pawn on d5? So not with a knight, but with a pawn.
How do you make this choice? You have one bad continuation, then you have another bad continuation. How do you make this choice between less or evil? And one thing, Angelica, I've noticed how everybody is making their decisions. When there's a choice between very good continuations, everybody is a big expert, right?
Yeah.
I have to choose this continuation between that continuation and this continuation. It looks so good, everything is great. There I have an advantage, there I have the extra pawn, and everybody is such a big expert when it comes to comparing these great choices, and then you comfortably make the best choice. But then you have bad choices, right? I mean, this looks bad, this looks terrible, this looks ugly, this is simply wrong, this looks even worse. And you're looking at all of that, and it's like, yuck, right? I mean, I have to choose something between this. And it's very difficult to remain objective at this moment. It's a great skill. There's actually not so many players who can still keep their head cool and, find the lesser evil.
I think actually this knight d5 might be very bad, and I would say taking with a pawn might be just bad. I don't know, because after taking with the pawn and e4, bishop b7 is an idea, and pawn is for a moment protected, and potentially taking on e4 could be a threat. Let's try to maybe move
Maybe he's
around.
going to do that.
Yes.
For what reason, Angelica? Because things are not immediately forced.
Yes.
I mean, there are chances that Vincent is going to misplay this. Because after knight takes on d5, we showed you this line. It's very basically straightforward.
Yeah, exactly. And here, for example, of course, we have the isolated pawn on d5, but it's not being lost immediately. Of course, there is a huge pressure which White is going to build. And due to this fact that this b5 move was played, there is another potential weakness on b5. Yeah, king f7 trying to bring to the center, and yeah,
It just looks so ugly, I don't know. Take here. Oh my goodness. Rook
d7,
e4, bishop h3. Oh my goodness, how do you even go here? But then again, what's the other choice? Again, the other choice is knight e5, sacrifice the piece, e4, here, takes, here. Probably take with a pawn, rook c1.
Maybe rook d7, rook c6, or rook c5, yes.
Maybe somehow go for some activity, rook e8, You can take my pawn, but you're not going to take my position, something like that.
Yeah, the problem is the position is already taken. That's the only problem, yeah.
Knight e5 is on the board.
He went for knight e5, okay.
Lesser evil, so to speak. Is the position lost? Probably not. Is it bad? Absolutely.
Yes, it is bad. It is very bad, and there is a big chance for Vincent to push to create. I mean, he's going to create a weakness there on d5, and trying to push in the rook endgame.
Maybe we can zoom in on Vincent and see what's his body language look like, because he definitely senses he's in a good shape. His opening prep is doing wonders in this tournament. So not really sure what he's going to choose. Either bishop takes on f6 or e4. I think he's going to take on f6 because things are a bit more clear. And it just looks cooler move, you know. Sacrifice a piece, then you win it back.
Yeah, I mean, it looks very good.
Yeah, this camera is very slowly responding to my commands. Sorry about that. Just want to zoom in closely to Vincent and try to find out what he's thinking. You can clearly see that he has the position in his mind. Because this is, again, a famous strategy. You take your eyes off the board, left and right. In the Queen's Gambit, that Netflix TV series, Beth Harmon was looking at the ceiling. Hikaru Nakamura is looking at the ceiling. I mean, people are joking that he has Stockfish installed at the ceiling. But on a serious note, it's just a good practice to take away eyes from the board so that what you're seeing on the board, it doesn't interfere with your calculation.
Yeah, exactly. And you just imagine some other board. Normally, when I'm imagining, I don't see the same board, which is like over the board, rather like some position, and then you're just trying to imagine. You're just trying to blindly find some ideas, and that's what Vincent is doing right now. And he sees all of these opportunities he has. He has e4, he has bishop f6, he has all the choices in the world right now. I mean, of course, those are two main moves. I don't know, bishop d5 is an option, but I guess like the most concrete is bishop f6 and e4.
But I mean, all of last Vincent's games, they're almost like too easy, right? I mean, it's just incredible.
Yeah.
He has such a powerful opening preparation against Le Quang Liem. He played this very interesting line, and after the opening, I mean, his very experienced opponent just collapsed very quickly. Also, today, playing against the highest-seeded opponent, Yu Yanyi, the most dangerous opponent there is, at least according to the ELO, again, he just makes it look so easy. But actually, behind it's a really great skill. I mean, we can't see how much work Kamer has input as homework, but now it starts to show its dividends, right? He just, again, that's a great skill.
Yeah, he's just executing it. He's just having this very, very good preparation. We know his coach, Peter Leko, how good he is in openings, and that's, of course, is safe to say about Vincent. We see, every game there is something special. Today he went for the 1d4. Earlier he was going for these positions with 1d4, but with some different types of move order. He was starting with knight f3, with c4, so he's trying to be tricky in some games. Today he had direct approach. He played this d4, and yeah, this pays off.
Right. Okay, we are going to leave Vincent with his thoughts. I would say he's going to sacrifice the bishop at f6, play e4, but right now he is really calculating it deep, right? Because one of the most important things, which would be in my mind, if I was in Vincent's place, how not to play too cheap, right? He knows he's having a huge advantage. There's no denying about it. His opponent also knows it. So he's thinking, what is more precise? What is more clinical approach? Bishop f6, e4, or e4, e takes on d5, and he's comparing these lines.
Yeah, exactly. He's just comparing, he's checking which way is the best to go for, because the positions after these moves are very similar, but the question is, do you want the black pawn to be on g7 or on f6 rather, so to have those opportunity to have f6, h7 weak pawns, or you want to have pawn on g5 after you play something like e4? That's what he's thinking about, but I'm almost sure he's going to take the pawn. What do you think?
I think so, yeah. Bishop takes on f6. It just looks very straightforward to me, so I'm going to stick to that. What?
What?
Bishop d2?
The idea is... Okay.
Okay, that is a genuine surprise, really. Why? I mean, there's nothing wrong with the move. I mean, bishop d2 is a good move, right? You retreat to play bishop a5, to play e4. But why not e4, which felt very straightforward? I disagree. Just a second. So once again, bishop f6. What I'm missing here? You can't take with a knight. Rook takes, right? Mm-hmm. G takes at f6, e4. Looks good to me. Black probably plays bishop b7. What do? You take on d5, right? So far, everything is clear. E takes on d5, bishop d5 looks the same to me. Okay, bishop d5, you take it. What are we missing here?
Maybe he didn't like pawn takes. I mean, instead of bishop takes.
Pawn takes, rook c1. Again.
Maybe instead of bishop takes, pawn takes. Maybe he didn't like that position. So here.
I mean here.
Yeah, takes.
Pawn takes, okay, rook c1.
And now there is rook.
I think you're just winning a pawn. No? What I'm missing here? It just looks very, very clean. Okay, I mean, I can only assume that Winston calculated something which he didn't like, but what is it? Once again, maybe he found some resource for black. Takes. E takes, rook c, no. Maybe he found a way how black activates the rook. Let's say takes, here, rook c1, and some sort of activation, like here. And I could play, but even this position looks great, you know, I don't know, even king f1 I can play. Stopping rook e2. So strange. There's of course the possibility, which I cannot believe. Could it be that Winston simply did not see bishop takes on f6?
I don't know, it looks...
I don't believe this.
Yeah, I also don't believe.
Because it seems very easy move to me, at least at this level. I mean, sometimes people just don't see. But again, I do believe that he saw something here. I don't believe that Winston missed this, and he simply realized that bishop d2 is a stronger move. That's the only explanation I have here. So bishop d2 is a good move. Again, you want to play bishop a5, you want to play e4, but the thing here is you're not winning a pawn. And I have my belief, Angelika, is as follows. So if you have a big positional advantage, or you have a chance to take the pawn right away, and you sort of lose your big positional advantage, what do? And very often, indeed, it's the right choice to take the pawn, because your big positional advantage, it can dissipate. I mean, you can not capitalize on it. A pawn is a pawn after all. And very often, this big positional advantage will result in winning a pawn anyway. So the question is, why don't you take the pawn immediately? So that's what I don't understand.
Let's try to find his idea after the bishop d2 move. What did he want to go for? So
again, bishop a5, e4.
Yeah, bishop
it's
a5.
Pretty obvious. But I'm slightly confused why he would choose this over that line. Okay, we can definitely have a look at. Let's say bishop b7.
There is even a5 to stop bishop a5.
Okay, you play bishop a5, yeah?
I meant for black, there is a5 to stop bishop a5, if black wants to stop that.
You think? You can do that? You're underdeveloped, no?
And what is the threat then? What will black...
e4? e5? Okay, you can try to do that. I think this is very bold. Maybe it's working.
Knight b6?
Just looks bad. I don't know. Bishop e3, rook d8.
Okay, yeah, knight e7 maybe?
Well, knight e7. Maybe. But now, yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe knight e7 is the move. And now you want to play e5.
Just it looked at the starting position when bishop was on d2. It feels like bishop has almost no moves, but bishop a5. And we play a5, stopping that move.
e5, I go back, yeah? Takes. I mean, okay, white is better, but where's your pawn, right? I mean, it's not
Yeah.
there. I mean, black is worse, but he is holding on, and this is, yeah, I read what chat is saying. Chat is saying bishop d2 is the best move according to engines. I mean, I disagree. From human perspective, I think bishop f6 is the strongest move. And maybe the engines are saying it's about the same. Bishop d2 is the same. Because
Yeah.
sometimes, you know, the first line engine says bishop d2 is plus 1.1, bishop takes an f6, c4 is plus 1.0. So what's the difference? Engines simply don't understand this. All right, but that's why Vincent Kammer is 2,700. So he knows what
Yeah.
he's doing, and let's trust him. What he's doing, I'm definitely surprised because I was so sure he's going to play bishop takes an f6. Of course, there's this scenario that he simply missed this. It could be, but let's just continue to watch this game, of course.
Maybe he was, before just looking at these lines, and then he realized, okay, I'm attacking the piece, but then later, at the end of the line, I have to retreat with the bishop. And here he traded the pieces, and he forgot that he doesn't have to retreat with the bishop, and he can just take that. But okay, I mean, if we're going to get him here in the studio, for sure we're going to ask him this.
Actually, yesterday, before the game interview, Vincent came here. He has already been here for an interview like 3 times already at least. And he was prepared for the interview with Angelica and asked him, Vincent, do you know you had mate in 2? He said, what? Mate in 2? Where? He didn't know really. And I said, I mean, at the moment when, you had the king on c6, pawn e5, rook e8 on the board, I should have seen Vincent's face, right? I mean, he burst in laugh, right?
Yes.
With Lothar. Oh, indeed, right, I had a mate there. But okay, I mean, he had a position where already, according to the engine, it could be something like plus 10, right? So it didn't really matter. So he took it very positively. He had a good laugh, right? But, I mean, again, it just only proved that he can miss things, of course.
Yeah, and f5 for some reason was played. Okay, so the idea is to block the e pawn, so there is no e4 push.
f5 played by Yu Yanyi, stopping e4. That makes sense because this knight for black is the soul of the position. If it goes, black's position goes.
So bishop a5 and bishop g5, I think, are 2 moves which are possible.
Right. This is suddenly unexpected chance for the Chinese grandmaster because if one of them missed bishop takes on f6, if this indeed was the case and Keimer missed bishop takes on f6, I'm pretty sure that Yu Yanyi did not because both of them, I mean, one of them should actually see this idea. And this would mean that should give him extra motivation because he might sense his opponent is not seeing everything, right? And he suddenly is playing a position which he knows he is worse, but at least it has material equality.
Exactly. I think Yang Yi was seeing this bishop f6 idea, and he was, I believe, relieved after bishop d2. But of course, position is not simple. There are still 2 bishops on the board. There is still a pressure. There is still a pin. There are 2 pins, one on d file, the other one is on the h1, a8 diagonal. Bishop is still not developed, still standing on c8 for already almost 20 moves for black. So that's the only thing black wants to do. Black wants to develop that bishop finally to solve the issue and try to hold somehow position together.
Right. I also believe Vincent missed. Actually, the more I think about this, I believe he missed it.
Yeah.
All right. The game, of course, continues. White has large advantage. It's important also to note that White has an extra half an hour on the clock, Angelica. It should be important. So despite the fact that Yu Yanyi managed to survive this position for a moment, he's not losing material. He's down on the clock. 31 minutes for 22 moves. It's not going to be easy.
Exactly. He has around 1.5 minutes for a move right now, and we are,
Let's continue
really
to observe the
exciting.
games.
Let's check what happens to the other leader in the game, Bogdan Daniel Diek against David Navarra. We already discussed earlier that the position was very special. At some moment, we've seen that b5 push was made by the Romanian grandmaster, and I think around there we left the position. So here was straight and b5.
This is where we left it. So Navarra did play a4, as I suggested. Short castle, and only he did not play knight c5. he played rook a5, which is another idea because white has difficulties to have support of this pawn. That's the reason why black played a4 in the first place, so that he can attack this pawn on b5, so it looks incredibly logical. Bishop c3, white forces matters. You can take my pawn, I'm going to take yours. Queen a4, rook b6 retreat, queen c4, targeting the pawn on c7, rook c6, queen b5, rook b6, draw.
Wait a second. What was the last move? So, what was
Repetition. It's a repetition. That's a hidden draw offer. Do you want a draw? You can have it. I don't mind.
And Romanian Grandmaster is deep in the thoughts right now.
I mean, either he's deep in thought or he's asleep. No, he's deep in thought. So. All right, of course. I think he's going to fight on. I mean, he's going to fight on because, I mean, why are you here otherwise? No?
Queen b5 he plays, he repeats.
Wait,
Wait
how
a
many
second.
times is it?
I think black should repeat, so it's
1,
2.
2. I think he's going to decline after rook b6. Play something like queen d3. I mean, you should take your chances. Because for him, the tournament is not going so well. I don't believe he's going to agree to a draw. And I'm wrong.
He's playing queen c4.
I'm so wrong. He's ready to agree to a draw. Queen c4 is played, rook c6.
David Navarro.
Navarro claims a truffled repetition. You can see Diak is ready to accept a draw. He doesn't really mind, but the proper procedure is to call the arbiter and let him decide. But he doesn't mind, you can see that.
The arbiter is coming to the board and he's showing now the score sheet that the moves have been played and
But I'm really surprised, Angelica, because draw is
draw
agreed.
agreed.
I'm really
not,
surprised.
not agreed, but claimed rather, because
Claimed,
they cannot
probably.
agree. They cannot agree. And we have now also a result over here. 3 times repeated the position. Probably both players couldn't find a way how to play on. I mean, of course, there were some ways to play on, but maybe those were not the most optimal. What do you think?
Not sure. I definitely felt that this position is full of life, but apparently there's something that Diak did not like. I'm not really sure because, again, the tournament situation for him is not great. I mean, he is in the last place. So he needs this victory, and he doesn't really have a lot of games to play with white. This was one of them. He played a very interesting opening. His opponent apparently did not make any mistakes, but all right. So draw was agreed. And this should be also good news for Keimer, because him and Navarra, they're fighting for the first place overall. So this makes David Navarra the interim leader with 1.5 point lead. However, it's Vincent Keimer who has a great advantage right now against Yu Yanyi. And if Vincent Keimer wins, this means that he is once again going to leapfrog in the overall leadership.
Exactly. So now Navarro taking a draw. I mean, of course, it makes Vincent maybe, I don't know, trying to push for a win. But okay, again, that position that we had, like, he spent so much time and didn't go for it.
What do you think we could have the players for the interview here? Both of them? One of them?
I hope. Let's see if, I mean, I see one player, the both players are coming,
Both of them.
maybe.
So what we're going to do, let's make a very short break and come back with you shortly and see who is coming here for an interview. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere. See you in a moment.
Welcome back to And we're back with the first result of the round 4 of classical portion of Grandmaster Triathlon here at 56th International Biel Chess Festival. And I'm right now with David Navarro and Bogdan Daniel Diak. It was very quick draw, but position was very, very interesting, and the opening outcome was interesting. Could you share some insights about the game?
Okay, start.
Thank you. I was surprised by Bogdan Daniel's choice because, first knight f6, I went, sorry. So, knight f6, I haven't expected this one. I could also play knight c6 to avoid this, but I only looked at knight ge2 as in the game Deak Keimer. So queen b3 was a surprise, but on the other hand, with the moves knight f3, knight c6, queen c2. Here black takes on c3 anyway, so I took, and now knight c6. Yes, I was a bit.
Of knight f3.
Yes, this transposes to a line which I am playing regularly, or not regularly, but relatively often. But I was a bit afraid of b4. I don't know what happens, but given that Bogdan was prepared, I was not willing to enter such a position. I understand that white also takes some risks because he's underdeveloped, but I did not want to play this. So, sorry. So I decided to play it safely and also hope that maybe I could be able to push c5 at some point. Now after knight f3, knight c6, it transposes to a normal line, and I pushed d5. Of course, both sides had alternatives on almost every move. Sorry.
Yes.
And now I realize that it could be really unpleasant. Yes, I originally wanted, but I didn't know. Oh, yes, I saw this, but I was afraid that my pieces could be a bit loose here in the center. Basically, I originally did not want to sacrifice a pawn. It's not exactly very much my style, although I'm good with initiative. But the problem was that I understood I needed to develop the pieces somehow. And if I play bishop e6, the problem is that white plays this and bishop b2. After f6, there is even d3, d4, and sometimes also bishop d3 in other positions. And big problem is that, sorry, I just need to click back.
Yes.
If I ever, If I ever push e4 in a reply to knight f3, white gets a very nice square for his knight and opens diagonal for his bishop, and he will be better. So I needed to prevent this. I needed to develop my knight on d7, or at least that I believed. I saw a5, b5, and I was tempted to play some knight d7, knight c5, a4, knight b3, but it's too many moves and too little time for it. And also I considered playing b6, bishop b7, knight d7. I sometimes actually play Sicilian with b3 with white against Scheveningen, against 2e6. But here I disliked something like queen e4 because I'm not quite in time. c6 is not a move which I would like to play with such a bishop, because white can also develop pieces by attacking my e5 pawn. And this probably fails because white can exchange the queen for 3 pieces, and now I have just too many weak squares. It's bad. So let's go back. Yes, okay.
G4?
Yes, so bishop g4 is a pawn sacrifice, or maybe a sacrifice of 2 pawns if white plays this, but black has a huge lead in development, so it should be fine, I assume. I will push a5, and then either I take on b4 or I get some nice square for my knight, and sometimes I can also push c5, so it looked sound. So in the game, after bishop, yes.
Bishop b2, yes.
Yes, actually I did not like my position very much here, but knight d7 is logical.
Yes.
Bishop d3.
Looks normal.
Yes, I didn't want to play this because then I don't have so much of a plan here.
Here I think about other thing. h3.
Yes.
Oh, yes. I think also about this took.
Okay, f takes is mostly not good, but right here it could also be considered, because I don't get mated and I can sometimes get some counterplay. But okay, let's look at this at first. But knight f3.
Knight f3.
Yes, yes, I understand. Nice idea. Because now you get this square, and I would like to bring my knight here, but it doesn't seem to be possible. And,
Knight d7. There is always a
sorry,
c7.
may I ask you on which side are you going to play next? I agree that white stands well, but I'm just wondering if you want to castle, play king g2, f3, or to, because there are many options. Perhaps it depends on my reaction.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
It would be good to ask during the game, what would you like to do?
Yes. So here, I didn't want to play that because because of knight e2, because after e4, anyway, bishop c4 comes and this square is weak and the bishop becomes active. And if I ever exchange here, white just has a bishop pair, and if I play bishop h5, then white can play knight g3 or just play a favorable structure, because this bishop could become very strong sometimes. So I decided...
Here at knight e2, bishop h5, yes, knight g3. Here I think about this, and h4.
Yes, interesting, yes. It makes sense.
Okay.
So I decided to play knight 5 f6. It's similar to some positions in, I don't know if it's Meran or what is it, where black plays often in such a way.
With
Yes,
d3
because
and
yes, somehow
d5,
in
e5, yes.
some structures it's important to keep the knight here because it's better for counterplay. And here I want to play.
We can put from the beginning.
Yes, yes.
Just to show. C4,
Yes.
c6.
I will try. Yes.
No, without d4, I think.
Okay, maybe. I meant just something like this. There are some lines. Not
This Meran.
yes. Maybe it's not really Meran. I don't know, but there are some lines where the knight stands better on these. When white plays e4, e5, it's better to retreat to d7 than to e5, because from d7 the knight attacks e5 and can go to c5. But I don't know how to achieve it right now. So maybe.
I think about this thing. Oh, no. c3, e3, this, e6, b3.
Yes.
When you play e5, cd, knight b5.
Yes.
You put knight c6.
Yes, might be the case also. So here, where are we now? Bishop g4 and
Okay.
probably, yes, thank you.
Here, knight
Yes,
f6.
and so I want maybe to push c5, maybe e4 and knight e5. It depends. Actually, later I realized that pushing c5 is not so
here
great
queen
because...
c7 doesn't work
yes, and
because of this.
Oh, okay. I saw just that I could play
Or
a5
e5,
and
yes.
then attack your queen, and that it was at least not bad, but you are probably right.
Or this, yes, right.
Yes. So you played h3. I now realize that bishop e6 would allow knight f3 when it is unpleasant because a pawn is hanging, and after bishop d5 there is
Yes.
e4, and so I played bishop h5. Somehow I rather considered f3, and then I would probably have gone on e6.
f3,
So yes.
bishop e6, yes.
Yes, and here after knight e2, my original intention was to play e4 or c5, but c5 has no threats. It creates no threat because, for example, if white castles or maybe plays knight g3 first, I can hardly ever take on b4 because there is bishop a3 in many lines.
Yes.
And the problem was with e4 is that here white gets such a square for the knight, and my bishop is terrible. This bishop is very strong. It's just bad. So I played a5, trying to generate counterplay as quickly as possible. Well, the original idea was to take here, but then I realized that white just takes on b4.
Yes.
And now I'm not in time. I can play knight f6, but then white protects the pawn, and he has a bishop pair and some slight advantage. And if I take here, white is in time to take, to go back to f5 or somewhere, and then to castle. And I'm not in time to play g6. So, yes, okay, if you can. Thank you. So bishop this looks fine, and now I don't like my decision what I did, because here probably queen c5 was fine. I don't know. I originally wanted to play
Yes,
king e2,
Yes.
and now I don't know
And
if
rook
rook e8 or knight d7, but probably this.
Here I think about rook c1
Maybe you have d4 a4 at some point, or
and d4 right now.
yes, I disliked such ideas, but I don't know how good it is.
And rook.
I mean, I assume if I play knight to d7, you can probably even play a.
knight b3.
Yes, I saw this. I saw,
And
and
this,
maybe
yes.
rook e5. I have to activate my rook,
And rook c5.
before you do that. But maybe rook c1. Yes,
Instead of
yes.
yes, rook c1.
I was afraid that it could be unpleasant for me, but at least so far this knight is not so active. So maybe it's fine. Yes, maybe it's not. But I was afraid of such endgames. And yes, it could be unpleasant. I don't know how much and where. Originally, I believed the queen c5 to be fine. Then I realized,
Also about this.
yes, but I was afraid that I could become slightly worse in a position like this. Yes, maybe black can generate enough activity here, but I was afraid of creating some weaknesses. But probably all right. Probably it's a good idea. So in the game, I played a4, but soon started to regret because I realized that my b7 pawn might become quite weak in some lines. Okay, rook b6, and I was a bit afraid of this now. Or maybe also rook b1 instead, I don't know, but this was one of the options, and then one rook goes to b1, let's say this one. But
This, two.
yes, but Bogdan suggested rook a6 here, and it might well be fine for black. I was just afraid that I have problems with some hanging pieces, and that this d5 square can also sometimes become weak, but maybe it's not such a big problem actually. Let's play a4. I don't know if I really want to play a5 because this rook can sometimes turn into a tactical weakness. And now I would like to do something with the knight, but maybe I should have gone the other rook on b1, but I agree that it's maybe not as great as I was afraid. Maybe knight e4, knight d2, knight c4, but it
Yes.
also takes some time. I mean, it could easily be a position where white is slightly better, but with no risk, and white could play it for a long time, so I was afraid of it. I mean, Bogdan is strong at such positions.
I think also about knight f6.
Yes, you are right.
Yes, probably it's some plus for white.
Yes, probably somewhere, not here, on c4. Probably somewhere it is. So originally I was not so happy to see queen c4 because after queen e6 white takes, and somehow it does not look exactly like equality. I'm a pawn down and might have some partial compensation, but it's not equal. And it's unpleasant. But then I realized, sorry. Then I realized that I could just attack the queen, and after queen a2 I could play maybe rook e8, maybe queen e6, but it should.
Here I think about this.
Yes.
Rook fb1 and
B-
this.
Nice.
Queen c2.
Yes,
And here just to play.
Yes, I didn't think about this, but I believe I also have other options. For example, I don't know if b6 is so bad here, and then queen e6, or
You can try.
yes. Or I can also play queen e6 immediately, which should not be too bad because now my b pawn is not so vulnerable. So I will play maybe knight d5 later,
Yes.
rook a8, and it looks equal to me. So I don't know what happens now. I think it's probably just equal, and if black avoids the repetition, black can only be worse here. White has probably no way to advantage anyway, so it was sort of logical. And actually, it was funny because here I claimed a draw after queen c4. I mean, I wrote down rook c6, which was not exactly necessary because it's a 3/4 repetition even here. And
Yes.
just the arbiter asked us to make the move with the clock already stopped, which was surprising, but it was because of the online transmission, just like draw agreed, but just this. But normally, of course, one should not make a move when claiming a draw.
Bogdan Daniel, what would be your move if you are not agreeing on to the draw, to the free-fault repetition? You
Okay,
were thinking
queen
about queen a2 or
Yes,
queen a2, yeah?
about this move, I think. And here I tell this, and this move. And I think
You didn't like, yeah?
Yes,
about this. Okay, maybe I can try.
yes.
Okay.
Maybe you can try here, but I think I would have played queen e6 at some point, either before or b6, queen e6, and I'm
At b6, I think about a4.
yes, but I have some knight d5 ideas, and I mean it should not be
Yes, took.
too difficult to hold here. Can I? Maybe.
Took on c3 and bc7. Yes.
Oh, nice. Okay, but
Yes, took.
you have to take here first
Yes.
somehow. And I don't need to take on the3. Oh, I understand this is an unpleasant complication for me, but still, if I take it this way, am I going to have any problems? Knight e4, f6. Yes, this is not exactly what I would like, but even here it's not a big problem in my opinion. I can even take with the rook because the bishop is sort of hanging.
Yes.
It's not exactly what I want.
I want to give check.
Yes.
Rook d8.
Okay, I misplayed it, but still it should be well within drawing margin. What about rook d6? Can I? Or
Rook d6, knight e4.
oh, sorry. It loses. Yes, you are right. This is nice. But if we come a few moves back,
Yes.
for example, here a4. Actually, I would have probably played queen e6 immediately without rook a8 because then this can be avoided. But even here, for the sake of argument, I think it should be possible to find something better. I don't know what is knight c5 because sometimes the knight can jump somewhere and a5 does not look so dangerous because I can even take it or like this. I think now it looks equal. A few moves ago, I was moderately worried about bishop b4, bishop c3.
So, David, is it correct that you didn't want to repeat? So you wanted to repeat just because you didn't have a better move. So if you would continue something else, it would be a little slightly worse for you.
I was playing with black, and my
Yes.
score against Bogdan Daniel is not great, so I was generally happy with the draw, and I'm not generally not very happy with quick draws, but if my position would be worse, otherwise there was no question of playing further now. I mean, if the tournament situation were specific, like I were losing 1-0 and needing to win, it would have been different. But I mean, here it was just the most sensible decision. I mean, I like to play interesting chess, but also like to play good moves, and now good moves were repetition.
What is your score? You were saying that your score is Bogdan
I
Daniel.
actually don't know. I know the first game was a quick draw. Then I won one good game in Gibraltar. Then I lost in titled Tuesday once. I lost in Blitz in Grand Swiss in 2021, 1.5 to half. I lost 2 games in Dortmund and Polish Extra League last year. There were some draws, one in this Grand Swiss 2021. There was a draw in another title Tuesday. There was a draw this year in Prague. There was, I think, maybe one more draw somewhere. I lost here in Fischer Random, but won in Rapid finally. So it's not so bad, but also it was one of the reasons why I played a bit differently from my usual games, why I was sacrificing material so often. I mean, just pawns, but one reason was that I did not like the alternatives, and another reason was that I was just trying to play moves which I felt to be good and not necessarily moves which would be in line with my style.
Bogdan Daniel, yesterday you played so far the longest game in the Grandmaster Triathlon. You played for 7 hours. Are you tired? Did this decision to accept the draw or repetition was contributed by that you were tired from yesterday?
Actually, yes.
Yes?
I try to play normal, but not to risk without logic.
So now you are very early, now free. What are you going to do today? What are your plans, David?
Take some rest. And I would also like to mention that I was lucky in the respect that before my black games, Yangi was playing long for win against my prospective opponents, both against Arjun Erigaisi and Bogdan Daniel Deak. So it was a lucky pairing, but I am not sure if I will be so happy with it after playing against Yangi in round 6 with the black.
And you, Bogdan Daniel, what are your plans for today? Rest after yesterday?
Yes.
So tomorrow is Blitz. Are you ready for it, Bogdan?
I think yes.
Yes. So there was some question from the audience asking you, what do you think are fun openings to play in over-the-board Blitz?
One should play openings in which he or she feels good, and one should play openings which one knows better than the opponents. Sometimes in terms of concrete lines, sometimes in terms of understanding. And
Can I put?
yes.
Yes. If you want to say.
No, basically, I think this Blitz tournament is going to be very important here because in the tournament, there will be distributed as many points as in the first 4 rounds of classical chess, if we assume that there is a 50% drawing rate in the classical games. So it means that good form in Blitz is very important here. And of course, good Blitz skills, but form can change quite something. So I assume that Arjun and Bogdan can play well tomorrow because they are both very strong in Blitz.
Bogdan, Daniel, do you have some suggestions for our audience? What is fun to play in over-the-board Blitz?
Yes. Yes. King's Gambit.
King's Gambit?
Yes.
Wow. Very fun, yes?
For Blitz, yes.
So I will make also some PR to mention a novelty which I found in 2005 during Polish League and first played in 2011 during Polish League and first wrote about it in 2010, surprisingly, for one Czech chess magazine. So this is
Yes. Before G5.
yes, before G5 is a lot of fun.
Are you going to play it tomorrow?
I don't know, probably not, but never say never.
Of course. So a couple of more questions to Bogdan Daniel, because we haven't seen you for the interview before, just only today. Obviously, yesterday you had a very long day and you were tired. We didn't want you to torture with your questions, but it's your first time here in Biel. How do you feel yourself?
Okay. Stay a bit to think. Until right now, I feel just to say, okay, good, not at my best version, but okay, good.
But you're looking forward to Blitz, yes?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. We wish you good luck for tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be Blitz, and let's have fun at Blitz tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you.
And we're back here in Biel. We are not yet back to the commentary, but right now I'm being joining by Hari Krishna and Ara, who has won the game in the round 2 against Meshkov's Nikita, and he won a prize in the MTO for the Beauty Awards for this game. So I would like to recall you that Beauty Awards is happening every single round, the most beautiful game of the round of the tournament. MTO Master Tournament, main tournament, HTO and ATO are being awarded the most beautiful games of the round. Thank you for submitting the game. Congratulations on the win in this nomination. So maybe show us the game and some insights about it.
Yeah, sure. First of all, I'm very happy to have won the prize, Beauty Award. And yeah, okay, the game started off with Catalan, and it was normal at some point. My opponent played E5. This is pretty interesting, and then he went back with Bishop E7, which is close Catalan. And okay, here my opponent played A4. Pretty interesting with the idea of playing something like Queen A5. Was not familiar with this idea, but looked very interesting. Okay, Knight C3 was normal. Generally intending to play E4 and capturing the center. My opponent played Queen A5, and here was not sure how to continue. Probably Knight E5 is most played here, but yeah, C5 looked interesting, gaining more space and limiting opponent's options. And yeah, I was also not familiar with this, so I played C5. And here my opponent took more than 30 minutes to decide what he is going to play. And here he should have actually played C5. Good or bad, he should have played D6. But yeah, it leads to a very complicated play after Bishop C7. Looks very messy. Probably this is why my opponent missed this. He played Knight H5. Already this is going towards the wrong direction because his position is too passive. Bishop D2, Queen A7, and all his pieces were very passive. And after E4, I got the center and complete control of the position. And slowly he made some back-to-back inner creases. And G6 is again weakening some dark squares around the king. Okay, here I started to calculate for some time, and I played Rook E1. So my idea was, okay, Bishop F6 is very normal, just removing from the pin. I was threatening to play D4. He could have played Bishop F6, but there is Bishop F6, D8, and then G4. This is very interesting. And now if Knight G7, I have G5, Bishop E7, he takes D5, and Rook is attacking the E7 bishop indirectly, so I'm winning a pawn. So he's unable to play Bishop F6, so he played Rook E8, and here he got into this long-term pin, so I played Rook E2 with the idea of playing Rook E1 and doubling up my rook.
I'm sorry, just a second. Can I check your microphone just very quickly? Well, maybe when you put in, you clicked a little bit. I mean, you were very low. Yes. Okay, now it's good. Okay.
So Rook E2, my idea was to play Rook E1 and put some pressure over the bishop and the rook. And he played Knight H6, which is normal, Rook A1. And now B6, E takes, Knight takes, all these things were forced more or less. And I played C6. So here I already got a very good advantage and very good space advantage as well. So Knight F8, Knight E5. And my opponent was feeling so uncomfortable with this position. So he had to do something. So he played Bishop A6, Rook E3, F6, kicking my knight from there and playing Bishop C4. He was trying to create some kind of counterplay. Otherwise, it's after Knight F4, it's just over. The E6 pawn is lost. So he was trying for some counterplay. But after B3, A takes, Queen A2. It was interesting in the first look, but this is not so great actually. Actually, I had an option to play Knight F4 here with the idea of threatening the E6 pawn. He could take on A2, Knight E6. This is probably winning, but B3 seemed more simpler. So I played this, and then takes Queen A2, Queen takes Rook A2. And here, this was really interesting. Now both my pieces were attacked. So I'm definitely losing one. But I wanted to create my passed pawn. So I played Bishop B4. When I played Bishop B4, I already calculated the next 7 moves or something. So all these things were forced. Bishop takes, D2, he wanted to maintain the pawn. And Rook F1 was very important because Rook D1, he's getting some counterplay after Rook A7. And I'm unable to play D6 because of rook a1. So I played rook f1 with the same intention, but my rook is protected now. Rook e7, d5, and here he played rook c2 and d6. So already it's like crushing. Both the pawns are on the sixth rank, so rook e8, d3, rook d3. First I wanted to capture this pawn at d2 with rook d1, and then and finally a really interesting one, d7, and this was really cute. Rook takes b5, and he's unable to take this because of c7. So he played rook c3 and f4, again an interesting move to open up the e file. Otherwise he could have defended with king e7, knight e6. Okay, it's hopeless position for him, but just to make sure that he doesn't get back into the game, played f4, takes, and f5, rook e5. So completely shutting down his counterplay and intending to play rook e1 and rook e8. So it was a really nice game.
The
So,
pawns were just rolling.
Yeah.
You just roll over.
Yeah, it was good.
How was it feeling playing this game?
It
Did it feel
feels really nice.
satisfying? Yeah.
Yeah, it was really nice to have got such a good advantage against a very strong player. He's actually a very strong player.
Yes, he's a
So,
grandmaster. Yes.
Yeah, he was also close to 2600 at some point. So it feels good to beat someone like this.
So I want to ask you, have you been to Biel before already?
This is the first time.
This is the first time
Yeah.
here in Biel in Switzerland? or-
Yeah, in Switzerland.
Overall?
Yeah, overall.
Wow. How do you feel yourself in Biel? How do you like the tournament?
Yeah,
so far?
this is the tournament situation is really good. The hall, everything was really good. So looking forward for the remaining games.
So today is fifth round already.
Yeah.
What is your score right now? How many points do you
I
have?
scored 3.5 out of 5. So far, it's pretty good. Let's hope for the best.
So you haven't lost a
No,
single
I
game.
haven't lost it.
So you played how many
So
draws?
after this second round win, I played with 3 grandmasters back to back, and now with a strong 2600. So all 3 games ended in a draw. Actually, last 2 games were really hectic. I played for 7 hours, and yesterday for 7.5 hours. It was really hectic, and managed to draw. And today it was a quick draw. So, okay, tomorrow is a rest day, so let's take some rest.
And tomorrow you're not going to play in Blitz.
Yeah, maybe I'm thinking whether to play or not. We'll see.
You don't like to mix Blitz with classical, or
It's
just
not really. I played the rapid event. It went well.
You
Maybe.
won?
Yeah, I
You
got
won.
6th place in
Oh,
rapid.
sixth place.
Yeah, so it was good, but okay, once the pairing comes, so let me decide whether to play or not. Sit and prepare.
Thank you so much for showing the game.
Yeah.
Congratulations on the Beauty Awards, the
Thank
most
you so
beautiful
much.
game.
you
And
so much.
yeah, we're going back to the studio in a couple of minutes.
We are ready to go back into action. The round 4 of the GMT tournament of the 2023 Biel Chess Festival is continuing. The first game of the 4 already is over. As you saw, Daniel Bogdan Diak decided not to try his chances. He was happy with the draw against the Czech Grandmaster David Navara. But we have 3 more games before we move on. Let's have a look at, once again, to the current pairings of round 4 and who is leading the tournament overall.
Yeah, and we can see already one result, Bogdan Daniel Diak, the draw against David Navara. Other players are still fighting, Lek Van Liam against Arjun Erigaisi, Jules Bussard against Bassem Amin, and Vincent Keimer against Yuan Yi.
And here are the overall rankings. David Navara, the interim leader, 18.5 points after round 4 of the classical tournament. Vincent Keimer has 17 points, but he is right now still playing his game against the Chinese Grandmaster Yu Yanyi, who currently has the 3rd spot. Then we have Le Kang Liem, 13 points, Amin Bassem 12 points, and everybody else has slightly lesser amount of points.
Yeah, exactly. So we have just had with us in the interview, finally, for the first time, Bogdan Daniel Diak. He said himself he feels okay for now, but we could see in his expressions that he is not really satisfied with his turn of event in the tournament because he's currently on the last seat. But what to do?
Of course, I mean, yesterday he had this long day. He played 7.5 hour, very long defense against Yu Yanyi. He was able to hold it, but of course, energy takes its toll. You play for so long, then the next day you simply might not have enough time to recover. Draw was fine for the remaining Grandmaster, so was for his opponent, thus draw was agreed. But I think it's time for us to go to the GMT tournament and see what's happening. My recommendation, so to speak, Angelica, would be to start with the game of Jules Mussar against Amin Bassem, because this is the game we can see for quite a while.
But I would actually ask to go to the game Lek Van Liam against Arjun Erigaisi.
Why is that?
Because something exciting is happening there.
Okay, somebody says in the chat.
Yes.
Okay, the power of the chat. So that's the game number 1.
1. The first board.
Okay. And what is happening there?
There are already some quite moves made. It's not the position, it's not the current
Oh,
position.
we don't have the board. All
There
right,
are
all right,
many
all right.
moves have been made
A lot
already.
of moves. Let's see. A lot of moves have been made, so this is the current position.
You remember we were talking about this e4 push. It happened.
It did happen. It did happen. Okay, how did we get here? Now that we look at this from the White's perspective, White has 2 bishops, White has 2 pawns in the center, beautiful rooks, queen on g3, slightly exposed king. Clearly, White has a great position, but how did we get here? Now let's go back several steps, I believe, about here. I think we left this position about here, something like an hour ago. Bishop c5, knight b7, bishop a3, rook e8 was played. And one of the biggest questions of this setup, if black can stop white from playing e4, and that's why Arjun Erigaisi put the rook on e6, rook on e8, he played g6 so that there's no knight f5 ideas, and sometimes he's thinking about h5, h4. So how did exactly white manage to play e3, e4?
Yeah, that's really exciting. We discussed this idea. Rook e6, rook e8, basically blocking the pawn. h5 has been played. And now, what is happening? a4.
Okay,
It's
I
interesting. It's not a must, but you want to bring the knight. I mean, logical, but
That makes sense. Rook e1 engines hate it. Knight a5 makes sense to me. Wait. So why just play e4 with no resistance?
maybe there should have been something on rook e1.
Okay, that is so surprising because, I mean, White basically played rook e2, rook e1, and he says, hello, I'm going to play e4, and Black basically just ignores it. Okay, what just happened here? Why not a5? Why not h4?
I mean, h4 is a very logical. You want to stop this e4 idea, and knight has to go back.
I mean, I do understand the idea, of course, that the White is going to play knight f2, and then again improve his odds to play e4, but it just seems that this was something that had to be stopped, right? I mean, there's of course a number of things that black could do. He could play h3, try to ruin white's pawn structure. Then after h3, I'm not really sure. Do you take it? Do you play g4? Do you ignore it? I mean, knight g3 is also a move, go back. It's really difficult to tell, but I have a feeling that this h4 was simply necessary. I mean, could it be that Darja forgot to include it?
Yeah, maybe h4, knight h1, and then knight a5 with the same idea, because now white has to spend more move, knight f2, and then knight b3 is coming, attacking the queen, and then queen cannot go anywhere to this long diagonal. Now knight b3, and now there is no e4.
Is there no e4? I'm going to play e4 anyway. Maybe something like queen b7 could be played to stop it. Huh. No, either way, I have a feeling that white is definitely pressing here, right? Because,
Yeah.
I mean, look at what black is doing at the queen side. Nothing. I mean, you have a beautiful pawn on a4, a great knight on b3. So what are they doing? Nothing. The white bishop on a3 does a lot of great things. Black is not in time to put this knight on b5, to apply any pressure, to push the pawn forward. And that's why white definitely simply is enjoying an extra pawn at the king side, right? So e4 is a big threat. And somehow, Eric Geisy just didn't stop it. He played knight f5. And Le Quangolian, look at the position. Fine, I'm going to play e4. So maybe he miscalculated something. So what happens after h4?
Okay, but now there is. I mean, this should be calculated, because there could be some, maybe even take on d5.
Could it be he missed knight f5? Because, I mean, if you go away with the knight, let's say you go something like knight h1, I guess black just takes the pawn, right? I have 2, 3, 4 attackers. You have 1, 2, 3, 4. White starts first, meaning white loses something. So after h4, maybe he calculated e5.
Or d5, or taking on d5. But
Actually,
yeah, maybe e5, yeah.
e5 also looks good. H takes on g3, I might even sacrifice a piece. I mean, h takes on g3, the knight goes somewhere away. Knight,
It's hard to say where, because the queen is coming.
oh, this looks so bad.
This
You know,
looks nasty, yeah.
This is very dangerous because the black queen cannot easily join the defense. As soon as you push the pawn on f6 to bring the queen into defense, the pawn on g6 is very, basically in a peril. So could it be that Eric Geisy simply didn't believe that e4 can be played, and then he changed his mind? So he didn't take it. He didn't play h4. He took the pawn on e4, knight e4, bishop e4, f takes on e4, knight b3, queen g5. But even with the naked eye, you can immediately tell something is terribly wrong with black's position. I mean, again, white has two bishops, white has the center, and the attack on top of that.
You know, I think it all comes back to the moment when Eric Geisy pushed for this c4. You know, when there was this pawn on c5, there was always pressure against the pawn on d4. And when he did this decision, I mean, it was a long time ago in the opening, when he pushed this, yes, it's like
Oh my,
here.
that's like a million years ago.
So he plays this c4, and he potentially says to white, you will always have idea to play f3, e4.
I mean, I wouldn't really go as far and say that c4 is a mistake, but it definitely was a big decision, right? So
Yeah.
perhaps in the hindsight, he should have kept more pressure. Anyway, what's done is done. And this is the current position, right? So we're left it here after queen g5, queen f4, queen f3. White is repositioning his pieces, queen g3, couple of maneuvers here and there, knight e5, and rook f2.
Now just look at these bishops. I mean, even though bishop on a3 is not doing much right now, but it's blocking the pawn, and it's, I think, very important. But the light squared bishop is looking all the way at the king. The knight is on b3. It's a very beautiful piece, but doing nothing, right? Knight on b3.
So it's the knight on d5, right? It's a great knight. Actually, the first thing, Angelika, which came to my mind is, can white win an exchange here, right? I thought about, can I play bishop f5, right? I want to take the exchange. You know what? I think I've seen this before, where black even voluntarily positioned the rook on e6. One of the great games of Tigran Petrosian, sacrificing the exchange, essentially bringing into practice the concept of a positional exchange sacrifice just to secure the knight on d5. But here's the thing. I mean, white doesn't have to do that. He doesn't have to win the exchange, giving black an excellent control of the light squares. Now, instead, rook f2 was played. I mean, white essentially says, I'm going to play bishop f5 whenever I feel it.
Absolutely, and there are so many always sacrifices to be calculated. The pawn on f7, the squares, the light square, dark squares on the king side, everything looks super weak. I don't know. What is queen on b7 even doing there?
Queen on b7, maybe it's defending the pawn on f7. What about the knight on b3? That's the biggest problem, right? I mean,
Yes.
how do you bring this knight into defense? And it's not even clear how do you plan to do that. I mean, knight a5, knight c6, knight e8. Oh, come on, this is never going to happen.
But I just remember that he brought that knight from c6, from a5 and to b3, you know, he spent all this move to bring the knight there and now he has to bring it back. Is it really so? Like, yeah, looks
Eric
very...
Geisy, Angelica, is trying to change the course of the game. He plays rook e7 and he says, you can have my exchange. There you go. Take the rook on e7 because after bishop takes on e7, queen e7, black seemingly gives away the exchange for nothing, but at least he has some hope for a counterplay.
Interesting, trying to repay for the position with an exchange. I mean, that's what you normally try to do, to give the material, to try to find some way to become more active, because the way how the things are going, it doesn't look good.
I'm going to improve a certain quote of Garry Kasparov, who once said, every knight on the 6th rank is worth a rook. So I'm going to say differently, every bishop on a3, which cannot be touched, is worth a rook. So that's why would you want to take on e7, because this bishop on a3, in my eyes, looks incredibly good.
Yeah, absolutely, and
All right, but now that we're looking at this from the white's perspective, how do you continue? Obviously, white is interested to start a very powerful kingside attack. Rook e7. Here, the young Indian is trying to hold on. What about just playing rook f1, rook f6?
Yes.
Try to sacrifice the exchange in return to demolish black's defenses.
yeah, it's a good idea indeed. So you try to bring, okay, so rook d7 was played. It was already played in the game. So rook f1, trying to attack, trying to put more pressure on the f7 pawn. Then black is playing rook d7, so saying you don't take my rook right now. Then you're not taking it. Bishop e4. Oh my God.
That's amazing. I mean, look at this. This is a great skill. I mean, I have no words, basically, Angelica, because rook e7, first, white says, I'm not going to have your exchange. There's a second exchange, by the way, available for you. Bishop f5, bishop takes on e6. This is also what you can do. And
Yes.
instead, the Vietnamese grandmaster, the last year's triathlon winner, Le Quang Liem, he says, my bishops are stronger than
Yeah.
your rooks.
Absolutely, and that's what's going on. White is simply pressing. White is dominating fully. White is saying, I don't need your rooks. My bishop are very strong. I don't want to take any of those rooks. And actually look at the position right now. What black's rooks are doing, they're passively defending the f7, the g6 square, and white's rook are actually very, very active in this position.
There might even a greater problem for black, because as far as I can see, white is thinking about the idea to play queen f3 and bishop d6 perhaps. Claim some material. Of course, you have to calculate what happens if black does take on d6, but this spin is very unpleasant. So let's say you would retreat it something like, let's say, not very careful, queen b6. After bishop d5, rook d5, black's position finally crumbles under the heavy pressure. So I don't know what you should do. Perhaps play queen a7. Again, the same motive, bishop d5, rook f7, queen f7, rook f7, king f7, queen f3.
Yes.
Give a check on the king f7, and the rook on d5 is left defenseless.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks very tough position to play, very, very tough to defend, but that's what Arjun has to do. We see some development in comparison to previous games. Now he has almost no time, but it was the 40th move. Just wait, he spent so much time.
Yeah. I mean, this is actually
Wait.
completely different to what Arjun or guys he had done in the previous games. No?
Yes.
Are you so surprised?
Yeah, I'm just surprised because normally even if he got some bad position or almost losing, he would just play some moves very, very fast and just...
I mean, in the previous games, it was Arjun who was playing very fast, and he had this very critical game, very interesting game against David Navarra, where he was winning after the opening. Navarra blundered. Arjun started this very powerful attack, and instead of sitting for a moment, to gather the thoughts, not to rush, unfortunately for him and Indian fans, Eric Gaisi rushed. He missed the victory. He would continue to play very fast, and in the end, this crazy game finished in a draw. So today, he's trying to do something differently. He's trying to play slower. He's trying to be careful, but it's simply not working, right? Because his opponent is playing so strong, and he's very much invested, and now somehow he got the next round hour. Oh, right, because he reached move 40. That's
Yes.
why.
So the players reached move 40. I think like one game is going to take some time. We have other players who have not reached move 40, and maybe we want to look at the game you wanted at the beginning, Jules Moussard against Bassam Amin, because also chat is saying that there was some blunder made, but maybe not used.
Let's go.
It's saying that there are 2 blunders made, 2 in a row. So first
row.
one side, then another one. Okay, so we have, oh my God, we left it, yeah. Because we have interviews, so we left it.
So it was a
Way
very
before.
interesting Bra
Yeah.
Lopez sort of Chigorin system. We left it about here. A lot of things happened. So 95 was played by the French champion, sacrificing the pawn on e4, clearly thinking about various tactical motives. So think about ideas like knight e4, bishop e4, knight e4, queen g4, or perhaps some were sacrifice on e4. This is simply not working for black. Knight b3 was played by the Egyptian top grandmaster. Rook a4, knight e2, you got to eliminate this bishop, he did it. Knight e7, queen d2, rook c5, rook d4, rook e8, knight g3. Angelica, I saw this position during one of the interviews you had, and I tried to estimate what are the chances here for both opponents. And about here, I felt it's about balanced, because the pawn on d6 is a weakness. Black is very active. I was thinking about g6, but what I didn't notice is that the pawn on d6 is under attack. I simply didn't see that. So that's why here Bassam plays h5. I guess his idea is to sacrifice the pawn on d6, rook d6, play something like h4. Obviously, white going to play knight f5, rook f5. You always have to be tactically alert. So it didn't obviously happen. b4 was included by the Frenchman, rook e5, f4. Wow, rook d5, look at that.
Rook d5. Feels like impossible move. Every single piece is protecting the square, but it's possible.
Rook d5.
This is the beauty of chess, yeah?
Yeah, there was a capture. Obviously, again, you cannot trade. Rook
Yes.
on e1 is not defended. e5 is apparently a mistake. And why it's a mistake? Who knows? g6, so white's still going to take on f6 because the pin. Rook e2, queen a7, king h2, and wait a second. So how do you defend the piece here? Because if the knight goes away, the bishop is hanging on d5. So h4 was played. Apparently a big mistake, followed by knight f5. Look at the fireworks here, Angelica.
This is incredible.
Chess.com engine
What?
marks this as a missed victory.
What about taking the knight? Can we look?
Takes.
I guess we have to take, yeah? Don't we have something like f5, queen h6? I mean, white, not we.
It looks surprisingly easy. Just take the pawn. I see nothing wrong.
Maybe
Rook
rook
e2.
takes, yeah?
So, I have queen e8 ideas, I have queen e7 ideas.
f5, queen h5 in case of...
f5, king is safe, nothing is hanging. Okay, maybe he saw some queen g1 counterattack, right? That there's
But
no
it's a
immediate mate.
checkmate.
Where's the checkmate?
I mean, queen e8, queen f7, queen
There's
e...
no queen f7.
Queen f7.
Bishop protects it.
Yeah.
Maybe he saw
Wait.
something like this and he wasn't sure, but even bishop e4, trade the bishops, you have an extra pawn. Now you have this queen e8, queen f7, right? It's a bit strange, but again, the question is, what was black even supposed to do here? Because if h4 is a mistake, what do? Do you include? Takes? And what's the difference? That's the difference. Maybe now you include h4 because now after captures, take it. And now this is feeling much more dangerous now because there's no pawn on d6 standing, and there's all kinds of checks on c7 or b8.
Indeed. And there is no f pawn, which potentially could march to f5.
So Bassem had the right idea. You have to play h4, give it this counterattack, and he just forgot, I guess, to include this d takes, f takes. Another question, what happens if white just plays knight h1? I know it's an ugly move, but what to do? Takes, and perhaps something like queen c7. Pinning the king, you cannot take it. The pawn on e5 is under attack, and after queen f4, well, let's just put it this way, you're no longer attacking the bishop on d5.
Yeah, absolutely.
Real interesting stuff. So all of this didn't happen, and it just proves that these players, they're human beings. Knight f5 was played by Jules Massard, sacrificing a piece. Not sure what he miscalculated. I guess he thought that g takes on f5. Now he's going to take on f6, and the black king is more exposed. D takes, knight e6 was played. Rook e6, f takes, and queen e7. I mean, look at this. Bassem is very resourceful. This game, Angelika, can still go either way.
Yeah, absolutely. It's absolutely double-edged. We have just seen both players making mistake first. Bassem, I mean, objectively did a mistake, but okay, both players are calculating these lines, including take on e5, without take on e5, and maybe Jules was calculating these lines with take on e5, and that's why he thought, okay, I have to play knight f5, and he missed that opportunity. But also with time, we have 7 moves to be played, and both players are having, okay, Amin Bassem has 13 minutes, Jules Massard has 8 minutes, so it's quite tense.
This could potentially be a dramatic game, and I have a feeling that Jules, he saw that he can take the pawn, right? He saw, I can take an f6, I can win the pawn right here. Instead, this is what we call, he found a better idea. I mean, knight f5, he decided, I can include this move first, you know? So if you're gonna accept it, then I take an f6, your king is exposed, I should be doing great. Then suddenly after d takes knight e6, rook e6, I think he simply missed queen e7 from afar, because the knight on f6 is under attack, it still cannot go away, but queen e7 looks very natural to me.
Yeah, absolutely, and here...
It's just a check.
Yeah, just a check, but...
Now it doesn't work. I mean, you're going to take on f6, but the problem is for white, how do you deal with the rook takes on e5? Because once again, you play queen f4, the bishop on d5 no longer is contested. So queen f4, again, I believe I can play even something like knight h5, knight g3. Make it really exciting.
Absolutely. So we have a result already.
He has won a game against Arjunari Gaisi. So let's just bring it on the screen. So indeed, this is what happened. I sort of predicted queen f3 was played, rook e8, bishop d6, and the spin on the knight on d5 was decisive. And this is going to allow for Le Quangliam, not only going to allow, it already happened, the third victory in the first 4 rounds of the classical tournament.
And you see, even though he didn't play a draw, just winning and losing brings him more points than if he, for example, would play 2 draws and win one and lose another. So that's actually brilliancy of the scoring system here in Biel.
Right, so once again, I think what we could do, we could go to the tournament system, and I could show you in a moment. Where was this? So this is the tournament system of the GMT. In case you don't know, dear viewers, what the GMT tournament is all about, it's the combination of 3 tournaments. Unique tournament, which to be honest, I have seen nowhere. 28 games to be played in total. Classical, Rapid, and Blitz. Rapid tournament is over. Today, the players are playing the 4th round of the classical tournament. Tomorrow, the action resumes with Blitz, 14 games of Blitz. Then they're going to have a rest day, followed by the remaining rounds of the classical tournament. And here's the scoring system, Angelika, you talked about. 4 points for the victory and only 1.5 points for a draw. The bottom line, do not make draws in the classical tournament.
Absolutely. Players, we see how they are pushing. They are trying to play more adventurous, sometimes more risky, to win those 4 points. And we have been seeing so much blood in the tournament. This is unbelievable. Every round we have decisive games. There was not a single round with all draws. And even when we had 3 draws in the round, those draws were not peaceful at all.
And that's the time control. It's a long one, 2 hours for 40 moves, 60 minutes for the next 20 moves. If you don't have it enough, extra 15 minutes after that. And what makes things really spicy is the additional 30 seconds which are available to the players only starting move 61. So we have a potential for a drama, for a time trouble, and this is something that everybody loves.
Okay, and here is our prize fund for the Grandmaster Triathlon. Altogether, 28,500 Swiss francs. First place is bringing home 10,000 Swiss francs. And we can see that 7th and 8th place don't get any prize. That's why players are trying to fight for it.
Okay, let's jump back into action. So Jules Massart is now trying to deal with this shock moment, knight c8, knight e6. Is that a draw offer, by the way? Look at this, Angelica. I mean, you could play queen e7, knight c8, because this position already repeated once. So he sees there's some issues with the pawn on e5. Knight c8, here, go back.
Yeah, as we know, players tend to repeat in such positions when they're very low in time. They're just repeating 2 times, and then they see. I mean, one side might offer a draw with 1 more move to repeat, but most likely it brings, of course, very big advantage because players are closer to 40th move.
That's right, and I think there's also one more game we have to check. That's the current leader. I mean, not technically a leader because Navarra is in the lead. He's the interim leader, 1.5 points, but Vincent Keimer was sharing the lead with him before this round. He has excellent chances to take over the leadership. Let's jump to Vincent Keimer's game.
Absolutely, and here we have players are still not reaching the second time control. We can see the endgame we were discussing earlier. We were looking at this endgame with potential pawn on d5. For some reason, Vincent Keimer didn't want to go for that line. And I feel like there are not enough weaknesses for black for Vincent to exploit.
Vincent is going to regret this because if we go back several moves, actually quite a bit moves, there was this moment, this critical moment after the opening phase. Did really Vincent miss this beautiful shot, bishop takes on f6? We think he did. Because the point is, after g takes on f6, e4, bishop b7, e takes, bishop d5, bishop d5, and whatever happens, either e takes or rook takes, black pretty much by force would be losing a pawn. Perhaps he saw something, but I do believe he actually missed it, and that's why he played bishop d2, keeping a solid edge, but as it turns out, it was not enough.
Yeah, indeed, it was not enough, and here we can see that White is still trying to push. Obviously, White is one who is sitting in the front seat in this position, but again, question, is it enough?
Right, and this knight f6, such an annoying move, now training one of the big prides that White has, the 2 bishop pairs. So for some time, Vincent decided not to push e4. Now it's not going to happen anymore because the bishop trades on the board. This allows White to penetrate black's defenses with rook c6, rook a7, rook d1. White appears to be pushing, but now, even after more trades, it's just not even clear how White is going to make a progress. And this position, again, sort of brings some memories from yesterday's game of Yu Yanyi. This time playing from White's perspective against the Romanian Grandmaster, Daniel Bogdanyak.
Yeah, absolutely. That the longest game in the Grandmaster Triathlon so far. 7 hours. It was playing so long. I don't want to predict anything. You know, yesterday we had a prediction by Eric Rosen that game will be the last one, the longest, and it was actually fulfilled. This prediction. It was 7 hours. What do you think about this one? Can it last? Could it last also long?
Well, thankfully, Eric is not here today because he would make some very bad predictions for us. Because Eric Rosen, one of the most well-known celebrities in online chess, he's a well-known, obviously, streamer and YouTube creator, content creator. He was here with us yesterday in the studio, told a lot of great things. He talked about his future projects, and he predicted that this game, like you said, Angelica, is going to last a long time, and he was right. To be more precisely, it lasted 7.5 hours, so it was a very long game, but yeah, I have a feeling that for Vincent, it's not going to be enough. You know, he's still pressing, but you can't help but feel that the best is already past him, at least in this game.
The problem is, where do you find the weakness? Earlier, the white's position was better because there was a bad bishop. The bishop is off the board. The knight on d5 is a strong piece. Is your bishop even better than the knight? No. I mean, I think the knight is a better piece than the bishop. But pawn structure for black is for sure worse.
I mean, it really depends if white can push e4, right? So that's why after knight e5, the first thing that white needs to deal with is this rook on b6 under attack. So let's see what happens after rook c6. I want to play e4 and push away this beautiful knight from d5, gain some space advantage, and somehow, somehow try to sneak to this pawn on a6. Perhaps after f takes, king is going to march as far as b6 and, I don't know, deliver a checkmate to the black rook.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm just curious, where is Lek Van Liam? Because I hoped he's going to join us for the interview, but somehow I saw Arjun, but I didn't see Lek Van Liam passing by.
All right. I hope that he's going to join us. It could be really interesting.
Of course.
So maybe what we could do right now, let's once again check the results of this round, because 2 games already have been finished. As you can see, the reigning champion Lek Van Liam has back today 4 points against Arjun Erigaisi. For Erigaisi, that's a nightmare tournament. Things are just not working for the young Indian. He played badly in chess 960. Rapid tournament was a disappointment, and the bad form, unfortunately for him, continues also in the classical tournament.
Yeah, indeed. And we had here with us Bogdan Daniel-Diak, who finally starting to rehabilitate, finally to get some rest and prepare for Blitz. We were seeing how players were eager talking about the Blitz portion tomorrow. They are really excited to go for it, to play some Blitz. David Navarro was even telling about the title Tuesday games against Bogdan Daniel-Diak. Such memories have chess players, chess grandmasters. It's incredible.
Yeah, it's actually was pretty amazing, right? I mean, David says, I don't remember all the games I played, and then he literally counts every single game he has played against Daniel Bogdan, including a particular game in the title Tuesday. Isn't this amazing?
This is absolutely incredible. Yeah, that's indeed.
The rankings right now, as you can see, Vincent Kammer is still playing, but it's David Navarra who currently leads the tournament thanks to this early draw with black against Daniel Bogdan-Diak. For Lek Van Liam, this is good news, because yesterday he lost against Vincent Kammer, a very important game, but just 1 victory it takes, he's back in action.
Yeah, absolutely. And in case he scores the win today, but we will see if it's possible or not. I don't want to say anything. Then he's going to overtake Czech Grandmaster and be in the lead for now.
King e7 stands on the board. Actually, a couple of more moves have been played. So after rook d6, king e7, rook d8, knight f6. What's the clock situation? 7 minutes for white, 5 for black, move 39. Again, to remind you, dear viewers, there's no increment. This is the time they have, but I'm pretty sure there's not going to be any real-time scramble, because you should be able to find a rather good move in on average, like 2 minutes or so.
Yeah, absolutely. Just recalled what also David Navarro was saying about tomorrow's Blitz. He said it's very important because you can score the amount of points as in the first 4 rounds of classical events. So you even count already how many points you could score potentially, and this is really incredible. Players are taking every time control, every portion seriously, because any setback can basically change the tournament situation and change all the standings.
That's right. All right. I see that the game of Jules Massard against Lamine Bassem has finished in a draw, so you might have another interview coming in. So Lek Van Liam is missing in action. We don't know where he is. I hope he is going to join us in a moment.
I see Bassem is coming. He's
approaching us quietly.
Quietly and confidently, and maybe we will see Jules. So maybe we could start with interview with them and then.
Just to
Yes.
show to their viewers how the game finished. Indeed, after knight c6, knight c8, knight e6, knight c8, the Frenchman felt that his opportunity is gone, and I hope that they're going to join us. Amin is going to join us. Is his opponent going to join us?
We're waiting for Jules.
Jules has disappeared. All right, maybe he's going to join us after all. So what we are going to do right now, I don't think that there's going to be a big-time scramble in the only remaining game of Winston Keimer playing against Yu Yanyi. So we're simply going to make a break of something like, let's call it 5 minutes. Let's make it a break of 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. The big action is still coming. You're going to see very interesting interviews because this is stuff you usually don't want to miss. Yeah, again, take some refreshments. See you in a moment.
Welcome back to Biel. We are having the draw. Bassem Amin against Jules Moussard. It was quite a surprising tour of events in the time travel. Jules, you had big chances, right?
Yeah, very big chances. So wait, okay, let's move quickly until I play
Maybe
this.
about the opening, it was
Okay,
like
this is
preparation.
like a small.
Because
small
you're playing
idea.
very fast. Everything.
Yeah, I tried to trick him in the move order because, like here, if he wants to play, you know, your normal line with rook e8, there is this knight g5.
Yeah.
It's not like the same because rook f8, I have this bishop f7, takes queen b3, and it's completely crazy. You have some funny lines with d5, takes, f4, gets c5. it's very funny.
Crazy,
Yeah?
yeah.
You have to look with engine. It's completely crazy, but okay. You played c5, which is a good move. Then okay, we got into this position. You took. This was completely correct. Here takes is good, and bishop d2 I thought was interesting because I want to put the bishop on c3, and this way I completely neutralize your counterplay here, and bishop is well placed. So it looks.
Okay, I did something very stupid here. I spent almost 1 hour. Yeah.
Yeah, here you lost connection. You lost connection.
Frozen.
You know, I was going for some drinks, some chocolates. I was coming back 10 minutes later.
Smoking.
Smoking, still thinking.
How many times did you go for smoking during this?
No, just once.
Just once.
No, I mean, yeah, here you took, so I take back, of course, and here knight c5. And here I also lost connection because I was thinking about, you know, normal move is to play knight g3. But then after g5, it's not so clear because I want to put my bishop on c3 to attack. But this way, if I go e5, then you block this bishop. It's not so clear. You have always some knight b3 and etc. And if I take, then knight takes, and I cannot get my bishop to c3. It looks.
Yeah, it feels so dangerous here. But
Yeah, it feels like mate, but I didn't see like queen c2.
Okay,
You can go g6. I was thinking some knight f5, but you can simply maybe go bishop f8 or to f6. I was thinking.
I was not sure.
I was
also
even
about this
thinking about
position,
bishop f here, knight h5, bishop h8, knight h6 here, and I didn't see how to attack. I'm sacrificing all my pieces, but it never takes, and I don't know what I'm doing here exactly, because if I don't mate and knight b3 is coming, I might lose even. So I just decided to go for knight f5, and here it's beautiful, yeah, and it's bishop f8. Did you, or you were like not feeling?
I thought bishop c3.
Yeah, so bishop c3. So now you take with this knight.
Yeah, and okay, I saw like some sacrifice.
Yeah, so but it took me a while to figure out this position because first I was thinking that takes. So you should take with the bishop. If you take with the knight, I take.
Yeah, and then queen g4. Yeah.
But queen g4, f6, and I have this rook c1. And you don't have a good square for the queen.
Yeah,
and
but
it's
knight
going to
f7,
be if
Knight h6.
bishop, knight h if queen f7, knight h6. So you should take with the bishop, and that's where I struggle to find the win. But I think I just wait. No. I should not take. This is the mistake. I should take here first. Here. Now I go queen g4. So now you have to play f6. Now I go knight g3. Because I mean I want to take, yeah.
Knight e7, rook e7.
Yeah, rook e7 or knight e7.
d5, knight h5.
No, because this is not clear. Because then you go king h8, and this is like a mess. Because I will take, you go rook g8, and I don't know what's the plan here. But after f6, here on knight d5, now I can take. If you take with the knight again, rook c1, and you don't have a square. And if you go here, I think rook c1, and again you don't have a square. I will take on c5 next move. Yeah? I think it's just winning because if you go here.
c5.
Yeah, rook c5 and and here the point is if you go queen f7, knight d6,
And queen
and
d7.
and queen d7, rook d1. I think it's
You want
just
to
winning.
deep, yeah?
I want to beat deep. That's why I lost
Yeah.
connection.
And queen d7 before sacrifice, there was not.
Yeah, but then I take on c5. It's the same. Like if you go queen d7 here, I take, and knight h6 is coming.
Yeah.
So I think it's just completely winning this. But it took me a while because you can take with the f knight, the c knight, the bishop.
Oh my god.
So many ways I have to play knight g3 first. But yeah, because this I was not afraid. This looks like a disaster for black.
Is it?
Second.
Yeah. Okay. So I took. I mean, the rook
Yeah, okay.
d4, and then I mean, d6 pawn is almost lost by force. And it's kind of lucky that you have this rook d6, rook e5, yeah?
D5, yeah.
And f3 and knight d5.
Knight D5, yeah.
And my rook is trapped.
I was hoping for some blunder like that, yeah.
Yeah, but so knight g3 I think is good.
Yeah, knight G3 is very strong, yeah.
So I thought that h5 first was a problem maybe for me, but because if I go rook d1, then you have bishop c8, and I can win a pawn like this, but doesn't look very good for
Yeah.
me. I mean, not worse, but not clear, yeah,
Yeah.
to go for this. So
No, I think what you played, or
yeah, but b4 looks very strong now.
yeah, I was not sure like to include rook b5, bishop.
No, no, no,
d3
no,
or
no.
not,
You
but-
should not play this because here I don't think I'm playing bishop d3. I think I play rook e3 because then you don't have because on the last move if I go
But
rook
here-
e3,
H4 I have, yeah.
knight f5.
Take,
Take?
rook e5.
What you mean? Wait. Here I mean
Oh, okay, like after rook b5? No, no.
yes, rook b5, rook e3.
This?
Here?
Ah, I saw the bishop on c8.
No, no, no.
No.
I think this is
Then I have to play g6 again.
yeah, but g6 now doesn't work. I think because I take here. Oh wait, no. Here, yes, I have some e5, and I also have some knight f5 sacrifice with the rook coming and the queen coming. I think it's almost
Yeah, I was not
almost
sure
lost. But
if I should play it at some
but
point.
here, wait. I mean, I should be completely winning somehow.
Yeah.
This looks completely winning. I had so many options. Like, okay, I cannot take on
No, I
h5.
think e5 is.
E5 looks good.
critical one, yeah.
E5 looks good, yeah. Because if I go, I was thinking even to go some rook e2, but rook e2. No, I saw something else. Yeah, knight f5.
I think
Maybe.
Queen is 6, I think.
Queen e6. Wait, I saw something here. E5 now. Looks like good version for me, maybe.
Or knight d4,
Or
Knight e4.
knight d4.
Knight
take
e4.
first and then.
But knight e4, I take and knight d6.
No, I mean knight d4 instead of e5 also.
Yes, but queen comes
But
back.
Then I go back.
Queen now you go back.
Now e7, now e5.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, everything looks so good.
Just looks dominating completely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe you can take. Take and go here. Oh, okay, maybe. But I wanted to take with the pawn.
Oh, yeah.
But still.
Still,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe.
Not so easy, maybe.
Yeah, now feels h5 is maybe because I was comparing h5 and g6, but
No, but
I don't
g6. No, g6.
g6 just lose the pawn,
Yeah,
I think.
like here. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you go g6, now I take. Because h5, I have. I think rook d1, and knight f5, pre-move.
And knight d5 there you have e5, yeah?
Where? On the last move, yeah? Yes, knight d5, e5. Knight e4. This is. Yeah, this is winning. But yeah, b4 takes e5. So here I am. Here it's funny because I thought that you can. Think
Yeah,
you
I
can.
don't know if g6 is.
I think g6 is good. Because what else?
I don't know.
And rook e2. Here. Here. I think king h2 is good.
Yeah, because king h1 I can take and play rook d8. I think
Maybe.
something like that.
No, king h1 I was afraid of. Not afraid, but takes,
Some queen
takes,
d7 or-
bishop c4.
Yeah, maybe these two.
Wait, no, not now.
No, but here you have queen h6.
Yeah, wait. No, bishop
Maybe
c4
bishop
immediately.
c4
Bishop
immediately,
c4
yeah.
immediately, yes. Yes.
No, but I was not sure about this, yeah? Take, and queen f2 you have bishop d3. And queen e3 you take and play knight d4 and
But
then rook e1.
Yes,
Yeah, that's why king h2, yeah,
yes,
because same
that's what
position, doesn't
the
work.
queen is 3. Yes, and I was even
Yeah.
trying. At first, I thought f5 was made, but queen is 3,
Yeah.
which is bad news. So
Since
h4.
we're looking instead of h4 to first take on e5. What were those lines?
Sorry.
Yeah,
To take on e5 first. Why not to take on e5?
yeah, probably I
Yes, that's what
yeah,
tricked me, because now h4.
yeah.
Now h4, yes, because you have some
Because I
checks.
didn't want to open for the queen, yeah, probably,
But now I think I go here.
but it's transpose, yeah, almost.
I don't know. Yes, maybe.
Queen, okay, queen c7, now knight d6, okay, you have
Yes.
extra tempo, but maybe it's not that useful, yeah?
For me,
Or is it?
I mean that looks lost, no?
Why?
I mean, what do you play?
Rook?
Yes, but now rook f2.
I can tell you objective evaluation. It looks equality after rook e5.
After rook e5?
Yeah, instead
Here?
of rook e6. Yes,
But I saw this, but here?
I don't know. No, not here,
No,
not here.
then was,
Instead of
change
rook e6.
sacrifice.
Exchange sacrifice.
Where? Here? No.
No, in
No,
the
like
position
after
queen
queen
c7.
Ah, yes. Okay, okay.
Take,
But here I
take,
saw
queen
queen f4, no?
Yeah, maybe some king g7 or something, I don't know.
Yeah, but
King to7, exactly. Yeah. Rook f5. it's,
rook f5, yes.
Yeah, I saw something like this, but of course you don't willingly
Yes,
go to
it's.
this,
I mean, you can
Of
never
course, it's
win,
it's
because
machine,
rook
yeah.
f5.
Yeah.
What do you play?
Queen b6 or something. And
Could b6, but I can go here. I don't know how it's equal.
it's a moment a5 or something.
yeah.
Maybe.
Could be, yeah.
Of course, it's a machine, but when
Yeah.
you're playing this and you're
Yeah.
being so low on time, it's understandable that.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks very. Yeah.
Yeah, and here.
Yeah, okay.
So after h4.
Yeah, after h4 I should.
What I first
yes.
missed, I thought after h4, okay, if he take, and I thought queen d4, I'll take the f6 pawn.
Yes.
Because like check here, king here, bishop g6, take, queen here. I don't take because check and take, but I just go king f5.
I was trying to win the queen
and
here.
I'm
but I-
escaping, so I thought, okay, I'm fine if this doesn't work.
yes.
But yeah, and then after I played h4, I was calculating, and then I saw this queen d3, and I think it's just winning. Because now, okay, if I exchange queens, it's almost dead lost, yeah, because he's even threatening this. And
Yeah.
he has like two extra pawns here. And if, if queen b4, then take, he has now check and queen f8.
It's
And,
mate, yeah.
I have only one check here, and after king h2, it's over.
Jules, what were you calculating there, or you missed?
No. So I saw the same line
Yes.
where I'm not winning the queen. I didn't see queen d3.
Ah, okay.
And of course, I just thought that this was winning. I saw this position and I thought it's winning. I didn't see queen e7. I was only thinking about queen c7 or queen b6 or queen b8. And here I go rook f2, yeah. And this is winning because when you take this exchange sacrifice, it doesn't work now. Because
Yeah,
queen
take
f4 is
queen,
winning,
yeah.
yes. And after queen e7, I'm almost lost.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah,
This is unfair, no?
That's unfair.
Doesn't look fair. And here I was thinking even to go bishop g6 or knight f7, trying to go completely crazy, but nothing works. So knight c8.
Actually, I was calculating. Okay, yeah, instead of here. Okay, what happened here? To take,
Yes?
and now
Yeah, well, I should take.
I thought. What? Here, queen c7. I think
Yeah.
I have to.
And then it's
And
the
I was calculating this, yeah?
knight h5.
Knight h5, knight d6, now I take.
Yeah.
Just now if take, and
Okay, this
there is no queen f4.
there is queen g5, but
Yeah, but then f6, take, and knight g7.
and I'm lost.
I
Queen
think
h,
queen
queen
f7.
h7, king f7.
Yeah, okay, let's see. Yeah, it's,
No,
take, queen g5, this.
King
I go
f8,
here
yes.
first, yeah, and here.
and I'm lost.
I thought, yeah, it's.
This is where you lose this. No, but yeah, of course I was looking at here also some queen g5, but because you cannot take on e5. But here I think you go knight
Knight
h7.
h7
Yeah, that's
probably,
I think that's the move. And it looks weird. Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
know.
maybe knight e4 also at some point could be a move.
Yeah, like here. Knight
Yeah, but you have
e4.
knight. Yeah, it's not easy. Yeah? Could be.
Yeah, I can get tricked with this king on h2. I mean, always some tricks. It's not so clear. Of course, I should have spent some time here.
Yeah, but we both didn't have much left. Yeah, so
Yeah, and here yeah, it's just a draw. So where did you blunder?
it's h4 probably. Yeah? I should take first on e5.
Yeah. Ah yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's also why I didn't.
Yeah, but I think like we both missed the same queen d3. Yeah, and like that's why
No,
I
no,
played
no.
h4 first.
Like
And
I didn't. Like for some reason, I was only. Wait. Was only thinking about takes first. Yeah. Like here.
yeah, and then h4 you play knight f5. That was.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to transpose into what I was thinking about. So I didn't spend so much time on wait here on this
Sure.
take f6, yes. Because this is just winning.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to take takes queen d4 and queen d3. And you have to play queen d4, yeah, but you don't have a move. Queen d7, I just go queen e7 even. This is just winning.
Yeah, if some queen a8, you have f5 also.
f5, yes.
It's crushing. Yeah.
Yeah.
There are always some sacrifices. Bishop
Bishop
g6.
g6, yes. I can even go like put my king on g5. Very safe. No, but it's not a joke even. Like here I go with my king on g5, go g4.
I take this, not to play g4.
Yeah.
Yeah, terrible position, of course.
Yeah, that's just completely winning. Yeah, and here if you take, yeah, this is just lost. Yeah, I have this.
Yeah.
And yeah, take, and I don't have knight d6 again, but no. Again, fighting draw, but no win.
Bassem, did you change your strategy for Rui Lopez after your game against David Navarro?
Or maybe I should have actually. It's walking every time to your opponent preparation is not really fun, and spending 1 hour in the opening, of course, is really bad. So, but okay, I tried to check like my files today before the game, but they keep finding like new ideas that is not in my files, which is bad. So, but okay, I mean. Yeah, at some point I'll have to change, I guess, yeah, because keep having these problems is it's not really fun anymore.
A question to both of you. What's your favorite time control?
Probably blitz.
And yours?
Yeah, you mean from the 3 here?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess Blitz will be
Yeah.
So-
will be better.
Yeah,
Will be fun at least.
blitz is fun even if you lose.
Yeah.
So you're looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah,
Hope so.
yeah.
Okay, so wish you luck for tomorrow's Blitz
you.
and see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. We're back to Biel, and I'm standing right now with the only player who has 3 wins out of 4 rounds in the Grandmaster Triathlon. Here we have Lek van Liam. Hello, congratulations on your game, on your victory.
Thank you.
How does it feel to have 3 out of 4?
Well, to be honest, I don't know why, but I always have a lot of decisive games here in Biel. Last year, out of the 7 classical games, I had 6 decisive games, 4 wins and 2 losses. So I got +2. This year so far, I also got +2, so 3 wins and 1 loss. I mean, in terms of the points, it's actually benefited me because we got 4 points for the win and 1.5 for draw. So actually, if I had made the draw yesterday and today, then I could have ended up with fewer points than I have now. So. But yeah, I don't know why. It just happens that my games are very fighting normally.
How did you manage to recover after yesterday? So did you do something special, or you just try to put your mindset on today's game?
Not much. I just try to relax and forget about that game. Yesterday, my opponents played really well, so I thought there was no shame in losing that game. And today, I know that Arjun is also a very good player. And he's not having the best tournaments right now, but he can be very dangerous.
So let's dive into today's game.
So the opening started normally. He surprised me a little bit, but I learned to expect the unexpected when facing Arjun because he always tried to come up with something new. So this position after A3, bishop takes, C5, E3 castle. Yeah, queen C7. I didn't really check this move in my prep, and I thought it was a very good one when he played it. What surprised me is that after A4, he didn't take CD4. This is, I thought that this is the whole idea after behind the move queen C7 because he wants to force me to take on D4 with either the E pawn or the knight. So I don't have the CD option. I was going to take with the knight, and I thought this position after knight E5, bishop A3, rook E8, for example, knight B5, queen C6. I thought it should be around equal. Black shouldn't be any worse here. Castle, black can have like bishop G4. And okay, it's a normal position. I have a weakness on C3, he has a weakness on D5, so it should be around equal. But he played this move C4, which is also very interesting, but I think it is a bit risky for him because strategically, he's giving me a lot of play here. So he does gain some space on the queen side, but I have the bishop pair, and if I can get F3, E4, then this can be quite strong.
Yes, when we were looking at position, I was pretty actually happy for White's position because he released this pressure from the D pawn, and now you are free to go at some moment for the E4.
Exactly. So I had to find some good plans though, because if I play some normally, some move like castle, then he has knight E4, rook E8 coming, knight F6, and black has a very active position. So I had to start with knight D2 to prevent knight E4, and then after B6, I go castle, rook E8, and I was very happy to find this move, rook E1, and the key idea here is just to get the knight to G3. That's the best square for the knight. So the knight has to go to F1, and then I go F3, I control the E4 square, and the thing is that he doesn't have knight E4 to exchange my knight earlier. For example, after here, rook E8, rook E1, if he goes knight E4, this could be, it doesn't do much because I just go back here and then I go F3. So, so after I get F3, I was very happy with my position. I thought if he doesn't do anything on the queen side, then I'm gonna go like knight G3, bishop D1, queen D2, bishop C2, and then slowly prepare for E4. And that can be very dangerous for black. So he played B5, which is the correct plan, I think.
Did you consider taking, or you?
I did consider taking, but I wasn't sure how to evaluate this position because I think, okay, if he gets the A file, for example, let's just make some move like bishop B4, rook A8, rook takes. Okay, and then he will go bishop C6. Let's make a few more moves. So let's say here, I go here, queen A7, queen C1, for example, rook A2. I'm still very happy with this position, but I don't see a clear way to break through. Like, okay, I can sit like this, and okay, let's say he go like queen A8, how do I get anything here? Because rook b2, he always go like rook a1, rook a2. So I didn't see a clear way to put some pressure here. So I wanted to keep the position close for a little bit more. And the key thing is that if bishop c6 now, then I would take, and then I would do this thing. And he wouldn't have time for
Rook a4.
rook a4 because here I think I would get a tempo here like this with c1, and he would have to go back here. So now he doesn't have the control of the a file. So this is a different story because with the bishop pair, I slowly try to play for e4. I think I have a risk-free position here. So I try to be accurate and play bishop a3. But of course, the drawback is that he could have played b4, ba, which is what he did in the game. So after so queen a4, bishop c6, queen c2, a5, rook b1, knight b6. So this is very interesting position. This is a pass pawn for black, but it's actually not going anywhere because my bishop is doing a good job here on a3. So if he goes a4, then I would be happy because my bishop blocks everything and I have a free hand to play on the king side. So I stuck with this move, queen d2, and this is what I calculated. I thought if he goes bishop a4, which may be the idea behind knight b6, then I would go maybe knight g3, bishop b3. It looks very nice for black to get the bishop here, but the thing is that this is just a big pawn, and it's actually even worse than a pawn because it doesn't give black anything. There's no play here, and I would just double the rooks here and play e4.
Could there be anything like knight c8 or bringing the other knight to b5?
Possibly, but that is too slow, I think. I would get e4 very quickly, and this is a very dangerous attack. So after queen d2, I think he played the correct move, knight c8. So his plan is to get the knight to b5 to harass my bishop. Bishop d1, knight d6, knight g3. So here I had some interesting calculation. For example, I calculated this move, knight b5. Here I thought bishop c5 is the critical move, because if I go back, let's say if I go back to c1, then he has a4. And if I take a4, exchange everything, and then he has this knight takes c3 or knight takes d4, and black should be okay here. So I wanted to go to c5, but then I had to calculate this line, knight d7, then I wanted to go bishop a4, and I think the complications work out for me. For example, rook a b8, I could go knight f5, and it feels like I have enough play here because after knight c5, dc, now suddenly I have some ideas like bishop b5, queen d5, or queen d4, knight d6 also. So that worked out for me. So he played the move rook e6, which is good, I think. Bishop c2, g6. Here I played the move bishop c5, because I wanted to see what he would do here. Knight b7, I went back a3. I wasn't gonna repeat the move and make a draw here because I felt like my position was still better, but I wasn't sure what to do after he played, if he had played knight d6, because the whole idea for white must be connected with e4. I have to make e4 work somehow. But let's say if I go rook e1, then he has this knight b5, and my bishop is not stable here. e4 is not working because of knight a3, rook a3, queen e7, and black will take e4 next move. So I have to play bishop c1, for example, and then the bishop is worse on c1, and he probably can play like a4 and try to play a3. So I still don't really get e4 here, so I wasn't sure how to make this work. So, but he played the move rook a8, and then after rook e1, h5. I think this is a mistake for black, because this plan with h5, h4, it looks threatening, but actually it doesn't do anything. Because after rook e2, let's say if he goes h4, the knight will just drop back to h1, and then let's say, for example, knight h5, I would go to e1 just to avoid knight f4, and then my knight would go to f2, h3, then e4 is coming. And it looks funny because all the white pieces, except the pawn on d4, they have not crossed the middle of the ball, but white is actually clearly better here because black is overextended. And once I get e4, it's just gonna be dead loss for black. So I play the move. So when he played h5, I was very happy with this. Rook e2, just preparing rook e1 and e4. So he played a4, rook e1. Here, I think it's probably the last critical moment of the game.
Could he play here,
He should have
h4?
played h4, yeah. Knight h1, I could play, and then knight a5. I could go knight f2, yes.
Knight b3, queen d1.
Again, the knight looks very nice here, but it doesn't do anything. The only question is how do I get a4? So right now, black is threatening this a3. And this is a little annoying because I don't want to go back here because he has queen a5. So I was going to play something like knight h3, a3, and probably just bishop e1. And I think it's still very difficult to play for black because in the long run, this pawn is going to be a weakness. I have rook a2 sometimes. Knight f4 or knight g5 can be annoying as well.
Knight g5 and e4.
Yeah, so let's say the bishop has to move. I don't know where. Let's say bishop b7 or bishop b5. Then I could go maybe knight g5, rook a6, and then I would have to put something here on a2. And then, okay, I won't take the knight because that opens up the lines for black, but the knight is not doing anything, and then I will slowly prepare for e4. So I think the position is still quite good for white. I'm not sure how much white is better, but definitely I would love to play this position. What he played after, yeah, he played knight a5, e4. I think he miscalculated some lines here. We talked a little bit after the game. He said he wanted to play h4 initially, but the problem is after e5, take, rook e2, rook e2, rook e2, queen e2, gh2, king h1. It's actually lost for black here because there's no way to defend the dash squares. For example, queen f4 runs into queen e7, and black is getting mated. If black goes somewhere else like knight b3, then I just go like queen e3, and queen h6 is coming, and black is lost here. So after e4, he had to take with the pawn, and then I took with the knight, and it's already pretty dangerous here. He doesn't have time for knight b3. If knight d5, I was going to play queen h6 with the idea knight g5, and this looks winning for white as well. So he had to take here, but this is a big concession because now I have the bishop pair, I have the strong pawns as well. Positionally, it's lost for black. So he tried to play on for white. Probably the last.
The question here about 95.
95, yeah.
Did you miss it or
No,
you
no,
saw?
I didn't. But I thought it should be still very good for me after queen f3.
97, knight b5.
Yeah. This is what I saw in the game. I thought that was his last chance, maybe. But okay, I mean, I didn't have any other good move. Yeah, I could play e5, knight d5, and queen g3, something like this. But yeah, maybe it's similar to what happened in the game too. But I felt like this one, knight d5, queen f3, knight c7, I should still be quite a bit better here. Not sure how to continue, but let's say I go. Let's say I go rook f2, knight b5. Yeah, it's not entirely clear. Knight c7. Yeah, I think you're right. This is his last chance in this position. Yeah, because this is he has to get a knight to b5 to attack my bishop. Otherwise, it's just too late. But okay, I will go bishop b4 like this. I still don't see how black is gonna hold this position. Maybe knight d4. Because a3, I just go back, right? I just go back bishop e1, and this is losing for black. But knight d4, I think maybe not so easy, because okay, he gets to exchange some pieces, maybe some chances to hold this position. Although black might be holding here. So yeah, so when he missed that knight d5, I think basically after queen f3, no longer had this idea to get a knight to b5, and the rest was relatively easy because yeah, this is such a domination here. He has no move here,
Yeah.
and my plan was very easy. Yeah, yeah. So very happy with this game. It wasn't perfect again, but it was a very fighting game. Yeah.
So how do you feel yourself playing first chess 960, then rapid, then a classical, one day rest, classical, and now you're going into bliss? Is it difficult to change?
Yeah, it is not easy to adapt, but that's the whole point of the marathon, right? You have to do well in all the time controls, and that's a really nice challenge. And I enjoy playing all the time controls here, so we look forward to the Blitz tomorrow.
How do you feel yourself about the blitz tomorrow?
In general, I like playing Blitz, but I think my level of Blitz, I mean, I was a world champion in 2013, but I think recently I have been getting slower. Maybe I'm getting older, so probably I need to practice a little bit more tonight just to get into the Blitz
Rhythm,
mindset.
yeah.
And we'll see how it goes tomorrow.
So you're going to play online today?
Possibly. Yeah.
So, how often do you play online actually? Because you participated in all these events of the this rapid championship, yes?
Yeah, I do play online sometimes, but not very often. I know a lot of guys who play Title Tuesdays every week, a bunch of other events online. But I only play the big ones. For example, the Champion Chess Tour. Last year I did very well in that one. I got the 4th place overall in the Champion Chess Tour. This year I had also played some, most events in the Champion Chess Tour already. But those are rapid events. They are more serious than Blitz or Bullet. I don't really play Bullet nowadays. So yeah, it's I just like to play more quality chess, and I feel like Bullet or Blitz without increment, they're not really about, you know, you have to trick your opponent, you have to use a lot of mouse skills, you have to pre-move a lot, and that's kind of fun, but it's not directly related to chess, so I kind of prefer the slower time control nowadays.
Now that we are already halfway, more than halfway in the Biel Chess Festival, how do you feel yourself actually, because World Cup is also approaching?
Yeah, so this tournament, I think it would be, it's a really good opportunity to practice all my skills before the World Cup. Of course, I try to do well every time I play. World Cup is a really big challenge. I got to round 4 twice before. I didn't play in 2021, so this is has been a long time. I really look forward to World Cup, but it's a different format, and right now I don't think much about World Cup. I just try to focus more on this tournament.
Game after game, yes.
Yeah.
And what are your plans for the future after the World Cup, or you haven't thought about it yet?
Yeah, I'll just go back to the United States and continue my full-time job as the coach of the Webster chess team. I really enjoy my job there. I get to work with a team of very strong students. Most of them are grandmasters, and I prepare them for the collegiate chess tournaments, and that's my full-time job. And I don't know what else I will play after that. Probably some online events. I'll see.
There is one player with whom you were also participating last year, and this year it's Vincent Keimer. What are your thoughts about him and his level, his current play? Because currently he's actually one of the leaders of the tournament.
Yeah, Vincent definitely improved a lot in the last few years. I first played him in 2019 in FIDE Grand Swiss in Isle of Man, and at that time he was already a very strong GM, but only about 2,500 in the high 2,500s. So I beat him that year, and last year I also beat him a very long game last year. So I got +2 with him before this year. And this year he played really well so far, yesterday as well. So I think he really improved a lot. He deserved to be lead in the tournament. But there's still 3 more rounds to go, and there's the Blitz also. So I look forward to see what happens with his performance in the remaining part of the tournament.
Thank you so much for your time, for showing us insight of the game, and wish you good luck for tomorrow for Blitz.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Three games of the GMT tournament round 4 here in Biel are over. 2 are drawn. You saw several interviews in a row. First it was Jules Moussard against Amin Bassem. The Frenchman was a bit unhappy, of course, that he missed a victory, which was a possibility after Amin Bassem made a blunder. The game finished in a draw. The second game, of course, a very important victory for the top Vietnamese grandmaster like Quang Liem, who you just saw here in the studio. This allows him to leapfrog in the overall rankings closer to the leaders, also scoring the third victory in 4 rounds. Yesterday, the Vietnamese grandmaster lost to Vincent Keimer, but of course, everything is still ongoing because there's one more game going on, which might be the potential overall leader in the overall rankings, and that is the young German superstar.
Exactly, as that game might change the rankings for sure. We are going to go back immediately into the action because there was some long time we were not checking what is happening in the game, and King is already on D5.
That's right. So most of the game has been following in the sign of Vincent, right? He played very powerful opening. Apparently, his experienced opponent mixed up something, and at some point, the German had chance to simply get an extra pawn. I have a feeling he missed it, but he still keeps pressing. At some point, Yu Yanyi was very close to equalize the game. He misplayed it, and this is the current situation.
So maybe let's go a few moves back to see what we missed so far.
Let's do that. I think we were about here.
Yes.
About here. Rook d7.
Yeah,
Last was what we saw.
Yes.
b3, f3, knight e5, king f2, knight e7, rook b6, knight e5, rook d6. So black is trying to bother the white rook. Knight f6, go back. I think here that Yu Yanyi was always keeping a close eye on this threat of e4, because then f takes, knight f6, king e3. Suddenly the black knight no longer stands so active in the center. So knight f6 seems to be a necessary evil for black, not allow white to advance. Rook b8, king d6, Not sure why this is a mistake according to the engines here. Looks pretty human to me. Bishop c3, bishop d4. Keimer managed to centralize the bishop. He is about to execute the threat of rook b6 check. King d5, bishop goes back to b2, king c6, bishop d4. Of course, there's going to be no repetition because Keimer knows he's pressing. That's why the check. You can see black cannot play rook d7, bishop f6, simply drops the piece. This is not how you play this out.
Maybe
knight e7 is on the board.
maybe why not the computer didn't like this king c6 earlier, like king d6, because king should have stayed maybe on the king side, you know, not pushing king too far away to the queen side.
I think there's a more pressing problem, that is rook a8. Because after rook a8, you cannot really protect the pawn on a6, right? You see it's immediately under attack. King d5, I just snapped the knight on f6, and king b7 is simply impossible. Thank you for the rook on f7. So knight e7 is played. The Chinese grandmaster is trying to remain accurate. You know, actually, Angelica, I'm seeing this position, and again, I keep repeating this all the time during the GMT tournament, but again, it's a deja vu moment, because wasn't this what we saw yesterday? Yu Yanyi was playing with white against Daniel Bogdan-Diak, and he had pretty much the same position. Okay, we removed a couple of pawns from the queen side. He had the bishop, he had the rook. Black was having issues with the pawns on g7, h6. Yu Yanyi with the white color had the pawn on h5, not allowing them to move forward. Now he's the one playing this position from the black's perspective.
Now the roles reversed for Yu Yangyi. He is now trying to defend. And yeah, the thing is, if he was playing that position and pushing himself and did some mistakes, what would happen if he has to defend this position? Maybe he's going to make some mistakes and lose. Who knows?
Right. I'd say the bar really favors this position for white. Well, I'm not going to really argue. I do agree that white is definitely better. But the big question is, does white have any way to crash through? Remains to be seen. I'm not really sure if Vincent wants to play h5 to fix these pawns on g7, h6, because you always need to watch out for this counterplay knight f6. The knight on f6 attacks the pawn on h5. Possibly, at some point, the young German might take on f6 if it gives him some better circumstances. Let me just show you one line. For example, something like king c6.
h5? Or you want without h5?
Yeah, let's say king d3, knight f6, and maybe there's some scenario when he can take on f6, because after g takes on f6, black drops the pawn on h6, and for some reason rook f6 is not very good. Again, not really sure. Perhaps something like rook a8, king b7, rook e8. Now you see, right? So black could not defend against this rook e7 check, and something like g6, king e4, king e5. White simply dominates the game.
Yeah, indeed. Black has to be very, very alerted on any move, any time this could happen. So the trade of the bishop for the knight and maybe some very passive rook endgame may arrive for black.
That's right. It's pretty difficult to lead the defense for the Chinese grandmaster. The players they have reached move 46. This means that after move 60, they're going to get extra 15 minutes, still no time trouble. So what we are going to do now, we are going to once again check the results of today in case somebody missed what's going on. Here you see it's Lekwang Liam, who was just in the studio explaining his brilliant victory over the young Indian Arjun Rigaisi. Jules Massard once again missed an opportunity, this time against Amin Bassem, who probably is relieved by his chance to save the game. And in the interview, he did say he's not really sure if continuing the same line is such a good idea. I guess we are going to see it in the next game when Bassem potentially might face e4 with the first move for black. Daniel Bogdan-Diak, David Navarra was the early draw. And of course, it's the only remaining game, Vincent Keimer against Yu Yanyi here in the GMT triathlon.
Yeah, and here we have standings for now. David Navarra is leading with 18.5 points. We have Vincent Keimer with 17 points, but as we know, he's still playing a game. So in case he managed to push these game and bring it to the victory. He's going to overtake the Czech Grandmaster. We see Lek Liam is sharing this, the second, third place together as Vincent Keimer for now. Bassem Amin with 13.5 points together with Yu Yangyi and Jules Moussard, Arjun Arigaisi and Bogdan Daniel Diak are in the last places.
And so that you know what they're fighting for, it's the 10,000 Swiss francs for the first place. So that's why it's really important to score a lot of points in the classical portion, because every victory backs the player 4 points. Draw is only 1.5 points. And of course, every player who finishes in the top 6 gets a prize, and the total prize fund is hopping 28,500 Swiss francs.
Exactly, and all our players who are playing here are going after Biel directly to the World Cup.
Yeah,
To
8
Baku?
of them.
All 8. 8
All
out of 8.
And 7 of them are seeded directly in the second round. Only Jules Moussard is the player who has to play in the first round, but he has relatively a big chance to reach the second round, being a big ELO favorite. But of course, we're going to see. All right, Angelika, you know, I think we have a couple of interviews still we would like to show you, because there's this brand new initiative of the Biel Chess Festival, probably thanks to Angelika, right? We have beauty awards, and this means that every player who plays in one of these tournaments, there's not only the GMT, there's the MTO, ATO, HTO, Swiss Championships. A lot of tournaments are being played right now, and GMT is the main event. So every participant can bring in their most beautiful games played of the round, and Angelika is giving everybody chance to vote. So I would like to remind you, dear viewers, if you want to participate in this directly, you have a chance to vote for the most beautiful game of the round. So after the round finishes, every evening at Biel Chess Festival's Twitter and Instagram pages, there will be a poll to determine the winner, and the winner plus the loser also gets a special prize.
Absolutely, and that's how it is. That's very, I think, very nice from the organizers of Biel Chess Festival, because we are not only featuring, you know, the best games played in Grandmaster tournament, Grandmaster triathlon, but also we are looking at the games of ATO, HTO, and MTO players, and they're getting this recognition. So we're going to go for a short break, and we're going to show you one of the interviews, and we'll see you later.
Don't go anywhere, please. Take once again some refreshments and come back for Biel. One of the most exciting tournaments of the year is happening here in Switzerland. I hope you're having a good time. See you very soon.
Welcome back to the Beauty Awards of the Biel Chess Festival. We are having here the most beautiful game of the ATO tournament from round 3. I'm having here with me Felix Michal. He actually already won the award of the first round, and he was facing Jean-Daniel Andrikopoulos. And they are so kind to come here and analyze their game. So it was quite an interesting one with many interesting ideas from both sides. So you could share with us some ideas of it.
Okay. So yeah, I just started the game with e4. He responded it back, and then I just played the Vienna game. And we just went into an opening. Yeah, we just developed our pieces. Afterwards, he played a move which I hadn't seen before, which was bishop to b4, with the idea to play d5. And I actually didn't really know how to stop that. So I kind of set up in a more or less passive way. Yeah, and right now...
No. So what did you say? Why you think I did that?
Yeah, to play d5.
Yeah, yes or no. It was also to, if you came here and you came with the knight, it was also to counter that.
Okay.
So you want to pin a bit knight, not to have knight jumps, yes?
Depends.
So I just unblocked the pin, and he just took my knight. So I was kind of happy because I've got the bishop pair, but this bishop is kind of weirdly placed, but it works. Then just again developing moves. Here I played knight to e2 to try and play f4, but that didn't really work because now he just played d5. And like the problem was that after taking and taking, he got a good center and was a bit more passive. But still, we just developed, I just castled. He then went on to pin my knight, and so he could actually take my bishop, which would then give me doubled pawns.
Yeah, I hesitated a bit to do that.
And yeah, I didn't like it, so I just moved my bishop away. He then got in his knight to attack my knight, which was pinned. So
The only move f3, yeah.
Yeah, I hesitated if there was a better move than coming right away.
Mm-hmm.
To be honest, I gave much thought, more time than usual.
Mm-hmm.
Thinking.
and I just played f3. I was actually kind of happy that black didn't have his dark squared bishop, because then, like, if it were, for example, the bishop were here, then it would actually be quite annoying. But because you traded it off, I was like, I can play f3 and it's not that bad. You just move the bishop back. And I just thought I could try and develop whilst attacking your pieces, so I could also kind of get back in the game. Here I played king to h1, because usually if the king is here and the f-pawn has movement, then sometimes like the bishop or even the queen can come here to attack, and it could kind of end up annoying.
Something like
Yeah.
Yes. I was not sure at the beginning because I didn't have the bishop, maybe with the queen or some knight attack.
Yes, I was scared that it just might come later, and so I just thought I just wanted to be safe and just played king to h1. Then I guess you played c6 to defend the knight so you could move the queen.
Yeah.
No?
I took the presence in the center a bit. Possibly not the best move.
Yeah. And then I just thought I wanted to get rid of the e5 pawn, so I just played f4. And yeah, you took, I took back, and I thought that you would just take my bishop so that I wouldn't have the bishop pair. But
Yeah, I was thinking that a little bit, but on the other hand, I was thinking he was not doing much actually. But yeah, the bishop pair is better at my level a bit. I thought it was not doing much, and I liked these two knights in the center for maybe some possibilities arise at some point. But yeah, I think it was better to take. Yeah,
here you just put your rook on the open file.
some possibilities here.
Yeah, very good.
And
Yeah, knights look very nice in the center.
But here I thought that I could try to regain the center by playing c3 and then trying to go for d4. And I actually had expected you to move your knight over here,
Yeah, that's the best
Which-
move, I think.
yeah, which would have attacked my
Sometimes
bishop,
I
and
do
yeah.
moves that you cannot not expect. They are not the best ones.
Is it good? Is it bad? Sometimes it works out, yes?
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, I'm a bit lower rated, so I would say it works sometimes and sometimes not.
Yes, but instead of that knight move, you played knight to.
I like the
Yes,
setup. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you can trade.
Yes, I just took and took. And then I always noticed that I have this thing here, so if my bishop were to move away, your bishop would be under attack. I looked for tactics, but there wasn't any, so I just thought I would just get my center. So I just played d4. Here you centralized your bishop, which was looking in the direction of my king. And I was kind of worried that you might try to start a king attack. So I just played.
Possible, yeah.
Yeah. And so I just played queen to g4, so that I would be the first one to actually go for the attack.
I think it's a good move. At the right time, probably.
Mm-hmm.
And here you played rook to e6, a rook lift to come to g6 and probably attack.
So yeah, I think it was an idea, but it was better, I guess, than this. What do you think?
Yeah, but it looks very nice because you're
What would you do?
instead of rook e6. I mean, rook e6 looks actually very nice. The only thing is maybe that it's pinned for one move to the knight, that the bishop is pinning the rook, but it looks at next tempo you're going to play rook g6, attacking the queen, and you have g2. I mean, I think rook e6 is a very good move.
And to prevent him from getting rook g6, I just counterattacked. I just played bishop to e5, threatening mate and attacking his bishop. And I suppose like the defense move would be just to play bishop to g6. And this position is about equal. I thought maybe I would just develop a rook or something, and then the game would just go on. But instead, you went for bishop takes g2.
Yeah,
And went
some
for
interesting sacrifice. You like to play aggressive, yes?
Yeah, but well, in this case, I was feeling I was under time pressure, to be honest. And I just...
How much time did you have?
I
Around.
chose the move 20, and I had 20 minutes left. But for me, I'm used to have a lot of time more, and I had this idea that I couldn't do it until the move 40. But I think it's wrong. I should have been able, but I'm not playing blitz. I play slow, and usually I have much more time. I had this idea that I didn't have time, and I just played a bit instinctively. I had even looked if you can just move back. But, at what's the possibilities of something like this?
It's a nice result.
Yeah, maybe it could be interesting sacrifice.
Yeah, some things, but then he has this.
That or just taking here.
Yeah. Well, I was at this point. I was feeling I had no time. I need to work on that a bit, and with a more calm situation, I guess I would have defended simply.
Okay, bishop g2, yeah, it was a little bit too artistic, you know, too adventurous.
At least it won the beauty.
Yeah, of course. For that it won.
And here, something funny, which if I had taken it like this would give a beautiful check like that.
I would do this.
Well,
But
I think
this is
just
better
a more beautiful check.
because
Just
it's a
attacks four
because it's
pieces.
fork attacking the king, queen, rook, and bishop.
Yeah.
I just find that funny. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I didn't really look at this one. I was more looking,
Yeah, just
at this one.
Yes, okay.
It's also winning.
But knight would do a royal fork, you know,
Yeah.
king, queen.
king, queen, rook, and bishop. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he saw all this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I just took with the queen.
Yeah.
So you were not under pressure, Felix.
I mean,
Time pressure,
a
I mean.
bit. Like it's more mentally because I had like 30 minutes or so, but I just felt under pressure as well. Yeah. But usually it's enough time because, for example, I know a friend of mine who gets like after 20 moves, he's like at 3 minutes, and I don't understand how he just plays on,
Oh my god.
and then he just wins the game, and she's like, you got 3 minutes after 20 moves left, like, how does that work? And I'm here under pressure after 30, so
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay, let's go on with the game. So rook just
Game over, we can say.
yeah, that's okay. Just trying rook
Yeah.
g6.
Rook attacks my queen. I just went here so that the knight couldn't jump in. And he played f6. And here I just thought I could just take out the knight with check.
Yeah, and you
now
just
I've
trade it. Yeah.
simplified the position. And after bishop to f4, the rook can't really move. And yeah, we just played queen to d7. After rook to g1, I thought that if something was just played, that after takes and takes, that you would try to go for a setup with g5, so that my bishop couldn't really do much. But
I was not thinking at this point. Maybe
Yeah.
next
Yeah.
time I will think more.
Yes.
but after rook to g1, and he just played queen to f7, and after I took, I still thought you would take with the pawn,
I should
but
have,
Yeah.
Yeah, to try to restrict the bishop. And because probably after that, when you lost, like you sacrificed the piece and you realize, okay, it's not working, then you already were a little bit disappointed. Okay.
And after taking like that, this pawn is undefended, so
They say we
it's
should
okay.
fight until the end.
Absolutely. I mean, you will not lose more points if you resign, later. So you have to fight, and sometimes maybe it works out. Okay, so what was the last moves here? King
Here the
H8.
king moved over, I brought my rook into the open file. The queen went back. I took this pawn. I always had to be careful that the queen was on this diagonal, or else their perpetual
Yeah,
check
because
was
there was
always
perpetual check. Always
an
there was a
option.
chance. Mm-hmm.
And here he played g5 to stop the mating idea. And then I just took the pawn on g5 with my rook.
Yeah, this was actually a very beautiful move, yeah.
Because if you were to take here, then I can just check here, and then you have to sacrifice your queen, or else it would be mate. And so after rook to g5, I also had to look at like after queen to e1 check, that after rook g1 you couldn't actually stop the mate without losing the queen.
Thank you so much for analysis. Quite a nice game from both sides. First, you got an advantage with those two knights. They were really dominating there. Maybe you were even better there. Unfortunately, bishop g2 that didn't work out, and then Felix took over.
Yeah.
But it was a very nice game. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Congratulations to you.
We're back, dear viewers, with the Biel Chess Festival live coverage. Round 4 of the GMT tournament is approaching its finish line, but there's one more game which is being fought right now, and that is the potential future leader after today's round, Vincent Keimer against the Chinese Grandmaster Yu Yanyi. Let's have a look at what's happening there. As you can see, Angelika for the moment is doing some other duties, organizing beauty awards, but she promised she's going to be back pretty soon. So that's the current position here, h5. Vincent just fixed the pawn on g7, and if you just step a couple of moments back, see what exactly is happening here. So after knight e7, bishop b2, e5, this is the first move we yet haven't seen. A black tries to close the bishop on b2 so that it's not staring at the pawn on g7. So this part, at least, it looks perfectly logical. Rook a8, knight c5. Black tries to defend the pawn on a6. Bishop a3, directly threatening to play bishop c5. Rook takes an a6 and collect this pawn. Black, of course, denies that and plays rook f6. Also, this gives some possibilities for Keimer already to play at some point rook d8 check, because black cannot respond with king c6, because after rook c8, the knight on c5 drops. So after rook d6, there could be again some moves like e4 check, f takes, rook d6, king d6, f takes on e4. But again, all of this has to be carefully calculated, and Vincent is not going to take chances. So instead he played h5, once again renewing a threat to take on c5, only this time targeting the pawn on g7. And why is this? Because if he would take on c5 immediately and play rook a7, black always can play either g6 or g5. Both of them look perfectly normal to me. So that's why after h5, whatever black is going to continue, bishop takes on c5, and potentially either rook a7 or rook g8 could be the idea. Right, now the big question is what black's supposed to do. He could play g6, eliminate the pawn on h5, but that would create a potential weakness on h6. For example, g6, h takes on g6, here. Actually, not only the pawn on h6, also the pawn on f5 looks pretty vulnerable. Rook f8 looks good to me. It's pretty difficult to defend this pawn. Rook g5, the rook is just standing not where it's supposed to be. Think about moves like bishop c1, or perhaps the more linear rook h8, threatening to play bishop c1 and collect the pawn on h6. h5 has been played, and yeah, Yu Yunyi is still thinking. And if black plays, it's a bit difficult to understand what black should continue, because normally all of us we're taught that we should be leading an active defense, but where is it? Maybe something like rook b6. That's one move which jumps to my mind, because it could threaten to play b4, push away the bishop, potentially organizing some counterplay at the queen side. But again, I can't help but feel that this is going to cost black something. For example, rook f8. Attack the pawn on f5. King e6 is impossible. The knight on c5 is hanging. Rook f6. I think you can just trade it, and now play bishop c1. Another reason why this h4, h5 was an important move. So it seems that, yeah, rook c6 actually is, not rook c6, not rook b6, rook c6 is played. So this brings the question, now what happens after rook f8? The pawn on f5 is left defenseless. And probably the Chinese grandmaster's idea is organize some sort of a counterplay with rook c2. There's, of course, also king e6 as knight on c5 is protected. Yeah, perhaps this is even simpler. King e6, knight e7, and things are more or less in control. So that's the idea. Okay, and if white continues with rook a7, I guess the only way to defend this pawn is with g6, or knight e6 is simply big trouble. This king, unfortunately, cannot go anywhere. Rook d6 is just a mate on the board, so black cannot do that. So black essentially has two choices, either to protect his pawn by playing g6 or seek some counterplay. But I just don't see any normal move to retreat with the knight, as knight e6 just runs into this aforementioned checkmate. So most likely it's g6. H takes on g6, rook takes on g6, and we might see something very similar. What we just discussed, rook h7, bishop c1 could be a move. Maybe also bishop c5 looks interesting at some point. Bishop c5 here and rook f7. This pawn is going to be very difficult to protect. But of course, I mean, black can organize a pretty serious counterplay with the king. So once again, rook a7, g6, h takes on g6, rook takes on g6. And now I would say something like bishop c1. Keeping the rook on a7, targeting the pawn on h6, and thinking perhaps also about ideas like bishop e3, so that this bishop on e3 does a dual job, attacking the pawn on h6 and attacking the knight on c5. I mean, no matter how you put it, it feels that at some point, Keimer should win a pawn. I mean, black's position is simply not holding together. Right, perhaps we can zoom in on the camera and see a bit closer what Vincent is doing here. Despite his young age, Keimer is a very mature player. He knows when to spend time, when is the critical moment of the game. Of course, being coached by Petr Leko, this shouldn't come as a surprise. And as in the post-game interview, it was said by Wang Liem, he confessed, I mean, not really a confession, but pretty much confirmed what all of us knew, that the young German has improved quite a lot in the past years. And he would say that Vincent already was playing really good back in 2019 when he was, 14 years old? Right now, Vincent is only 18, the youngest player of the field, and still, quite oddly, the most experienced player here in the GMT in terms of the participation amount, because this is Vincent's 5th participation in Biel. White has 24 minutes, plenty of time. Just to remind you, the time control, after move 60, both players are going to get extra 15 minutes until the end of the game. And starting with move 61, they're going to get extra 30 seconds per move. Right now, there is no increment. Players that are at move 49, 11 moves to make. Again, no stress here. I mean, apart from rook a7, I can't imagine any other plan. Maybe Keimer is thinking about some other options like advancing the g-pawn. I mean, I don't really like it because it would give black some counterplay with something like knight e4. I mean, this is just strong knight followed by rook c2, rook c3. Doesn't look very good. He has already fixed those pawns where he wants. So h5 does a good job. Maybe he's thinking about not only about rook a7, he tries to calculate this line as far as he can, but also about opportunities like this rook f8. Because after rook f8, rook f6 is not a move, king e6, and then perhaps at some point grab this pawn on c5, this knight on c5, and then go back attacking the pawn on a6. Maybe he's also busy trying to calculate what happens after rook d8, because, I mean, this move looks so tempting here. Where was this? After h5, rook c6, this check on d8. Because if black plays rook d6, there might be a room for some pins, like take, and think about ideas like, I'm not really sure, g4, takes, try to activate the king, but yeah, it just looks that black is completely fine. My money would be on rook a7, but that's, I guess we're going to see. There's a question in the chat. Do I believe it's harder to calculate with fewer pieces left? No, I think it's easier to calculate, but the price of the mistake is much higher.